All the mages were only dealing damage in the single digits. However, Nie Yan's crossbow had hit in the double digits, not to mention 5 times in a row. He had instantly attracted the aggro of the golden dragon. The golden dragon let out an enraged roar and spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath, scorching over 20 players from radiant sacred flame to death in an instant. However, Nie Yan had long since memorized the attack patterns of the golden dragon. He easily avoided the dragon breath. The outcome was the surrounding forces of radiant sacred flame becoming Nie Yan's scapegoats. The golden dragon had yet to land a single attack on Nie Yan, and its aggro still remained on him. It knew where he was heading to and blasted its breath in that direction. Bang! The scorching fire engulfed that patch of ground. Nie Yan quickly dashed through a group of radiant sacred flame players. His speed was extremely quick. By relying on the footwork of a shadow dancer, none of them were able to stop him. He was extremely crafty, running wherever enemy players were most densely concentrated. He was a walking calamity for radiant sacred flame. The golden dragon became increasingly enraged as its attacks failed to land on Nie Yan. It plowed through the forces of radiant sacred flame, spewing out dragon breath endlessly. It was like a scene out of the apocalypse. One dragon breath after another cleared out wide swaths of players from radiant sacred flame. When the golden dragon charged through radiant sacred flame's ranks to get to Nie Yan, it left a path of utter carnage, creating chaos everywhere. Nie Yan dashed toward a dense group composed of 100 casters from radiant sacred flame. He wondered if they would be able to survive a blast of dragon breath. Sensing Nie Yan's approach, a shadow priest let out a sharp howl. Howl of terror. In that instant, Nie Yan activated the mind immune skill from the Slaughter Fiend medallion, rendering the howl of terror completely ineffective. He closed in on the shadow priest and slashed his throat. Blood sprayed out into the air, and the shadow priest collapsed to the ground. As the nearby mages in the group were about to rain down a shower of spells on Nie Yan, they discovered their target had disappeared. At this moment, a blazing black meteor came crashing down on them. Boom! The resulting explosion engulfed a 20-meter area, leaving behind a sea of embers that continued to burn away at the earth. The ground was paved with the corpses of mages. Over half of Radiant Sacred Flame's forces were annihilated, suffering over 3,000 casualties. The remaining were all scattered about. Their combat strength had diminished greatly. The leaders of the guilds participating in this battle looked at each other as chills went down their spine. Had Nie Yan lured the golden dragon to their player formations, they would be the ones being slaughtered by the monster. How many dragon breaths and spells could they possibly take on? They came to a silent consensus on one thing: never, ever, make ass-kickers united their enemies. The golden dragon's massacre pained Nightbreed Trickster so much he felt as if his heart were bleeding. These players were Radiant Sacred Flame's elites. The 5,000 or so Radiant Sacred Flame players in the vicinity had been mowed down to just over 1,000. The battle in Kiln Fire Woods, which made Nie Yan an overnight sensation, had become an unforgettable memory in the minds of the players. Ever since, the popularity of the Mad Rogue spread like wildfire. After so long, Nie Yan revealed this gesture yet again. What did it mean? Was it a death sentence? The guilds in Sinful Gorge were all watching the scene unfold from the sidelines. They had looked on as Nie Yan lured the golden dragon to the forces of Radiant Sacred Flame, plunging their ranks into chaos. In the same fashion, they witnessed him directing a cutthroat gesture towards Nightbreed Trickster. This was a declaration of war. It was pure provocation. Was Nie Yan planning to repeat the events of Kiln Fire Woods? Radiant Sacred Flame wasn't unhindered, and Nightbreed Trickster wasn't Hey Joe. When Nie Yan was still relatively unknown, Nightbreed Trickster was already an illustrious figure, a publicly acknowledged expert. The only reason he wasn't the topic of every conversation was that he rarely stepped into the limelight. From the moment he activated Magic Ignition, Nightbreed Trickster had put on a dominant display. He always kept his opponent on the back foot, and on more than one occasion, he was only inches from killing Nie Yan. Although Radiant Sacred Flame had suffered disastrous losses, Nightbreed Trickster still had a good number of people by his side. Among them there was no lack of warriors and paladins. With so many people protecting him, he had nothing to fear. Did Nie Yan really have the confidence to turn the tide under these circumstances? It was easy to talk the talk, but what about walking the walk? No one believed Nie Yan would succeed, especially not the target of his provocation. Nightbreed Trickster's expression turned even colder. This arrogant gesture was the final tipping point. He began gathering power as magical energy surged around him. His body slowly levitated until it was about half a meter off the ground, whereupon the surrounding players felt a heavy pressure descend on them. The warriors and paladins guarding Nightbreed Trickster's side subconsciously retreated several steps. Their hearts shook in alarm. It was that spell. Even they weren't quite clear on the specifics of this buff magic. You want to kill me, Mad Rogue? Give it your best shot. Nightbreed Trickster thundered. He resembled a divine being overlooking the world with contempt. Divinity. Nightbreed Trickster chanted out a series of deep and resounding syllables as all magical energy within a 100-meter radius surged toward him. Nie Yan's expression paled. This son of a bitch even knows divinity. Magic Ignition and Divinity were rewards that could only be obtained by completing the first 2 quests of a 6-part quest chain, similar to Karsi's Blessing. It was rumored in the previous timeline that those who could complete the second quest were few and far between. Divinity temporarily granted the player unlimited mana on top of removing the cast time and greatly reducing the cooldown of up to 3 non-advanced magic spells. Just like Magic Ignition, there was also a heavy backlash for activating this spell. The magical halos around Nightbreed Trickster vibrated in resonance, producing an audible hum. Nightbreed Trickster's body was like a whirlpool, rapidly drawing in the surrounding magical energy in the atmosphere. He waved his staff, Blizzard. Storm clouds instantly blotted out the sky, evoking a bone-chilling tempest that plunged the world in ice and snow. Shit, what the hell? He made Blizzard an instant cast spell. Seeing the ice and snow crashing down on the battlefield, Nie Yan jumped down from the tree and melted into his surroundings. He attempted to escape the spell's range by maneuvering around with Dance of Death. The howling blizzard swept over the tree behind Nie Yan, instantly turning it into an ice sculpture. Nie Yan never imagined Nightbreed Trickster to have another powerful trump card at hand. He was heavily considering activating Adjudicator of God right about now. Only this spell could counter Nightbreed Trickster's relentless barrage of magic. If he had known he would be dealing with this sort of situation, he would have taken the time to unlock a few skills from the Glimpse of Darkness. After all, there was no such thing as too many aces up your sleeve. Nightbreed Trickster's barrage of attacks was far from over. Countless spells rained down onto the battlefield, freezing everything in their path. He was unable to detect Nie Yan's exact position, who had de-aggroed the golden dragon after entering stealth. All he could do was rely on his high awareness to determine where to attack. A pair of icy hands shot out in the direction Nie Yan was fleeing. He quickly pivoted to the side and rolled away. Boom. A layer of frost expanded out like a blooming ice lotus, freezing everything it touched in a 5-meter radius. Thankfully, this spell was slightly off target and missed Nie Yan by a hair's breadth. It was clear that Nightbreed Trickster had still underestimated his opponent's speed. Nightbreed Trickster sped up his attacks, unleashing one ice spell after another like a Gatling gun. Off to the side, the guild leaders who were dealing with the Golden Dragon while also enjoying the spectacle had dull looks on their faces. They never imagined that the usually low-key Nightbreed Trickster could explode with such ferocity. Nie Yan was perhaps the only player who could endure such an intense barrage of spells for so long. Ice Wolf. Nightbreed Trickster chanted several syllables in a deep tone, invoking the surrounding ice elements to rapidly condense into an enormous wolf, standing 2 meters tall and sparkling translucently. It let out a deep howl, revealing its sharp teeth. The ice wolf bounded toward Nie Yan, leaving behind a trail of ice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dazzling orbs of light shot up into the sky, revealing Nie Yan's silhouette under their piercing radiance. The light bouncing off the ice wolf's crystalline body refracted the colors of the rainbow. The Golden Dragon no longer paid any heed to Nie Yan. It was currently attacking the nearby players of unhindered and dark massacre. The area the Golden Dragon laid waste to had become Nie Yan's arena. Nie Yan quickly pulled back after seeing the massive ice wolf going straight for him. It had 600 health, and its ice armor granted it high resistance against physical attacks. He didn't dare to underestimate it. Nightbreed Trickster was actually this low-key. He had so many powerful spells up his sleeve, some that no one in the previous timeline had ever seen him use. He was even more formidable than the top mages in Asskickers United. Were it not for Nie Yan's provocation, it would have been very difficult to make him reveal his true strength. Today, this place will be the burial ground of the mad rogue. Nightbreed Trickster declared in a cold tone that seemed to originate from the depths of the underworld. If Nie Yan died, would he still be the mad rogue? A fallen legend was nothing but a shell of its former glory. The ice wolf leapt high into the air and pounced on Nie Yan, blasting him with a frigid frost aura. Its sharp claws radiated with a soul-shaking sharp light and swiped toward his throat at a lightning-fast speed. It looked like the ice and snow were about to be dyed red with his blood. Nie Yan swiftly retreated. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. The ice wolf's claws inched ever closer to his throat, signaling imminent death. In that instant, he activated Shadow Waltz and gave himself an explosive burst of speed, dodging the claws by a hair's breadth. His figure blurred before disappearing without a trace. The ice wolf missed its pounce and landed on the ground. It quickly sniffed around in an attempt to find traces of Nie Yan, but it was to no avail. Nie Yan retreated a good distance away. He had no intention of facing the ice wolf head-on. He pulled out the cavalry crossbow and fired at the Golden Dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 bolts flew out and struck the Golden Dragon in quick succession. The ice wolf bounded toward Nie Yan after spotting him again. Due to Nie Yan's damage being far above what others could deal, the Golden Dragon reaggroed onto him. It let out an angry roar, chanting several syllables in the dragon language, and breathed out a surging torrent of dragon breath. However, Nie Yan didn't try to evade. In that instant, the ice wolf leapt high into the air and pounced in front of him. Boom! An explosion rang like a clap of thunder. The dragon breath struck the ice wolf midair with unmatched power, instantly blasting it into smithereens as a shower of ice crystals gently fluttered down from the sky, glistening beautifully under the sunlight. It was a scene straight out of a winter wonderland. The ice wolf was blasted apart by the dragon breath. Seeing his plan come to perfect fruition, Nie Yan revealed a satisfied smile. It would have been a real headache to take out the ice wolf by regular means, even more so with Nightbreed Trickster glaring at his back like a tiger stalking its prey. In such a scenario, it was hard to say who would come out on top. Nie Yan borrowed the Golden Dragon's power to effortlessly kill the ice wolf. With this obstacle taken care of, his hands were freed up to deal with Nightbreed Trickster. Nightbreed Trickster was alarmed by the sudden death of the ice wolf. It appeared he had played right into the opponent's hands. Both Nie Yan's timing and ability to grasp the situation and adapt were superb. He had no time to call the ice wolf off. Witnessing the ice wolf's miserable death, the various guild leaders dropped their jaws in shock. Even this was possible. They previously believed Nie Yan was dead for sure when they saw the ice wolf pouncing on him. Who could have predicted the situation would be reversed in an instant? A nimble mind and sharp insight were crucial for becoming an expert. Outside of relying on your own strength, it was also pivotal to learn how to seize an opportunity, just like how Nie Yan was exploiting the environment and everything within to gain the upper hand. It was a brilliant strategy to bait the ice wolf into the path of the oncoming dragon breath. While the various guild leaders were still mesmerized by the death of the ice wolf, Nie Yan's silhouette blurred into action as he dashed toward Nightbreed Trickster, causing all eyes to refocus. Would Nightbreed Trickster fall today, just like Hey Joe? Everybody was eager to find out. They previously believed Nie Yan had no way of succeeding. But now, they weren't so sure anymore. There was a very real possibility he would exceed expectations yet again. At this moment, the players of Radiant Sacred Flame felt immense pressure. The warriors and paladins closely guarded Nightbreed Trickster, not leaving any cracks in their ranks. They were confident nothing could get past them. Eyes of the divine. The eyes of the paladins emitted a dazzling radiance as they scanned their surroundings for signs of Nie Yan. The priests cast Illuminate non-stop as dazzling orbs of light shot up in the sky. However, Nie Yan was simply too fast. They had no time to tag him with a marking sigil before losing track of him. Very few priests could cast marking sigil in less than 3 seconds. Leader Young 7 and 10 Lee Painted Muslin required 2.6 and 2.7 seconds respectively to cast marking sigil, while those slightly slower such as Black Heaven and Moonchild required around 3.1 seconds. Every individual had areas they excelled at. Young 7 and Painted Muslins just happened to be PvP. Ordinary priests required 4 seconds or longer to cast marking sigil, while those who took 5 or 6 seconds could be found everywhere. The priests in Radiant Sacred Flame were far from being as skilled as Young 7, Painted Muslin, and the others, so Nie Yan wasn't pressured by them. Seeing their iron-tight defenses, Nie Yan couldn't help but sneer. You think this alone can stop me? A dazzling orb shot up into the sky and revealed Nie Yan's silhouette. Within 2 seconds, ice spikes erupted from the ground beneath him at breakneck speed. Relying on his sharp senses, Nie Yan rolled out of the way. He felt the ground tremble as more ice spikes erupted around him. It appeared Nightbreed Trickster wanted to rely on his enhanced state to overwhelm his opponent. At this moment, Nie Yan was also feeling the pressure as he constantly leapt and rolled out of the way, while ice spikes erupted outright under him every time he touched the ground. Out of nowhere, ice spikes erupted outright in front of him. He was going to collide with them in the next moment. If he was hit by them and stopped for even a second, he would be skewered by endless ice spikes. This was exactly why Nightbreed Trickster's skill was so dreadful. Nie Yan suddenly accelerated and spun himself around to evade. He could feel the ice spikes brushing against his back, transmitting a frigid aura through his body. While dodging them, Nie Yan came to a realization. Blindly relying on speed was no good. It made his movements too linear, allowing the opponent to preemptively strike. He began varying his tempo, constantly shifting directions as he pressed closer toward Nightbreed Trickster. Around 20 meters separated both players. Nightbreed Trickster was guarded by a ring of players at the 10-meter mark. When some of his attacks started going way off mark, Nightbreed Trickster's mind slightly trembled in alarm. He noticed Nie Yan's movements gradually becoming harder to predict until he had no idea where to attack anymore. Nie Yan had already memorized the Golden Dragon's attack pattern. He estimated it was going to attack with another dragon breath very soon. Nie Yan made a beeline for the wall of warriors and paladins protecting Nightbreed Trickster. There he is. Kill him. Nie Yan simply swept past. He was too fast. A brilliant orb flew into the sky, revealing Nie Yan's silhouette. Just as the priests raised their staffs to tag him with a marking sigil, something occurred that made their eyes widen in shock and terror. The golden dragon opened its maw and spewed out scorching hot dragon breath in their direction. Run. Shit, dragon breath. The players of Radiant Sacred Flame cried out in alarm, panicking as they tried to save their own skins. Nightbreed Trickster slightly raised an eyebrow in surprise and quickly retreated far away. With the buff from speed of the Windwalker, he made it to safety with ease. Boom. The dragon breath crashed into the crowd of players from Radiant Sacred Flame, causing gravel and flames to fly everywhere. A wide area was scorched black, and over 20 players died on the spot. A large crack was opened up in Radiant Sacred Flame's defenses. It was total mayhem. The golden dragon charged over, plowing through Radiant Sacred Flame's forces. The airtight wall of paladins and warriors that took great effort to form was destroyed beyond recognition. In order to evade the golden dragon, Nightbreed Trickster had no choice but to retreat far into the distance, arriving in an empty area without any other players. Divinity and magic ignition were about to end, while he was struggling to keep his nerves in check. He gazed into the distance, only to see Nie Yan staring back at him with a cold smile before disappearing into stealth. Nightbreed Trickster had lost the protection of his players. From this point forward, it would be a 1 versus 1. Seeing Nie Yan disappear, Nightbreed Trickster's heart trembled. He finally felt the domineering pressure coming from the threat his opponent posed to him. He recalled Nie Yan's cruel smile atop the tree branch, a biting cold killing intent that made a person's blood run cold. Death was slowly encroaching in on him. Before long, he felt an intense sense of danger from behind him. This bastard's quick. Nightbreed Trickster waved his staff, repel. He quickly turned around, but there was no sign of Nie Yan. Nie Yan had baited him into wasting repel. Hidden in the shadows far off in the distance, Nie Yan let out a faint snicker. The psychological attack he launched on Nightbreed Trickster had already begun showing its effect. All he would have to do was put on the pressure to instill a sense of foreboding into the enemy, causing them to make lapses in their judgment. Their defeat would follow. No matter how skilled a person was, they still had their weaknesses. Nightbreed Trickster's weakness was that he cared too much about defeat since it would mean a heavy blow to Radiant Sacred Flame. So when he was truly put in danger, he couldn't maintain his normally calm mindset. As for Nie Yan, he had gone through 2 lifetimes. These sorts of things had long since become meaningless to him. So what if he was defeated? What was important was an unbreakable and unbendable will. With this kind of will, even if you were stomped into the ground, you could still climb back up and give the other person a good punch. In the previous timeline, Nie Yan had patiently endured for so many years waiting for Cao Shu to lower his guard before dealing the fatal blow. If he couldn't accept something as simple as defeat, his 2 lifetimes would have been wasted. Even if Nie Yan was placed into the most dangerous situation, he would still maintain absolute calm. This was one of the things that allowed him to finally break through the barrier of a shadow dancer in this life. Nie Yan was continuously taunting Nightbreed Trickster from a distance, occasionally launching feints and directing his killing intent at the opponent. Nightbreed Trickster's heart was already stretched extremely taut. Even the slightest breeze would cause him to cast a spell. While the two were still fighting, the golden dragon roared in anger. Under the concentrated barrage from the mages, its health finally bottomed out. It let out a mournful cry before crashing heavily to ground, giving rise to a cloud of dust. We killed the golden dragon. Go, grab the loot. Everyone in Sinful Gorge cried out in alarm. Hundreds of players from various guilds scrambled toward the golden dragon's corpse in an attempt to snatch away the drops. All hell broke loose as not a single guild was willing to give up on the most important drop, the golden dragon horn. Which lucky player would get their hands on this coveted item? Several fleet-footed thieves were merely feet away, only to be flanked by a group of charging warriors. Another group of warriors rushed past them and made a grab for the drops. Within the chaos, no one could differentiate between ally or foe. Not that it mattered. Everyone wanted the loot for themselves anyway. Roaring flames. A mage finished chanting as a large blazing cloud condensed in the sky. A torrent of fireballs rained down over the battlefield, wiping out a huge swath of players in a 20-meter radius around the golden dragon's corpse. Their bodies transformed into motes of light as they were sent back to the graveyard. Everyone looked toward the center, spotting a golden horn shimmering among the glow of the flames. Enthralled, they almost missed the pieces of equipment nearby. A demonified lord was guaranteed to drop at least sub-legendary grade equipment. Even legendary grade equipment wouldn't be a rare sight. Such equipment was undoubtedly of immense allure, but anyone who wanted to obtain them would have to stake their lives. No one dared to approach while the flames raged wildly, lest they wished to throw their lives away. The loot was so close, yet so far away. It would be a while before the winner and the losers were determined. Over on the other side of the battlefield, Nightbreed Trickster was momentarily distracted by the death of the golden dragon. But in that brief period of absent-mindedness, Nie Yan took action and closed in on him from behind with Dance of Death. Nightbreed Trickster's heart shook when he felt the unmistakable tingle of a dagger mere inches from his neck. He cast repel and clad himself in a suit of ice armor. Nie Yan ducked to the side, evading the repelling force wave. Ice wall. While a thick slab of ice rose up from the ground between him and Nie Yan, Nightbreed Trickster relied on his quick speed to retreat into the distance. Nie Yan agilely leapt over the wall and dashed toward Nightbreed Trickster. With Eyes of the Divine activated, the nearby paladins moved to surround Nie Yan. At the same time, Nightbreed Trickster waved his staff and prepared to fire an ice rupture at the rapidly approaching Nie Yan, only for his figure to flash before vanishing into thin air at the very last moment. Target lost. The instant his cast was interrupted, Nightbreed Trickster's pupils constricted as he felt a cold chill run down his spine. Nie Yan's speed was unmatched. Regardless of how godly they were, without any crowd control magic like repel at hand, any mage that allowed a thief like him to get this close would be resigned to death. Nightbreed Trickster wanted to run, but it was too late. Nie Yan reappeared behind him like a phantom and struck him in the back of the head with smothering strike, then followed up with cutthroat. Blood sprayed into the air. A large portion of Nie Yan's damage was absorbed by the ice armor. He would have to break it first if he wanted to kill Nightbreed Trickster. Spells like ice armor weren't all that powerful under normal circumstances. But because Nightbreed Trickster's magic ignition increased the effectiveness of all elementalist magic by 300%, its defensive capabilities rose dramatically, making him as durable as the tankiest of warriors. Quick, save the boss. The nearby priests and paladins all cast their heals on Nightbreed Trickster as a curtain of gentle light descended on him. Backstab. Eviscerate. Nie Yan's sharp attack stabbed into Nightbreed Trickster's back, whereupon the ice armor finally shattered. At this time, the warriors and paladins charged up to Nie Yan while a shower of spells whizzed toward him. Bang, bang, bang. He clenched his jaw through the intense barrage that depleted his health to only 20% and drank an intermediate health potion. Assassinate. Nie Yan plunged splitting edge deep into Nightbreed Trickster. Afterwards, he activated its innate skill, Blast. A powerful explosion of energy erupted forth, sending his opponent flying away like a ragdoll. The priests had no time to react. Nightbreed Trickster landed on the ground with a thud, a single piece of equipment dropping from his corpse. But before Nie Yan could collect his spoils, a shower of magic rained down on him while the warriors and paladins moved in to surround him, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. Nie Yan activated Shadow Waltz and disappeared from sight. Several warriors were about to charge forward, when they felt a slight breeze brush past them. Not a single player from Radiant Sacred Flame could prevent Nie Yan's escape. They were only left with the corpse of their guild leader, whom they slowly gathered around with disheartened expressions. Seeing this scene, the guild leaders spectating in the distance were frozen in shock. Nightbreed Trickster died, just like that. Even after putting on such a domineering display of power, he was still cut down like a dog in the end. When they recalled Nie Yan's cruel smile atop the tree branch, each of them felt the blood in their veins run cold. They searched for signs of Nie Yan, only to discover he had fled the scene long ago. While he was stealthed, he was akin to an invisible guillotine ready to drop down at a moment's notice, instilling a sense of soul-piercing dread in whoever crossed his path. News of Nightbreed Trickster's death rang heavy in the hearts of the players of Radiant Sacred Flame spread across the battlefield, while Nie Yan's legend still stood tall. It appeared the might of Asskickers United was unshakable. Even their guild leader wasn't a match for the mad rogue. This was a huge blow to their morale. At this moment, a group of players plowed through the forces of Radiant Sacred Flame and victorious returned to reach the center of Sinful Gorge. Boss, we're here. The players from Asskickers United finally arrived. All of them were branded with deep crimson names, frightening the various guilds in Sinful Gorge. No one dared to bar their path. Undying Scoundrel, Summer Bug, Edgeless, Monochrome, and so on, many of these famous players were among the group. Even more shocking was that they all had blood-red names. Who knew how many kills were required to reach such a state? The very sight made everyone swallow their breath. As soon as they showed up, they engaged the players of Victorious Return. It was a one-sided slaughter. The surrounding guilds couldn't help but shudder in fear. The players from Asskickers United were simply too ferocious. How many players did we lose? Nie Yan asked Undying Scoundrel. Around 600, but their deaths weren't in vain. We've taken out tens of thousands of players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, so far. Nie Yan looked over at his forces. Not a single player from Asskickers United wasn't branded with the PKer status. Even the priests had red names. From this, it was clear they had killed no small number of players. Nie Yan gazed over at the Golden Dragon's corpse. The scramble for the drops was still going strong as not a single drop was successfully looted so far. The perimeter of dead bodies surrounding the Golden Dragon's corpse was growing ever higher, even while the game was continuously despawning them. Anyone that got too close would be instantly obliterated by a dense bombardment of spells. The situation sunk into a deadlock. With more than a dozen guilds present, no side could obtain the Golden Dragon Horn or any of the other drops without being stopped by the others. No one has picked up the Golden Dragon Horn yet. What do we do? 5 items dropped, the Golden Dragon Horn and 4 pieces of equipment that are at least sub-legendary grade. How about we clear the place out, then go for the loot after? Sleepy Fox asked. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were beaten into a full retreat, so they had lost their main competitors. With only 3 of the major guilds still in play, if they were to combine their forces to carry out a full sweep, none of the second-rate guilds could hope to resist them. However, there were simply too many. Together these guilds could still put up a good fight. The cost of carrying out a full sweep is too high. It's not worth it. We'll be making enemies out of over a dozen guilds. Nie Yan replied. The combined strength of Asskickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine hadn't yet reached a point where they could annihilate all the other guilds in Kalor. Then what do we do? Sleepy Fox asked, gazing helplessly at the drops from the Golden Dragon. They were so close, but yet so far. This was extremely depressing. If we get the loot, I want the Golden Dragon Horn. The rest can be divided up evenly between you guys. But if there's any legendary equipment, it'll go to the highest bidder. How does that sound? Nie Yan proposed. It wasn't like he didn't have any methods. If he activated Adjudicator of God, he could easily snatch up the loot without a scratch. Even though it would be a slight waste, 10 days was nothing compared to the Golden Dragon Horn and sub-legendary or possibly even legendary grade equipment. The Golden Dragon Horn itself was equivalent to a legendary grade item. Although he didn't know the stats of the summon, it absolutely wouldn't be weak. As for the other items, it was hard to say. However, anything sub-legendary grade wouldn't be too terrible. You have a plan? Fall Lan asked in surprise. With so many guilds covetously eyeing the drops, it would be extremely difficult not to earn the ire of everyone if they took everything for themselves. I do, actually. If you have a way for us to obtain all the loot, I'm willing to agree to these terms, Sleepy Fox replied. At least something was better than nothing. I as well, Fall Lan echoed. This was a very easy choice to make. All the spoils would generally go to whoever obtained them. Nie Yan willing to share them was a show of consideration to their alliance. As for the Golden Dragon Horn belonging to him, neither of them raised any objections. It would be too outrageous if Nie Yan swallowed up everything himself. After all, Asskickers United hadn't participated in the battle against the Golden Dragon. Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine had put in most of the work and suffered considerable losses. If they weren't given fair compensation, no matter what excuse was provided, a crack would inevitably form in their alliance. At times, a small sacrifice had to be made to obtain a larger profit. Follow my instructions. Order all your mages who have area of effect magic, especially those with the fog spell, to target that place over there. Nie Yan pointed at the location of the Golden Dragon Horn. Sleepy Fox was slightly taken aback. Just what was Nie Yan planning? If they unloaded all their area of effect magic over that area, wouldn't they stand even less of a chance at snatching the loot? Even so, neither he nor Fall Lan had the slightest hesitation. They passed down Nie Yan's orders. The mages from Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine cast their area of effect spells as the magical energy in the atmosphere fluctuated violently. Fire and lightning fell from the sky, causing embers and sparks to fly in all directions, while a dense fog expanded outward. The area surrounding the Golden Dragon's corpse was submerged in flames, lightning, and fog, shrouding the center from view. None of the players from the second-tier guilds understood what was going on. But after seeing such a frantic bombardment of magic, all of them backed off in a scurry. With the loot out of view, these players couldn't help feeling restless in their hearts. Nie Yan stealthed and activated Adjudicator of God before dashing straight into the fog of lightning and flames. The raging flames and crackling lightning disappeared upon touching the barrier around Nie Yan, unable to harm him. This was the magic immunity effect of Adjudicator of God. Nie Yan's vision was greatly limited in the fog, occasionally blinded temporarily by flashes of light. He couldn't get a clear view of his surroundings. All he could do was go off his memory, stumbling his way through until he believed to be in the right spot, then crouching down to search. He was pleasantly surprised when a golden shimmer caught his eye. This was the twinkle of an item drop. He reached out his hand and picked up what felt like a horn. It was slightly curved, and he could feel its rough texture. It's the golden dragon horn. Nie Yan placed the golden dragon horn in his bag and continued his search. After a while, he found all 4 pieces of equipment on top of some other item he couldn't identify. But there were quite a few of scattered about, and he didn't hesitate in taking everything. Demonified lords usually dropped a lot of items. This time, he had earned big. After doing a second sweep to confirm he hadn't missed anything, he quickly made his way out. He didn't wish to risk dying by dallying until the duration of Adjudicator of God was almost up. Nie Yan emerged from the dense fog and regrouped with Sleepy Fox and Fall Lan without attracting any unwanted attention. I've collected the loot, Nie Yan informed. Sleepy Fox and Fall Lan wore incredulous expressions. They were still waiting to receive further instructions from Nie Yan. They believed he wouldn't take action until after the barrage of spells ended. The bombardment of area of effect magic had never ceased, not even for a single second. I have a skill that grants immunity to magic, Nie Yan casually explained. Sleepy Fox and Fall Lan finally understood why Nie Yan had asked them to order their mages to cast area of effect magic. It was for the sake of cover, allowing him to secretly take away all the drops. Like this, they wouldn't attract everyone's ire. What dropped? Sleepy Fox asked. Nie Yan had previously agreed to leave the 4 pieces of equipment for him and Fall Lan to divide up evenly. Demonified lords were guaranteed to drop at least sub-legendary grade equipment, after all. A golden dragon horn, 4 pieces of sub-legendary grade equipment, and some miscellaneous items. As per our agreement, the equipment is yours. As for the other drops, Nie Yan stared at his bag as he trailed off. Forget about that, just show us the equipment, Sleepy Fox said impatiently. He was itching to see the properties of the 4 pieces of sub-legendary grade equipment. Nie Yan couldn't help but inwardly snicker. If Sleepy Fox knew the value of these drops, he wouldn't have passed up on them. Anything that dropped from a demonified lord was bound to be good, including the miscellaneous items. Fall Lan couldn't help but wryly smile. Sleepy Fox really was a bit too impatient. But since he had effectively been spoken for, he didn't raise the issue. Besides, 2 pieces of sub-legendary grade equipment was already extremely good. He had nothing to complain about. Nie Yan shared the 4 pieces of equipment in chat. All of them were level 40. 1 piece was for warriors, 2 for mages, and 1 for paladins. Their properties weren't bad, roughly on par with his black bright chest piece. With the equipment given to Sleepy Fox and Fall Lan, all sides could be considered to have received their fair share. Apart from the golden dragon horn, Nie Yan also obtained 60 golden dragon scales, which was a crafting material. He could use them to create legendary grade equipment or enhance the defense and magic resistance of existing equipment. A single dragon scale was worth no less than a single piece of sub-legendary grade equipment. Nie Yan examined the golden dragon horn in his hand. Except for the gold color, it greatly resembled a goat horn. It had a very coarse texture, and was covered with a delicate, veined pattern. Golden dragon horn, legendary. Requirements, 600 strength, 30 willpower. Description, this item allows the player to form a contract with a golden dragon. Properties, summon a baby golden dragon. It has a chance of learning dragon magic when leveling up. Baby golden dragon. Level, 0. Attack, 32 to 33. Attack speed, 21. Defense, 30. Strength, 30. Dexterity, 20. Intelligence, 2. Movement speed, 22. Growth rate, 15. Restrictions, can only be used by a member of the righteous faction. Bound to owner. Note, item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's inventory. The owner of the golden dragon horn could summon a pet baby golden dragon. This type of pet could level up. The growth rate determined the potential of the pet. 5 was ordinary, 10 was very rare, and 15 was heaven-defying. A pet with a growth rate of 10 would generally be sold for upwards of 3,000 gold. As for those with a growth rate of 15, they usually couldn't be bought. If your influence in Kalor reached 50, you would be given the opportunity to buy such a pet. However, it was very expensive. Even 10,000 gold wasn't nearly enough. Pets with an innate ability like the baby golden dragon were even more expensive. Leveling up a pet was an extremely time-consuming affair. Nie Yan decided he would think of a way to level it up later on. Nie Yan recalled the evolution crystal in his bag. He wondered what would happen if he fed it to the baby golden dragon. He shifted his attention to the golden dragon scales. Golden dragon scale, legendary crafting material. This item can be used to create legendary grade equipment. An advanced tailor can sew this item into a piece of armor to increase its defense by 20%, magic resistance by 30 points, and poison resistance by 30 points. An item that boosted a piece of equipment's defensive capabilities by so much was very rare. After all, it was only a supplementary item. It would be a waste to use it on any gear lower than sub-legendary grade. Nie Yan had 60 golden dragon scales altogether. He planned to slowly use them as he needed. He calculated his earnings. Despite not participating in the battle against the Golden Dragon, Ass-Kickers United had still come out with the Golden Dragon Horn and 60 Golden Dragon Scales. This trip to Sinful Gorge was extremely worthwhile. As for Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine, they had over 500 players each die to the Golden Dragon. So at best, the sub-legendary grade equipment they obtained would make up for their losses. The barrage of magic settled down and the fog cleared out. The players from the second-rate guilds looked toward the center, only to discover it was completely empty. There was no trace of the Golden Dragon Horn or equipment. What the hell, is this a bug? Where did the Golden Dragon Horn go? The players were in an uproar and cursed up a storm. The loot had vanished under everyone's watch. How could they not feel unwilling? Confused and puzzled, they momentarily stood in a daze. The golden dragon horn and equipment were right there just a moment ago. There was no way someone could have snatched away the loot under the bombardment of spells, right? Yet the drops had disappeared, leaving not even a single trace. This was too depressing. Could Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine have been the culprits behind the disappearance of the loot? After all, they were the ones who suddenly started bombarding the area around the golden dragon's corpse for seemingly no reason. However, the problem was that there was no proof. Not to mention they were far weaker than Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine. Even if they wanted to make the accusation, none of them had the guts. All they could do was acquiesce. Over 200,000 players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame are heading towards Sinful Gorge. A subordinate quietly informed the guild leader of Dark Hero. The Dark Hero guild leader's eyes widened in alarm. He quietly withdrew his forces from Sinful Gorge. The second-rate guilds began withdrawing one after the other. They understood another huge battle was about to break out. In order to avoid being caught in the crossfire, they quickly left. Guowai updated Nie Yan with a piece of important news. 200,000 players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame had just arrived at the boundary of Sinful Gorge. They were just outside the passageway. This fast, Nie Yan muttered in surprise. This vastly exceeded his expectations. He previously believed any signs of movement from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return would be immediately noticed and reported to him by Guowai. This was why he didn't feel too anxious. However, it appeared they had somehow managed to stay under the radar. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame finally wisened up. Heaven Breaker and Nightbreak Trickster kept information under tight lock. None of our moles caught wind of them mobilizing their forces in other maps near Sinful Gorge. Many were even directly booted. Guowai informed. It was too late by the time he noticed any movements. It appeared Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were staking everything on this ambush. With such a large force flooding into Sinful Gorge, no matter how strong the players of Asskickers United were, they would still be smothered to death just the same. Nightbreak Trickster and Heaven Breaker were finally pushed past their breaking points. After being suppressed and surpassed by the likes of Asskickers United, and to a lesser degree Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine, they couldn't sit back any longer. Today, they bared their teeth in an attempt to reverse their fortunes. How many of their players are entering Sinful Gorge? Nie Yan inquired. Around 30,000, and even more will be arriving in a few minutes. Guowai replied, a tinge of remorse in his tone. If only his information network were better, he could have given Nie Yan ample time to prepare. Nie Yan scanned over the crowd of guild members. Sparrow Hawk, Scoundrel, Monochrome, Edgeless, Young Seven, Painted Muslin, Black Heaven. I want all of you to follow me. A total of 30 followed Nie Yan as he dashed toward the sole passageway in Sinful Gorge. Players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame are arriving at Sinful Gorge in droves. What do we do? Sleepy Fox muttered somewhat anxiously. Like Guowai, he didn't receive word from his spies until it was far too late. Sleepy Fox was puzzled when he spotted Nie Yan leading a small group of players towards the passageway. What were they planning? That was where the enemy forces were located. He never imagined Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame would be so efficient in mobilizing all their players towards Sinful Gorge. It was clear they had been planning this out for a long time. How many players do you and Fall Land have left? Nie Yan asked Sleepy Fox through voice chat. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame had stationed close to 50,000 players in the maps neighboring Sinful Gorge, while another 100,000 were on standby in various locations. Since each group received direct orders from their respective guild leader, all information channels were isolated. Heaven Breaker and Nightbreak Trickster had planned and prepared meticulously for a long time, employing all sorts of measures to prevent leaks. Thanks to this, they bought themselves a 10-odd-minute window where their actions would go unnoticed. Many things could be done in the game during that time. Almost 30,000 players were making their way through the passageway, while a large crowd had gathered outside the entrance. In a little over 20 minutes, more than 200,000 players would be crammed into the map. At that time, the only path leading outside would be sealed, along with the fates of the elites from Asskickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine. Nie Yan's initial plan was to seal off the passageway from the other side before the enemy could reach the valley. That way, the players in the passageway would be trapped, while those outside would be helpless to provide to aid. At that time, Asskickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine could slowly chip away at the forces of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame, no matter how great their numbers. But even a wise sage could make mistakes. He never expected the enemy to move so quickly. From his perspective, it was as though 30,000 players had emerged out of thin air. I still have about 8,000 players while Fall Land has a little over 6,000, Sleepy Fox replied. Both Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine were sending reinforcements to Sinful Gorge right this moment. They were preparing to clash against the forces of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Nie Yan thought for a moment. Altogether they had roughly 15,000 players, all of whom were elites. Taking this into consideration, they still stood a fighting chance. At the very least, the enemy would have to pay a hefty price in order to take them all down. He led the group to a concealed cave close to the mouth of the passageway. It was pitch black inside, leading to who knew where, while a damp chill permeated the air. Boss, where are we going? Undying Scoundrel asked. You'll know in a moment, Nie Yan replied. He knew the secret cave system in Sinful Gorge like the back of his hand. The group traversed through many winding and twisting tunnels, advancing ever deeper into the cave, before arriving at a steep incline which they started to ascend. No one knew where Nie Yan was guiding them, but they had full faith in him and so didn't raise any doubts. In these narrow tunnels the group walked in pairs of two as they followed a passage that led to a cliff ledge. From there, they could get a clear view of the beautiful landscape of Sinful Gorge. It was a popular sightseeing destination in the previous timeline. After traveling for a while, Nie Yan and the others finally saw light up ahead. The brilliant rays pierced through the darkness of the cave. When the group walked out of the cave, they were greeted by a wide-open view of the valley down below. They stood about 10 meters off the ground. Nearby were several similar cave exits, each with ledges that could fit around a dozen or so people. A dense crowd of players were flooding into the valley. It was similar to watching a traveling colony of ants. The sheer number of people gathered in one place formed a spectacular sight to behold. A virtually endless sea of people filled the passageway from one side to the other. Almost 60,000 players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were crowding into Sinful Gorge. With such a large force arriving, the red-named players from Asskickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine trapped in Sinful Gorge were faced with a calamity. Nie Yan had made a drastic oversight by underestimating how quickly the enemy could mobilize their forces. Had he been aware of this before, he would have stationed people to watch the passageway. Nie Yan got careless after putting too much trust in Guowai's information network. He knew Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were eyeing an opportunity to get back at them, and he also knew Sinful Gorge was the perfect place for them to enact their revenge. Nie Yan reflected on his lapse in judgment. He was still new to leading a guild, so some blunders were bound to occur eventually. The crucial part was not to repeat them, especially ones that were so elementary. After reprimanding himself, he hardened himself for the upcoming battle. Even if he was defeated today, he would still try his hardest to take Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame to the cleaners. Boss, let's ambush them. Undying Scoundrel exclaimed. If they cast an area of effect spell over the large crowd, they could instantly take out 300 players at minimum. This sort of thrill was impossible to match. Scoundrel, cast Hellfire. Nie Yan ordered. He was going to cut down a large swath of players in one go. Undying Scoundrel waved his staff and started chanting the syllables for Hellfire, causing the magical energy in the atmosphere to stir. Red clouds rapidly condensed in the sky above the cliff ledge while a stifling pressure descended on the valley. Huh, someone's casting magic. What the hell? Who's casting? Where? The players from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return were in an uproar as chaos spread through their ranks. They searched for a long time, only to discover no one among them was casting a spell. Over there. Someone pointed to a cliff ledge above them. There, they spotted the silhouettes of a few people. Just how did they get all the way up there? It was some 10 meters above the ground. How were they supposed to climb up? The players could only look on helplessly as Undying Scoundrel cast Hellfire. After he finished chanting the last syllable, the blazing cloud trembled before flames rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Numerous fireballs smashed into the cliff wall, sending debris and embers flying out in every direction. The valley was instantly transformed into a sea of flames. A blanket of damage values rose up into the sky as the raging inferno cleared out a large area, killing over 300 players. The crowd was in shambles. A portion of them escaped into Sinful Gorge while the rest were cut off by the flames. After a while, the flames slowly died down, leaving behind heaps of scorched corpses scattered all over the ground. Mages, stay here. The rest of you, follow me. We're going to drive those bastards away from Sinful Gorge. Nie Yan said before jumping down the ledge. Monochrome, Edgeless, and the others followed after him. The 5 mages stayed on the cliff ledge. If any of the players who entered Sinful Gorge tried to escape, they would be obliterated by area of effect spells. Nie Yan immediately dashed toward the mouth of the passageway upon landing on the ground. As the blade of his dagger fell, he cut down several players in quick succession. They were all low-level cannon fodder, their equipment subpar, so he mowed through them with ease. Closely behind him, Monochrome, Edgeless, and the others also charged into the fray. Monochrome let out a deep battle cry and sent a Victorious Return player flying with a heroic strike. He plowed through another 6 players in quick succession with charge, then took out 8 more with a whirling slash. He left behind a trail of bodies in his wake. Edgeless also went all out, cutting down player after player. On another part of the battlefield, an unfamiliar fighter was also performing remarkably. He was called Aloof Shadow, a newly recruited member of Asskickers United. He quickly rose up the ranks of the guild, distinguishing himself as a top talent. He used his heavy shield to steamroll through the players of Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. Based on his actions, he wasn't the least bit inferior to Nie Yan while he was only slightly behind Blade Light in terms of skill. Nie Yan felt gratified that some of the promising players were also showing growth. Asskickers United had gained another powerful fighter. Blade Light and the other warriors fiercely pressed forward. Bolstered by the support of Young Seven, Painted Muslin, and the others who were supporting them from behind, they had no need to pay attention to their health. They advanced single-mindedly, overrunning the enemy at a frightening pace. No one could stop them. The mages who stayed behind on the cliff ledge were worry-free since the only way to reach them was through the narrow tunnels. When facing an equal number of opponents, they were invincible. Back in the passageway, Blade Light was especially eye-catching. No matter how many spells struck him, since they were only hitting in the single digits, his enormous health bar was barely getting scratched. It was like picking a hair from 9 oxen. This was excluding the fact he had priests constantly healing him from the rear. Clad in the everlasting dark gold set, he was an unstoppable killing machine. Nie Yan's group of 25 pushed the forces of Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return back into the mouth of the passageway between the cliff walls. Monochrome, Aloof Shadow, Edgeless, and the others sucked in a cold breath of air as they stared at the vast crowd up ahead stretching as far as the eye could see. Over 100,000 players gathered together, this was truly a breathtaking sight. Even if Nie Yan's group were as domineering as the Golden Dragon, they would only be throwing their lives away by engaging the enemy head-on. They retreated into a narrow passage instead, where they stood their ground about 8 meters from the entrance with weapons at the ready. The ground of the passage was littered with the corpses of players from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. They flooded in an attempt to take down Nie Yan's group, only to quickly discover their efforts were futile. The front line consisted of Blade Light, Nie Yan, Aloof Shadow, Monochrome, Edgeless, and a few other warriors and paladins. The back line was composed of a line of powerful mage, and supporting all of them further in the rear were Young Seven, Painted Muslin, Black Heaven, Moonchild, and the other priests. A lineup like this was invincible, especially in the narrow confines of the passage. No one should even think about defeating them. The forces of Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return were massive. However, their forces were stuck in the passageway, unable to advance even the slightest. Nie Yan overflowed with heroic spirit while the rest of the group were filled with the desire to do battle. Just the 25 of them were holding off over 100,000 players. What kind of magnificent sight was this? Any player from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return that arrived at this narrow passage would have no choice but to allow themselves to be obediently cut down. If any of you punks have any guts, then charge right in. I'll let my blade do the speaking. Monochrome laughed heartily as he taunted the players from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. We're right here, what are you waiting for? Suddenly feeling weak in the knees. Spineless. Weren't you all supposed to be unbeatable? Bring out some of the attitude you guys always show after closing off entire maps to other players. I'm telling you lot, I'm from Asskickers United. If you ever bump into any members of my guild in the future, you better play filial like the bunch of grandsons you are. Due to Nie Yan's influence, the group acted completely unbridled, showing not a hint of politeness in their speech. The taunts echoed like thunder throughout the narrow passage, allowing almost every player from Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return to hear them. The players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were fuming with anger. They launched several more assaults at Nie Yan's group, only to be thoroughly beaten back each time. They suffered almost 600 casualties in the process. A force 100,000 strong was being held back by only 25 players from Asskickers United. They couldn't set a single step over the line drawn by Nie Yan. What kind of face did they have left to respond? Would they really be forced into retreat in such a humiliating fashion? No matter how unbridled they normally were, they couldn't help but feel helpless right now. What else did they have left to say? They had lost all face. A small group who refused to accept this situation organized around 500 players to launch another frontal assault on Nie Yan's group. However, they were soundly defeated. This 25-player blockade set up by Nie Yan was iron-tight, enduring wave after wave of attacks without showing any signs of collapse. Nie Yan walked up to the front of the group and scanned over the vast crowd of players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. He said, "I am the guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, Nirvana Flame." Nie Yan's deep voice rang far through the passage. Hearing the name of the mad rogue, these players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame immediately settled down and looked over in his direction. Many of them could only see a blurry silhouette standing over the corpses of their fallen comrades. When Nie Yan's cold gaze swept over the players at the front of the crowd, all of them retreated a step. At this moment, Nie Yan was like an untouchable god, a lofty aura that held the common people in contempt. On behalf of Ass-Kickers United, I speak to you today, members of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Withdraw. Scram back to Kalor. If your guild is so determined to duke it out to the bitter, be prepared to be completely and utterly crushed by Ass-Kickers United. Nie Yan said in a heavy tone. Ass-Kickers United's formidable strength gave him ample lung power. Nie Yan's words struck the hearts of every player from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Only Nie Yan could make such a declaration. He would personally lead Ass-Kickers United to wipe their names from the history books. This was a declaration from all of Ass-Kickers United. It was filled with unrivaled contempt for Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Over 100,000 players were prevented from entering the Valley of Sinful Gorge by a mere 25 players. How could these players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame retort? The Kalor dungeons were filled with cell blocks. Outside of a few NPCs, many players from Victorious Return were locked up in these cells. These players were all thrown in here by Nie Yan. Although the environment here wasn't bad at all, these players from Victorious Return were dispirited. They couldn't do anything while stuck imprisoned within these cells. As for just not logging into conviction, they would end up feeling empty, as if something were missing in their life since the game had become an integral part of their daily routine. Heaven Breaker was watching the video sent by his subordinates with a gloomy expression. Listening to Nie Yan's declaration, he stood up in anger and slammed the wall. Fuck that bastard. Who does he think he is, daring to boast about trampling Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame? Fuck. He was boiling with anger. He pounded the iron bars of the cell with his fists. If he wasn't locked up, he would personally lead a group of people to wipe out Nie Yan. Fuming with rage, he ordered all the Victorious Return players in Sinful Gorge to wipe out the players of Ass-Kickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine. This was Victorious Return's repressed anger. Very soon, the around 60,000 players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame that managed to enter Sinful Gorge finished wiping out the players of Ass-Kickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine. Only a small number managed to slip past them and escape. However, they also suffered heavy losses as over 30,000 of their players died. Over a third of them were killed by the 1,000 or so members of Ass-Kickers United alone. Ass-Kickers United's might was truly stunning. Boss, what do we do about the people waiting outside Sinful Gorge? A subordinate asked Heaven Breaker. Tell them to withdraw, Heaven Breaker gloomily replied. After going through this battle, although Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame managed to wipe out Ass-Kickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine's forces, the losses they suffered in return were even larger. However, Heaven Breaker had no choice but to go through with the battle. Based on the number of Ass-Kickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine players they killed, they would be compensated by Century Financial Group. Century Financial Group had already secretly acquired Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors. Their biggest rivals were Ass-Kickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were only stage props used to weaken their opposition. Even though they were well aware they were being exploited by Century Financial Group, Heaven Breaker and Nightbreed Trickster had no choice but to act this way, since the alternative was being swallowed up by Ass-Kickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine. It would be better to go out with a fight. The conflict in Sinful Gorge settled down, signaling the retreat of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Nie Yan's group of 25 who were holding down a passage were an obstacle the players from Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame would be eternally unable to overcome. After an entire day of ruckus, Sinful Gorge finally regained its calm. News of the magnificent display by Nie Yan's group spread like wildfire through Ass-Kickers United, then all of Kalor. The declaration Nie Yan made at the passage in Sinful Gorge shook the hearts of countless players. The once weak and small Ass-Kickers United had undergone an astonishing rise to power. It was even starting a war to unify Kalor. Nie Yan returned to Kalor with the members who weren't branded with a red name and received admirative stares from countless players. The 25 figures would forever be cemented into the minds of the players. Kilnfire Woods, Twilight Forest, and now Sinful Gorge, Ass-Kickers United had turned the tides over and over again, gaining a splendid victory each time. Each victory brought the glory of Ass-Kickers United up to an even higher level. Ass-Kickers United once more became the focus of attention for the entire player base. This was a forward-aimed rise of a major power that would compete for dominance in the game, a holy land for countless experts. Even if players couldn't join Ass-Kickers United, they would be satisfied by just joining one of the branch guilds, Mages United, Warriors United, Priests United, Paladins United, and Thieves United. All players came to the same conclusion in their minds, Kalor would belong to Ass-Kickers United and them alone. The guild headquarters exploded with cheers the moment Nie Yan entered. Now upgraded to a level 4 guild, the courtyard outside the headquarters could hold as much as several thousand players. Long live the guild leader. That declaration was awesome. Long live Nirvana Flame. Crush Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. The players of Ass-Kickers United roared with everything they could muster. The excitement from Nie Yan's declaration was still fresh in their memories. With him as their leader, Ass-Kickers United created moment after moment of glory. The 25 that stood their ground in the narrow passage would remain eternally engraved in the memories of every single guild member. The passionate Ass-Kickers United players brought a hint of a smile to Nie Yan's face. Back when he, Tang Yao, Guo Wai, Zhao Li, and Hao Cheng first got together to establish Ass-Kickers United, could they have possibly imagined seeing something like today? A guild with just several hundred now soared to be one of several tens of thousands, one that assembled the strongest elites in all of Kalor. This was by far the most resounding statement made by Ass-Kickers United to date. It was a declaration of war against two well-established powerhouses. All of the players in Kalor were shocked. The rise of Ass-Kickers United was impossible to stop. This was the birth of another hegemony. The guild was still in a frenzy, with everyone incessantly discussing the events that unfolded at Sinful Gorge. Although Nie Yan's group had only succeeded by exploiting the winding terrain, such a paltry excuse couldn't cover up the immense humiliation suffered by Radiant Sacred Flame and victorious return. Nie Yan gathered the elite figures of his guild together in the headquarters to deal with the administrative affairs. What were our guild's losses like? Nie Yan inquired, turning his head towards Guo Wai. They were in the acceptable range. 300 of our brothers managed to hole up in a cave and hold off their attackers. In addition to that, another 100 or so found hideouts and rode out the storm that way. We did loot tons of equipment, far more than what we lost. The only real losses were our players' levels, but luckily the buried history patch made leveling up much easier. They'll be able to grind back up in no time, Guo Wai answered. Ass-Kickers United could definitely afford these losses. After all, just killing so many Radiant Sacred Flame and victorious return players already far outweigh any losses they suffered. What about Holy Empire and Sapphire Shrine? Nie Yan asked. His allies' casualties were definitely not so light. Not many of their people survived, but such losses shouldn't be too bad for them. Their foundations shouldn't be shaken at all, Guo Wai judged. A guild that went into an uncertain conflict like the one in Sinful Gorge would obviously know there was a high chance of failure. Major guilds like them had deep pockets and oceans of people. So what if a bunch of them died once? Properly compensate the players who died. We can't let them lose out, Nie Yan instructed. Fair and just post-battle arrangements were critical, leaving no one with reasons to complain. As for distributing the merit points everyone had earned, Nie Yan simply tasked Guo Wai with doling them out. Don't worry, I've got it covered, Guo Wai promised. The current Ass-Kickers United had quite a few administrative personnel. The guild's ability to run smoothly was in no small part due to them. When divvying out rewards, the system would provide a lot of helpful data. Coupled with additional oversight from these managers, problems of unfair distribution rarely surfaced. Before I forget, you should also hand out the equipment prizes I promised, Nie Yan added. That reminds me, there was something I had to tell you. While you were fighting in Sinful Gorge, some of our members came into conflict with Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors. What was the result? We lost over 200. Nie Yan's heart sank. He thought for a bit before giving his verdict. If you can get me their exact coordinates, report it immediately. If not, don't worry about it. They're not a threat to us for the time being, anyway. I understand, but don't brush them off. We've always been competing with Radiant Sacred Flame and victorious return, and our losses haven't been small. If we're dragged down by our current rivals, the gap between us and those three will only increase. They've already started to take control of strongholds and they're close to already ranked 6 guilds. If we don't develop faster, and they bring the fight to us, we'll be the ones to suffer a loss. Nie Yan nodded solemnly, fully aware of the grim reality. Guo Wai's thoughts weren't alarmist paranoia, but the truth. I also heard Century Financial Group and the Callan Fund teamed up to acquire 36% of Angel Core. Even though that's not a controlling share, it's enough for Century Financial Group to have some say in their affairs, Guo Wai reported. He was aware Nie Yan had some kind of conflict with Century Financial Group, so he thought his brother might be interested in this piece of news about them. Angel Core. Nie Yan was surprised. After Century Financial Group failed to purchase Radiant Sacred Flame, they had withdrawn from Kalor. Although he knew they were bound to invest somewhere else, he hadn't expected them to turn to the Satrine Empire. The Angel Core of the previous timeline was even stronger than Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Against this number 1 guild of the Righteous faction, even at its peak Victorious Return couldn't hold a candle to them. During its strongest hour, Angel Core had in their ranks well over 30 players who stood at the very peaks of their respective classes. Below them was a veritable sea of experts, allowing them to hold an extravagant 526 strongholds. Their glory was in plain sight, for all to see. Although Angel Core was in the distant Satrine Empire, this new development sprouted a sense of danger in his heart. That was a monstrous behemoth. With this distant foe added to the Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors in front of them, Ass-Kickers United clearly had their work cut out for them. However strong Angel Core is, they still can't just fly here willy-nilly. Guo Wai, noticing Nie Yan's troubled expression, tried to pacify him. At least until flying mounts became prevalent, Angel Core had no way of sending troops into the Viridian Empire. The Satrine Empire's beastmen used different classes and skills from the humans of the Viridian Empire, so Nie Yan was now clueless as to how the future would unfold. Keep me updated on every move the Century Financial Group makes. No matter how small, I want to hear about it. Nie Yan ordered firmly. He would never underestimate the Century Financial Group. But since they had shifted their focus to the Satrine Empire, Ass-Kickers United finally had a little breathing room. After all, the two empires were so far apart that it would be a long time for their respective powers to meet. After settling the guild affairs, Nie Yan received some information from Sleepy Fox. I was just told by the chief administrator of Kalor that the stronghold battle will be pushed back by 5 days, Sleepy Fox said. Even though Holy Empire had also suffered heavy losses, the stronghold battle was an absolute must for the growth of their guild. He didn't expect for it to be delayed so suddenly. Were you given a reason why? Nie Yan asked with a hint of a surprise. Apparently a paladin from Radiant Sacred Flame received the position of Red Guard Chaplain from the Holy Shrine, and requested for the stronghold battle to be postponed due to his ceremony. Chief Administrator Tellis agreed, Sleepy Fox replied. He didn't know what sort of significance this title held. Oh, so be it, we wait 5 days then, Nie Yan replied. Red Guard Chaplain was a title granted by the Holy Shrine. It was somewhat inferior to his own Demon Hunter title, and was far from being comparable to a Grand Scholar. But since it signified a member of the Holy Shrine, it held a lot of sway in Kalor. He didn't anticipate Nightbreak Trickster would take advantage of this development to postpone the stronghold battle. There's word going around that Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return don't dare to stir up trouble for us any longer. I guess those bastards finally learned their lesson, Sleepy Fox added. The sudden delay of the stronghold battle wasn't enough to influence his mood. There was no harm in waiting a few days. Nie Yan figured that the players from Ass-Kickers United should take some time to recoup after going through such intense battles of late. After all, their enemies weren't merely limited to Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. If they wished to stay on top of things, they would have to properly allocate the time they were given from now until the start of the stronghold battles. He chatted a while longer with Sleepy Fox about future matters before hanging up. Nie Yan checked up on the Starry Night Potion Shop and Union of Assassins. Seeing that both were growing steadily, he felt reassured. The other virtual property he had bid on was the auction house to the north of Kalor. So far, 3 of the 4 auction houses in the city were owned by him. As for who the remaining one belonged to, he wasn't privy on such details. The day the real-world currency exchange went live was fast approaching, and with this would inevitably follow sweeping changes to the entire game. Nie Yan had already finished his preparations. The large financial groups entering the playing field would definitely bring about changes to the future structure of Kalor. The guilds that received their investments would undergo a brand new period of unprecedented growth. Nie Yan, wait up. Guo Wai ran up to Nie Yan in all haste. What is it? Nie Yan asked. What sort of matter would make Guo Wai so nervous? Do you remember what I told you about the Dragonsaur Financial Group? I do, what about it? Nie Yan asked. Wasn't it the financial group owned by Xie Yao's grandfather? Dragonsaur Financial Group just contacted us and inquired about investing in our guild. I don't know how to respond. What are your thoughts? Guo Wai asked. The initial offering price given by Dragonsaur Financial Group was very alluring. By gaining such a strong backer, the future of Asskickers United was all but secured. This was an incredible opportunity for immense growth. Dragonsaur Financial Group was an entity that rivaled the likes of Century Financial Group. When Nie Yan previously declined the investment offer of Century Financial Group, Guo Wai felt a tinge of regret. Who could have known that just a few days later, they would be approached by Dragonsaur Financial Group? Those with quality goods would never lack buyers. What are their terms? They want at minimum a 30% stake in the guild. If we're willing, they'd like to enter a 10-year cooperation agreement where they'll provide us continuous financial support and help us reach the peak. In addition to this, they want to dispatch a person over to supervise the affairs of the guild, Guo Wai replied. Dragonsaur Financial Group's terms were extremely generous. This made him endlessly excited. If they signed into an agreement, Asskickers United's future was guaranteed to be bright. Let me think it over, Nie Yan responded. Asskickers United was established single-handedly by him, so he had absolute shares. There was no harm in selling some shares off to Dragonsaur Financial Group. Since he, Guo Wai, Tang Yao, and Zhao Li would still own a majority stake, he wasn't worried about a hostile takeover. Besides, with Dragonsaur Financial Group's support, Asskickers United would be heading towards a glorious future. There was also a faint indescribable feeling in Nie Yan's heart. If he accepted Dragonsaur Financial Group's investment, there would be another connection between him and Xie Yao. Startup negotiations. We're willing to sell 30% at most, nothing more. As for how much they're willing to invest, try to fight for as much as possible. Draft up a contract for me to see, Nie Yan ordered. Haggling in business wasn't his strong point, so he would leave everything to Guo Wai. The final draft of the contract would have to go through him before it could be signed anyway. Guo Wai became exhilarated after receiving Nie Yan's approval. He immediately went about negotiating with Dragonsaur Financial Group. This new development didn't come as a surprise to Nie Yan. With the previous accomplishments of Asskickers United, even if Dragonsaur Financial Group didn't show interest, other financial groups would definitely approach them. The only worry on his mind was the supervisor Dragonsaur Financial Group wished to send over. I hope they won't be too difficult. Nie Yan checked the time. Seeing that the servers would shut down in roughly 5 minutes, he logged off. When Nie Yan walked downstairs, he noticed his father and mother had already left for work. This was the usual scene he was greeted with in the morning. For the sake of the business, his parents would leave home at the crack of dawn and wouldn't return until late at night. Nevertheless, his family's circumstances were greatly improved. Furthermore, thanks to his parents offering them jobs, many close relatives and friends were able to break away from poverty. As for Luo Ming and the others, they were still stuck back in Ningjiang. Although they were far from barely scraping by, it was impossible for them to live as extravagantly as they did in the previous timeline. Without these vermin mucking things up, his parents' company would definitely expand with greater momentum. Nie Yan was awoken from his thoughts by the sound of his phone ringing. Nie Yan, what's this about you stirring up trouble on your first day of school? Father Nie asked gravely. Even early into his 20s during the previous timeline, Nie Yan was still very much afraid of provoking his father's anger. The reverence Nie Yan held for this stern father of his was marrow deep. Like many people, he wouldn't bat an eyelid in the face of a powerful adversary. But the moment his father raised his hand, he would scurry away like a timid mouse. I heard you seriously injured a classmate, and they have to stay in the hospital to recover for quite a few days. It was a fair duel both of us agreed to. We bowed to each other and everything. We were responsible for own injuries. He even passed the entrance test for the top military academy. How should I have known he would be so weak? I only gave him a single kick, Nie Yan mumbled in a half-hearted attempt to justify himself. But in truth, Lu Rui really had been baited by him. HMMPH. You dare to talk back to me? Father Nie asked coldly. Nie Yan instantly shut up. He had no intention of further inciting his father's anger. When that classmate of yours returns to school, I want you to apologize to him. Do you realize how big of a mess you've made? That kid is the son of an important shareholder in Dragonsaur Financial Group, one of the most powerful corporate entities in all of southern China. Did they come to you looking for trouble? Nie Yan asked, his eyes flickering with a cold glint. He wouldn't stand idly by if Lu Rui dared to go after his parents. No. Fortunately, the chairman of Dragonsaur Financial Group intervened on our behalf. Since the injuries were sustained during a fair match, the other side has no leg to stand on anyway. But don't let that be an excuse. I never want to see this happen again. Think before you act. Father Nie sharply admonished. Yes, sir, Nie Yan responded in a crestfallen manner. Nie Yan hung up the call. He felt wronged, but there was nothing he could do. This matter gave him a lot to think about. Like in the game, he realized that solely relying on himself in reality wouldn't do as well. He required his own foundation. But where would he take his first step? His thoughts immediately shifted to Wei Kai. In the previous timeline, Wei Kai had done quite well for himself, albeit for a short stint, before he vanished without a trace. Wei Kai had previously contacted them about joining Asskickers United, but Nie Yan had instructed Tang Yao to delay giving an answer. Nie Yan figured it was about time to have a chat with Wei Kai. He would decide what to do after school was over. The layout and furnishing in the office of Nie Yan's parents looked elegant while the desk was covered in all sorts of documents. Father Nie's frosty countenance immediately thawed as the corners of his lips cracked into a faint smile. What are you so happy about? You can barely keep that smile from plastering all over your face. Mother Nie gently poured some coffee into his mug. You gave me a good son. That smelly brat beat up a classmate so badly they had to be hospitalized, on the first day of school no less. You're actually proud of this. Mother Nie shot him an incredulous glance. It was a fair duel. Both sides are responsible for their own injuries. There's no qualms about it. Like father, like son. That Lu Rui kid or whatever is the son of the second-ranked shareholder in the Dragonsaur Financial Group, Lu Ding. I heard he already passed the test for the top military academy, but our son took him down with a single kick. Doesn't that mean Lil Yan is even stronger than him? Our son's entrance into the academy is cinched. How could I not be happy? This calls for some alcohol. Father Nie heartily laughed. He felt gratified from the bottom of his heart. As for Nie Yan beating another classmate up, which youngster didn't show off a little bravado by trying to prove themselves on the fighting stage? That was simply a matter of course. Lil Yan was too hot-headed this time. We've offended Lu Ding, won't that be a problem? Mother Nie asked in a worried tone. What's done is done. Even if the sky falls, this old man will always shield him. If worst comes to worst, I'll ask my old comrades for help. There's no need to be afraid of Lu Ding, even less so after the chairman of Dragonsaur Financial Group himself spoke out, Father Nie said brightly. He was a military veteran. He had experienced hails of bullets and people dying in front of his eyes. This sort of trivial matter wasn't enough to cause him any concern. Father Nie was a military man through and through. Mother Nie could only remain silent. Even though her husband was strict, not hesitating to give out a scolding or beating if their son misbehaved, he did truly love Nie Yan. Even though those two old comrades of yours are regional officers, they won't necessarily be willing to help you. Mother Nie exclaimed. After such a long time, no matter how close the relationship, it had probably degraded. We went through life and death together. That kind of bond lasts a lifetime. If they were the types to turn their backs on a fellow comrade, I would have long since given them a good beating. Not only me, but old Lu and old Lin as well. Father Nie retorted. Although Mother Nie was deeply worried, after hearing her husband speak in such a way, she felt somewhat reassured. She grabbed her phone and called Nie Yan to remind him not to cause any more trouble at school. After all, he was attending a school for elites. Any random student there had at least some background. Nie Yan wore a wry smile on his face when the phone call with his mother ended. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a cold sweat after recalling his father's words. Lu Rui was actually the son of the second-ranked shareholder of the Dragonsaur Financial Group. It was a wonder how that snobbish bastard concealed his background so well. In the previous timeline, Xie Yao had informed him that Lu Rui was very close with her family. It turned out they were all part of the Dragonsaur Financial Group. It appeared he had severely underestimated his opponent. Even though that kick felt refreshing as hell, it wasn't worth provoking the hornet's nest. I really should act more carefully next time and not let my emotions get the better of me. Since Nie Yan had created this mess, he should resolve it. He needed to start building up his own influence. Otherwise, he would be devoured without a trace. His best shot was to get a spot in the top military academy's entrance exam. Very few people dared to lay hands on the students enrolled there. Lu Rui would be staying in the hospital for a couple more days, so Nie Yan wouldn't be seeing him anytime soon. When Nie Yan arrived in the classroom, there weren't many people there. Xie Yao was sitting at her desk, scribbling something. She looked very pretty in her pink, short-sleeved shirt and white skirt. Her hair was tied into a simple ponytail. She wasn't wearing any jewelry. Bathed in the light of the morning sun, she resembled an angel. This beautiful deskmate of his was knitting her brows, pondering over who knew what. From Nie Yan's angle, her face was spotless and as white as jade while her appearance was picturesque. Nie Yan sat down in his seat beside hers. As he gazed at Xie Yao from the side, he couldn't help but inwardly remark she was as beautiful as ever. He had very deep feelings for her, developed over 2 lifetimes. In the previous timeline, he only had the courage to sneak glances at her. In this one, he was a changed man. Xie Yao, good morning, Nie Yan greeted. Good morning. Xie Yao turned her head and greeted back with a smile. As she stared at Nie Yan, she became somewhat absent-minded, noticing there were some subtle differences between him and his alter ego inside the game. She suddenly hatched a devious plot. She would use 2 different identities to get close to Nie Yan. In the end, when he found out those 2 people were one and the same, how would he react? She giggled sinisterly in her heart. It seems like we're having kickboxing class today, Nie Yan said after noticing Xie Yao was a bit distracted. Ah, yeah, there's still 20 minutes before class starts. Xie Yao snapped out of her daze. Nie Yan recalled that Xie Yao was always the most energetic during kickboxing class. In the previous timeline, he was somewhat weaker than her. As a male, he should obviously be much stronger than her in brute strength. But back then, he didn't even dare to look at her directly, let alone fight her. Class was about to start. Nie Yan was filled with anticipation. He recalled how beautiful and heroic Xie Yao looked in her fighting uniform. At this moment, Jai Hao, Li Rui, and the others walked into the classroom. Spotting Nie Yan, they immediately went up to him in high spirits. Hey, I heard about what happened. You guys sure were awesome yesterday. Jai Hao exclaimed. He was absolutely dumbstruck when he heard about the events in Sinful Gorge. He was thoroughly impressed by Nie Yan. He had never met anyone more badass than him. The guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, this was a legendary figure. The fact that the real, living person was standing right in front of him was still hard to believe. When he got up this morning, he had to pinch himself a few times just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Jai Hao purposefully spoke in a vague manner so as not to reveal Nie Yan's identity. Li Rui and the others also greeted Nie Yan. Seeing Xie Yao sitting right beside him, they pulled Jai Hao away. Jai Hao finally realized he was intruding and said, let's talk another time. In those 20 minutes before class started, they would give Nie Yan and Xie Yao some alone time. They would chat with Nie Yan later during kickboxing class. Each of them went to their respective seats. A male classmate scooted up next to Jai Hao and bragged, Jai Hao, I recently leveled up to level 27 and also got myself a piece of silver-grade equipment. Next time we log on, duel me. I don't want to PvP you. Why not, chicken? My ass, who would be afraid of you? Care to make a bet? If we're gonna bet, let's bet, Jai Hao replied indifferently. Fool, what's so amazing about being level 27? This elder bro will teach you a hard lesson in life about what happens to those who brag. Overhearing their conversation, Nie Yan broke into a smile. In the previous timeline, he would often PvP with his classmates. He would even occasionally win a few things. Nie Yan turned around, only to see Xie Yao had turned her head away. She was currently writing something on the computer. Sensing Nie Yan's gaze, her beautiful eyelashes involuntarily jumped up, giving away the tremors in her heart. It wasn't often that Nie Yan got to have some alone time with Xie Yao, so he savored every moment, making some small talk every now and then. He felt very content. Love was something that needed to be slowly nurtured. It couldn't be rushed. Class starts soon. Let's head over to the locker room to get changed, a student said after looking at the clock. The student stood up and started streaming out of the door while they chatted. Kickboxing class was being held in the gymnasium next door. It was quite large, covering around 600 square meters, and could hold hundreds of people. It was more than capable of accommodating the 30-odd some students in their class. There were many faces Nie Yan didn't recognize, some he was confident he hadn't even seen in his past life. In any case, the school gave its students a lot of freedom, allowing them to attend classes as they pleased. There were even those who would only show up during tests, choosing to spend their time working instead. Let's go together, Nie Yan suggested to Xie Yao. I still need to get changed. Let's meet in the gym, Xie Yao tactfully refused after a brief moment of hesitation. She could just imagine what sort of commotion would erupt if the two of them were seen walking together. As Xie Yao stood up, Nie Yan's eyes automatically followed her fine figure. With long slim legs and jade white arms, she wasn't quite sexy hot but rather exuded a curvaceous charm that invited endless fantasies. Especially with the suggestive words "get changed" still hanging in the air, Nie Yan's imagination went wild as he pictured the beautiful scene of Xie Yao undressing. Xie Yao trembled when she sensed Nie Yan's half-teasing, half-admiring gaze. She felt a peculiar feeling in her heart. Did he have no intention of disguising his thoughts? "I'll be going first," Xie Yao exclaimed in a flustered manner. Her cheeks were slightly tinged with red. Never before did she feel such a burning hot gaze from another male student she was close to. Seeing Xie Yao's helpless appearance, Nie Yan cracked a faint smile. All right. See you in the gym," Nie Yan replied. The sweet fragrance of her perfume drifted up his nose. As she headed out the door, Xie Yao noticed another female classmate, Zhang Yingyu, walking up to Nie Yan. She pouted silently and paused, feeling a twinge of annoyance rise up within her. But, having just left in a fit, she couldn't possibly just turn around and head back. Huffing angrily, she marched out of the classroom. "Hey, you're the new transfer student, right? How are you settling in?" Zhang Yingyu greeted with a bright smile. Zhang Yingyu was a member of the Cultural Recreation Committee. In terms of appearance alone, she was only slightly inferior to Xie Yao. However, since she was a seasoned dancer, she had a very flexible body on top of a flourishing figure. Best described as an alluring seductress, she was the subject of countless adolescent fantasies in the class. A person like Zhang Yingyu would never take the initiative to seek him out for a conversation in his past life, so Nie Yan found her actions right now a bit baffling. It was rumored she married a rich businessman more than twice her age after graduating from high school. At that time, many of the boys in their class mourned it as a huge pity. Just how amazing would it feel to push down a beauty like her in bed? They would even be willing to lose 10 years of their lives for such an opportunity. Every last one of them cursed their luck that they weren't born several decades earlier. Nie Yan felt no special feelings for a gold digger like Zhang Yingyu. Even back then, his heart had already been stolen by Xie Yao. Although he had spoken with Zhang Yingyu on several occasions in his past life, they were passing acquaintances at best. Pretty well. Everyone has been very kind and friendly, Nie Yan replied with a faint smile. The other side had taken the initiative to greet him, so he had no reason to treat her coldly. Besides, they were fellow classmates. It would be best if they got along. Spotting Xie Yao walking out of the classroom from the corner of his eye, Nie Yan felt a twinge of disappointment. It seems our class goddess has already left. You know, there's so many pretty girls in our class. Why limit yourself to her? Look at Xia Ling, Zhang Xin, and the others, you could probably pick any of them up without much effort. I can't say I'm not interested either, Zhang Yingyu teased coquettishly after noticing Nie Yan glancing at the door. She purposefully leaned forward on his desk to give him a better view of her assets which were without a doubt unrivaled. Nie Yan was everything she was looking for in an ideal man, handsome, tall, strong, talented, and, most importantly, rich. She had originally set her sights on Lu Rui. Who would have thought someone even better would show up? Nie Yan smiled in response but offered no further explanation. You'll have to excuse me. Class is starting soon, and I've got to get changed. I'll be taking my leave now. Oh, right, let's talk some other time. Zhang Yingyu's smile turned sluggish, a hint of embarrassment trailing in her voice. Nie Yan stood up and strode out of the classroom. Witnessing this scene from the other side of the classroom, Xia Ling couldn't help but let out an audible snicker. That succubus was finally served a taste of her own medicine. Despite having charmed an endless string of boys, she was flatly rejected this time around in the most embarrassing way possible. Who knew Nie Yan had such character? He actually possessed the willpower to resist her temptation. Xia Ling's impression of Nie Yan improved even further. I should tell Xie Yao about this. Zhang Yingyu humped unhappily, then turned around and walked away. Nie Yan stepped out of the classroom. He was very much looking forward to kickboxing class since he would finally get the chance to exercise his body. Improving your own strength was a very satisfying feeling. The gymnasium was across from the female changing area. Every student was provided with private changing rooms, fitted with various security features like interference with all recording devices. Xie Yao's room was roughly 60 square meters in size. Its walls were lined with rows upon rows of elegant cabinets that were filled with freshly washed and dried clothes. There was also a simple bed in the corner where the weary student could rest. Xie Yao stepped into the changing room and closed the door behind her. She grabbed a kickboxing uniform from one of the cabinets and started undressing. She examined herself in the mirror. Wearing only a bra and a pair of pink panties, her slim figure was unstained by any blemishes while her chest was well developed and plump. I shouldn't lose out to Zhang Yingyu's by much, right? When Xie Yao recalled Nie Yan's burning gaze, a trace of annoyance and bashfulness arose in her heart. This peculiar sort of feeling was impossible to get rid of. She pursed her lips. That guy is definitely a pervert. I'll have to do a proper investigation to make sure nothing happened between them. After giving this some thought, Xie Yao became a little anxious. She had no choice but to admit that Zhang Yingyu's figure was exceptional, enough to woo the hearts of countless men and make them go mad with lust, especially when she was dancing. Those seductive and alluring movements could instantly bewitch with a single glance. Xie Yao changed into her uniform and bound her hair tightly. Her previously maiden-like appearance was nowhere to be found. In her white kickboxing uniform, she was brimming with valiant and youthful vigor. After tightening the cloth belt around her waist, she was just about to walk out when her cell phone rang. Grandpa, Xie Yao happily exclaimed. Yao Yao, remember that matter you asked me about earlier? Well, I've already put my subordinates on it. We're currently in the middle of negotiations, Lu Hong's informed. He couldn't help but feel content from the bottom of his heart when he heard his granddaughter's voice. Xie Yao always loved to cling to him when she was younger, so the two of them were very close. On top of this, she was his only granddaughter. How couldn't he love her dearly? Thanks to his daughter being filial by giving birth to a granddaughter, even a lonely old man like him in his 70s could still feel a bit of familial affection. His love for Xie Yao was so great that he wouldn't even hesitate to gift her the moon and stars. When he passed away, all his assets would be passed down to her. Although they were exceedingly wealthy, Xie Yao's family didn't consider money to be of much importance. After all, there were things money couldn't buy you, like love. Thank you, Grandpa. Yao Yao, why did you want me to invest in Ass-Kickers United so badly? Lu Hongjae asked affectionately. It shows a lot of promise. How long ago was Ass-Kickers United first established? Yet it's already grown so big. If our Dragonsaur Financial Group invests in them, aren't we guaranteed to make a huge profit? Xie Yao replied in a fluster, afraid her grandfather would see through her. Is that really all there is to it? Lu Hongjae meaningfully asked. Of course. It's only for the benefit of the company, nothing else. Investing in Ass-Kickers United definitely isn't a mistake. Xie Yao answered with a somewhat guilty conscience. Her cheeks burned hot when she recalled the actual reason. Lu Hongjae naturally saw through his granddaughter's lies, but he didn't question any further. Young people should be allowed to handle their own matters. Although Lu Ding's son wasn't bad, that wouldn't matter if Xie Yao didn't like him. If she liked someone else, he wouldn't interfere. This has nothing to do with our Dragonsaur financial group. I've decided to invest in Asskickers United personally, Lu Hongjae chuckled. He would be met with too much internal resistance if he tried to invest on behalf of the company. But if this was a personal project, no problems should occur. As for the person supervising, let me do it, Xie Yao blurted out. All right, I'll let you go. I hope your future husband doesn't squander my precious granddaughter's dowry, Lu Hongjae teased. Grandpa, Xie Yao bashfully stamped her feet. When she heard the word dowry, tremors surfaced in her heart. All right, I won't say any more. Lu Hongjae laughed heartily. His normally dignified appearance completely melted away in front of his precious granddaughter. You definitely won't regret investing in Asskickers United. The virtual industry is currently expanding at a rapid pace. Add this to Conviction's popularity, and it's already become the #1 destination for recreation. With it influencing so many people, the market definitely has a lot of potential for growth. Not to mention Asskickers United is currently the top guild in Kalor. In the future, when they capture a few strongholds and start establishing places where people can sink their money, it will definitely become a gold mine. At that time, Grandpa, your pockets will definitely be overflowing. Xie Yao exclaimed. What do you mean, pockets overflowing? Your grandpa is already 1 foot in the grave. As for Asskickers United, do as you please. So long as you don't break this old man's heart, everything will be okay. Lu Hongjae laughed brightly. He was confident Xie Yao could properly lead this little project. After all, she had learned many things over the years by following him. Even though it was only a guild in a virtual reality game, its management was roughly the same as running a company in the real world. This was a good opportunity for her to learn. The two of them chatted for a while about things in the family, with Xie Yao mostly concerned about Lu Hong's health before hanging up. Xie Yao cheerfully walked out of her changing room. She couldn't wait to see Nie Yan's reaction once he realized she was the supervisor from the Dragonsaur financial group. Her face lit up with a mischievous grin. While he was still unaware of her identity, she had to thoroughly mess with him. Students gathered in groups of 3s and 5s inside the gym. By their sides, Yang Boyi guided their training. This teacher of Huahai affiliated high school was the runner-up in the 70th kickboxing championships, a testament to his expertise and skill. Nie Yan was no less experienced skill-wise in kickboxing, but his physique was nowhere close to Yang Boyi's, be it in punching or kicking power. Of course, Nie Yan was still in the phase of training and growth. When his body reached maturity, his strength would easily reach a stage higher. Interested in a quick spar? Yang Boyi asked after noticing Nie Yan's arrival. It was rumored Nie Yan struck down Lu Rui with a single kick, but Yang Boyi hadn't personally witnessed this. He wanted to test out Nie Yan, so he could get a general understanding of his student's skill. Teacher Yang was going to spar with Nie Yan. The nearby students immediately grew excited. Several classmates who were part of Lu Rui's friend circle were secretly delighted. They were confident Nie Yan would suffer a miserable loss. He might not even last more than several exchanges. Nie Yan understood that Yang Boyi meant no harm. His teacher was simply doing his job, which among other things entailed understanding his student's abilities. Please, guide me. Nie Yan bowed. Yang Boyi nodded slightly. Nie Yan left a good impression on him just from this show of manners. Nie Yan and Yang Boyi faced off at the center of the gymnasium. After giving the standard salutation, they took up their stances. Xie Yao, who had changed into her white kickboxing uniform, stood among the crowd of spectators. A flicker of astonishment crossed her face. With his resolute expression, Nie Yan didn't appear the least bit inferior to Yang Boyi. One had to know his opponent was someone who held a lot of clout in the kickboxing world. The runner-up in the 70th kickboxing championships was no joke. Nie Yan took a deep breath. The man standing before him was absolutely one of the strongest he had ever faced. Come, I'll let you have the first move, Yang Boyi said in a domineering tone. Understood, Nie Yan replied. Without hesitation, he darted straight toward Yang Boyi. The two exchanged blows back and forth, so quickly nearby observers could barely process what was happening. Nie Yan struck out with a side kick to the neck, but Yang Boyi raised his arm to parry. A loud impact rang out as the both of them retreated several steps. Yang Boyi was slightly taken aback by the force behind Nie Yan's kick. He previously believed half his strength would suffice, but he was actually forced to go all out. This was already very impressive for a child who was still in a stage of growth, with plenty of room for improvement. Furthermore, Nie Yan's moves were fierce, and he already possessed the sense of a fighter. Yang Boyi felt passion ignite in his heart. He's an amazing talent. If trained well, he wouldn't even have any issues taking first in the kickboxing competition. He's just lacking in muscle right now. The crowd watched the fight with widened eyes. For Nie Yan to have held out for this long was simply unbelievable. They had assumed he was only somewhat stronger than others their age. The vast majority of them only knew about fancy moves and the sort, but nothing beyond that. Nie Yan's knowledge and ability had already far surpassed their superficial level. He was not merely a little bit stronger than Lu Rui. Even Lu Rui's group of people was at a loss for words. You have plenty of spice and flair, but you're lacking in raw power and momentum, Yang Boyi judged after blocking an axe kick. He felt slightly apprehensive as his arm went a little numb. If this kick struck an average person in the chest, it would definitely break their ribs. Of course, it was still severely lacking when facing off against professional fighters. Yang Boyi struck out with a kick to the chest. Nie Yan hurriedly raised both arms to block. With a loud bang, he was sent staggering 5 or 6 meters back before regaining his footing. Nie Yan felt the air forced out of his lungs. The power behind that kick was truly fierce. It was worthy of someone who placed second in the kickboxing championships. Nie Yan would require at least another 2 years to reach that level of expertise. Although his recent growth was impressive, he was still far from matching those top professional athletes. But to have reached this level at your age is extremely impressive. Let's stop here for today. We can spar again some other time, Yang Boyi praised, then turned around to face the rest of the class. When I'm not around, Nie Yan will be your instructor. If there's something you're having trouble with, you can consult him for advice. Yang Boyi had approved of Nie Yan's strength. Nie Yan, follow me, Yang Boyi instructed. Nie Yan followed Yang Boyi to his office. Would you be interested in participating in fighting competitions? Yang Boyi asked enthusiastically. I can help you sign up. You should even be able to compete for the top spot. Nie Yan shook his head. I'm still a student, I don't believe I'm suitable for such tournaments. He wasn't interested in this sort of fame. You don't want to compete. Yang Boyi was surprised at first, but after some thinking, he realized all students of Weihai affiliated high school possessed at least some background. Why would they care about competing in a random kickboxing competition? Nie Yan nodded. Even so, Yang Boy's mood immediately deflated. Seeing this, Nie Yan was about to say something to console him. After all, he felt Yang Boyi was truly a good teacher who cared dearly for his students. Yang Boyi waved his hand. It's fine, go back. Help your fellow classmates. If there's anything you don't understand, you can look for me. Nie Yan returned to the gymnasium in high spirits. Yang Boyi had handed over the responsibility of instructing the class to him. He could take advantage of this position to spend more time with Xie Yao during class. After the spar with Yang Boyi, all of Nie Yan's classmates were convinced they weren't his match. What else did they have left to say? Some of them even took the initiative to seek him out for guidance. He patiently answered each of their questions one after another. Seeing how amiable and approachable he was, more of them were willing to approach him for help. Even though he was strong, he wasn't haughty like Lu Rui. He quickly won the approval of many of his classmates. As for Jai Hao and the others, they had long since subconsciously become his followers. None of these classmates possessed shallow backgrounds. It wasn't a bad idea to develop a good relationship with them. These students benefited greatly from Nie Yan's guidance. After a while, Nie Yan walked over to the female section. How are you guys doing? Nie Yan greeted. Hello, teacher's assistant. Most of them reacted in a reserved, formal manner. Nie Yan looked up ahead. Xie Yao was currently sparring with another female classmate. It was pleasant to watch the female classmates spar, especially Xie Yao, as their live figures maneuvered about like a choreographed dance. Noticing Nie Yan observing her, Xie Yao became distracted as her movements slightly faltered. Your movements need to be more precise. Put more power behind your strikes. Stay light-footed, Nie Yan advised from the sidelines. However, Xie Yao fumbled even more. She was caught off guard by her opponent's kick and fell to the ground. Xie Yao got up and dusted herself off. She was inwardly fuming. Were it not for Nie Yan showing up, she would have never lost. She wanted to give him a piece of her mind. But when she searched around for him, he had conveniently made himself scarce. Humph, you sure know how to run. Nie Yan spent the entire day going around helping out the other students and socializing with them. Seeing that the class was running smoothly in Nie Yan's hands, Yang Boyi happily relaxed. He left everyone to their own devices during self-practice. When the last bell finally rung in the afternoon, everyone changed back to their regular clothes and were preparing to leave. Nie Yan had everyone gather around. All his classmates stared at him intently, wondering what kind of speech he was going to give to end the day off. Nie Yan pretended to mull over what to say for half a day before finally opening his mouth. It was pleasant working with everyone today. That's all. Enjoy the rest of your day. Tisk, here I thought you had something important to say. Don't keep us waiting for so long over just a few words. Teacher's assistant, goodbye. Everyone bid farewell, packed their bags, and got ready to leave. Nie Yan approached Xie Yao and asked, how about I send you off? Xie Yao hesitated for a long time before eventually nodding in agreement. Nie Yan never thought Xie Yao would actually agree. An immense sense of happiness welled up inside of him. This was proof that Xie Yao had accepted him to some extent. Xiaoling in the distance gave Xie Yao a teasing smile. She grabbed the rest of their friends and left. Students walked in twos or three along the tree-shaded walkway of the campus grounds. Some threw curious glances at two figures passing by. They never expected that the unattainable goddess, Xie Yao, would be seen walking together with a boy. If this news got out, who knew how many hearts would be broken? The campus grounds were tranquil and peaceful. As the two of them walked together, they would occasionally say a few words to break the silence. A subtle but intimate atmosphere developed between them. It was the sort of feeling that made you wish this moment would last forever. Nie Yan looked at Xie Yao, whose figure was deeply carved into his heart. After experiencing two lives, it became all the more unforgettable. In his past life, he could only silently gaze at her from afar. But now, he could finally walk with her side by side. When he recalled how depressed Xie Yao seemed during their reunions in the previous timeline, Nie Yan hoped to change her fate, under his protection of course. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the pickup location in front of the school entrance. Xie Yao's family car was already waiting. Xie Yao turned to Nie Yan and sweetly smiled. Nie Yan, thank you. Nie Yan fell into a daze for a brief moment. Even after 2 lifetimes, her smile never failed to enamor him. No problem, Nie Yan replied. The time he spent together with Xie Yao caused his restless heart to turn unprecedentedly serene as all the noise and clamor of the past slowly melted away. Xie Yao's smile was like the hint of dawn in an endless night. Nie Yan, today was fun. Xie Yao waved goodbye before getting into the car. Nie Yan waved back. Seeing the car disappearing around the corner of the street, he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. But beyond that, he felt boundless excitement for what the future would hold. He could sense the distance between him and Xie Yao slowly closing as they grew more and more intimate. During the evening, Nie Yan logged back into the game and started sifting through the updates sent over by Guo Wai. The credit exchange had officially gone live. All kinds of items were being listed for sale, and an unprecedented spike in the trading of in-game gold and equipment occurred. But with both buyers and sellers deciding their own exchange rates, creating volatility in the market, it was temporarily impossible to get a firm grasp of things. Several new types of establishments were introduced into the game. However, they couldn't be built yet. Some of them, like virtual bars and inns, could directly take real-world credits. After all, Conviction was simply a platform for them to provide a service. Others allowed the customer to receive their purchase in reality shortly after paying for it in the virtual world. This experience was somewhat similar to online shopping, but it was so much more. The customer could evaluate a perfect replica of a product in the virtual world, searching for defects and so on, before confirming their purchase. Only a certain type of venue could host these businesses, strongholds. Guilds would have to scramble for the next stronghold in order to establish a special district, where they could rent out the land and collect taxes. It was tantamount to moving the various businesses from reality into the virtual world. This was a major innovation. People could assess the quality of a product before deciding on a purchase without having to step a foot outside the comfort of their homes. The ingenuity and worth of a stronghold were on display for the world to see and enjoy. In the previous timeline, a basic stronghold generated hundreds of thousands of credits and up to 1,000 gold in taxes every day. The gold was used to fund guild wars, while the credits would generally be distributed among loyal members who contributed to the guild's growth. The profit from a single stronghold was incapable of sustaining the expenditure of a guild war. However, as the number of strongholds under their control grew, the financial resources at a guild's disposal would rise exponentially. At the later stages of the game, the income of the guild would become quite substantial. If Ass-Kickers United genuinely wanted to expand, capturing a stronghold was crucial. After the opening of the currency exchange, all 13 strongholds in Kalor were released, 1 super stronghold, 1 advanced stronghold, 1 intermediate stronghold, and 10 basic strongholds. All of them were guarded by a great number of creatures of darkness. The respective strongholds would belong to whoever cleared out all these monsters. There was only one stronghold that wasn't under the control of creatures of darkness. In a couple of days, Radiant Sacred Flame and Holy Empire would engage in war to decide who may lay claim on this stronghold. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame quieted down since their defeat in Sinful Gorge. Ass-Kickers United, Holy Empire, and Sapphire Shrine didn't wish to continue wasting resources and manpower fighting them either. They were all recovering in preparation to clear the new strongholds. Otherwise, if the other guilds snatched away those strongholds, their own growth would start lagging far behind. When the battle for strongholds broke out, Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors would be the biggest threats to Ass-Kickers United. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame were currently slowly being pushed out of the ranks of the first-rate guilds. Nie Yan looked over his recent gains. The 3 auction houses he had acquired were already beginning operations and business was flourishing. At this rate, they would generate around 1,000 gold of income every day. Nie Yan's daily gross profit for his other business ventures were staggering. The 11 branches of the Starry Night Potion Shop brought in around 700 gold, and his other businesses like the Alchemist Shop raked in roughly 200 gold. Finally, after he finished renting out the remaining 33 plots of land he owned across the various cities in the Viridian Empire, they would generate at least 300 gold. These were merely conservative revenue projections. In the future, the money earned would only be more, not less. The profit Nie Yan would receive in the future would be quite substantial. At the moment, Nie Yan had a surplus of around 1,200 gold. He used some of it to restock the guild treasury, while another part was used to socket the equipment of some of his guild members with gems. All in all, it cost quite a pretty penny. However, Nie Yan understood these were necessary investments if he wished to see his guild members ascend to the highest stage of the game. After these guild members received their upgraded gear back from Nie Yan, they all went to level. The stronger they were, the higher the odds of clearing the strongholds. Nie Yan walked into an empty workshop in the Starry Night Potion Shop and took out the golden dragon horn from his bag. He drew blood on his finger with his dagger, then dripped the blood onto the golden dragon horn. Do you wish to summon the golden dragon? The summoned creature will be permanently bound to you. Yes. The golden dragon horn immediately emitted a dazzling radiance, flooding the room with light. The magical energy in the room fluctuated violently while a powerful force emerged, causing space to tremble. After a long time, the golden dragon horn slowly dimmed before finally becoming completely inert. Reading the system notification, it would take roughly 30 seconds to summon or unsummon a pet. After Nie Yan finished the summon, a golden dragon appeared before him. It resembled a miniature of the one they faced off against in Sinful Gorge, and was only about the size of a penguin. The golden scales that covered its body emitted a dark luster. Its belly was big and round, forcing the golden dragon to waddle as it moved around, while the wings on its back were practically non-existent. The golden dragon spoke gibberish in the dragon language, somewhat resembling a whining child, causing Nie Yan to be baffled. Even though he was fluent in the dragon language, he didn't understand a word of what it was saying. Before Nie Yan could move a single step, the golden dragon waddled toward him. As soon as he stopped moving, it would stop, too. After letting it remain motionless a while longer, it used its stubby arms to hold its head and sat down. Nie Yan watched the golden dragon scratch its head, then randomly roll around the floor. This chubby and funny miniature golden dragon was Nie Yan's pet. Nie Yan checked the golden dragon stats. Golden dragon. Level, 0. Experience, 0 3000s. Health, 100 100s. Loyalty, 60 100s. Attack magic power, 32 to 33. Defense, 30. Strength, 30. Dexterity, 20. Intelligence, 2. Movement speed, 22. Attack speed, 21. Growth rate, 15. Innate skill, has a chance to learn dragon magic on every level up. Skills, none. If the golden dragon died, it could only be summoned again after 10 days, and furthermore, it would lose experience and its loyalty would drop. Loyalty could slowly be raised by regularly feeding it. Pet food could be bought at an NPC store. The golden dragon was currently very weak. However, in the future, its strength would reach astonishing heights. The caveat was that leveling it up was very difficult. The experience required after every level increased exponentially. Getting the golden dragon to a high level was truly no simple matter. Fortunately, the player could divert all the experience they obtained to their pet. Like this, leveling would become much faster. Nie Yan took out the evolution crystal from his bag. He was going to use it to raise the golden dragon's strength. This type of item was best used when the summoned pet was still an infant to bring out the greatest effect. Coo. The golden dragon's big round eyes stared intently at the evolution crystal in Nie Yan's hands. Its gaze followed wherever he moved his hands. Nie Yan placed the evolution crystal on the golden dragon's head. Am I supposed to insert it in or something? The golden dragon was so small that its head was roughly the same size as the evolution crystal. Nie Yan felt helpless. He had never done something like this before. He had to admit he was a little reluctant. He squatted down and gazed at the golden dragon, then teased, "Hey, little guy. What do we do? Am I going to insert this evolution crystal into your head, or are you going to swallow it?" Nie Yan thought for a moment. If he couldn't figure out how to use the evolution crystal, so be it. He didn't want to end up accidentally killing his first pet. Nie Yan gazed at the helpless look in the golden dragon's eyes. He found its pitiful appearance slightly amusing. Even though a pet didn't possess higher intelligence like a human, the system would still give it a basic level of comprehension. The golden dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the evolution crystal. Nie Yan only saw a giant lump go down its throat, and with a gulping sound, it had swallowed the entire thing whole. Shit, you actually swallowed it, Nie Yan blurted out. He never thought the golden dragon would move so quickly. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He glared at the little glutton. The golden dragon sat down on the ground to rest as its full belly started making gurgling noises. It gently patted its belly and let out a satisfied burp. Before long, it had digested the evolution crystal and the little horn on its snout began to grow. Surprisingly, it was translucent like a crystal and emitted a bright radiance. The golden dragon's dark golden scales gained a brilliant luster. Nie Yan could clearly see that the golden dragon had grown by a stage. This was probably how the evolution crystal was used. Even though it was an accident, it was still a success. Nie Yan looked over the golden dragon's new stats. Golden dragon. Level, 0. Experience, 0 3000s. Health, 120 120ths. Loyalty, 60 100ths. Attack magic power, 38 to 43. Defense, 37. Strength, 33. Dexterity, 22. Intelligence, 5. Movement speed, 32. Attack speed, 26. Growth rate, 20. Innate skill, has a chance to learn dragon magic on every level up. Skills, none. There was already a change in the golden dragon stats. Most noticeable of all was the change in its growth rate. This was the most important part. Sacrificing a rare evolution crystal to create a one-of-a-kind pet was absolutely worth it. A growth rate of 20, this was unheard of. Although pets were introduced with the release of the Buried History expansion, not many players actually had them. In a group of tens of thousands of players, you would be lucky to find one with a pet. Furthermore, most of these pets had trash growth rates, and were incomparable to Nie Yan's golden dragon. Golden dragons didn't only appear around Kalor. They would also spawn near other cities. This meant the guild leaders of other guilds would probably also obtain something similar. However, even they most likely wouldn't have a pet enhanced by an evolution crystal. No other pet in-game could hold a candle to Nie Yan's golden dragon. Nie Yan unsummoned the golden dragon. He would attract too much attention by allowing it to walk beside him in the streets. First things first, let's find a place to level this little fellow up. Everlasting City. Some of the richer members of Asskickers United were starting to show up. By pooling together their funds, they could afford enough magic bombs for a brief power leveling session in the outer district. Due to the sky-high costs, leveling there for any extended period of time was impractical. As the average level of the player base rose, the existence of Everlasting City would inevitably be revealed to the public. With this being the case, it was in the best interest of Asskickers United to take advantage of their monopoly while they still could. Nie Yan found a relatively secluded area and summoned the golden dragon. He jumped into the settings and diverted all incoming experience to his pet. Afterwards, he fed it some steak and ordered it to stay put. Dashing away, Nie Yan used his cavalry crossbow to aggro the several hundred mechanical golems in the vicinity. After he built up a large enough wave behind him, he began sweeping through with magic bombs. Boom, boom, boom. A magical blaze enveloped the area. Magic bombs arced through the sky, one after the other, before falling to the ground and exploding as a blanket of damage values rose up into the air. Swaths of mechanical golems collapsed to the ground. Nie Yan saw the golden dragon's experience skyrocket as the special effect for leveling up played over and over again. It directly ascended to level 9. Its health rose to 260 while its attack and magic power rose to 63 to 67, while all its other stats also rose considerably. Its growth rate was truly frightening. If the golden dragon kept growing in this fashion, its stats would far surpass Nie Yan's by the time it reached level 23. The golden dragon also acquired its first skill. Dragon Breath Jr. Spray out Dragon Breath, dealing 20 plus magic power fire damage in a 5-meter cone. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Ranks up at level 20. Dragon Breath was an outstanding area of effect skill. It was only junior rank for now, but it could already deal so much damage. If he brought the golden dragon's level up, clearing mobs would definitely become much easier. One dragon breath could scorch an entire area down to ashes. Let's level here for now. I'll find a better place some other time. Not just the golden dragon, Nie Yan also needed to level up. After the release of the Buried History expansion, the levels of players were skyrocketing. If he didn't quickly start leveling, he would soon be left behind. It would be ideal if he found a map with evil creatures. Like this, he could level up while also unlocking some of the skills in his Glimpse of Darkness. Nie Yan looked over the skills in Glimpse of Darkness before focusing his attention on a single one, Shadow Slaughter. To unlock this skill, he only needed to kill a single monster. But looks could be deceiving, as the monster he had to kill was a level 50 lord that was an evil creature. Shadow Slaughter, while active, deal 30% splash damage to up to 10 targets in a 10-meter radius. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 2 days. This was a skill any thief would drool over. Area of effect thief skills were extremely rare. Even if one showed up in the marketplace, its price would be staggering. What Nie Yan currently lacked was precisely this type of skill. With such a skill in his arsenal, whether in PvP or PvE, it would be extremely useful. The only downside was its fairly long cooldown. An increasing number of players obtained new high-level skills every day. If Nie Yan wanted to maintain his superiority, it was imperative for him to raise the quality of his skills. Nie Yan had his sights set on a new goal. He glanced at the golden dragon beside him. I'll get this guy up to at least level 20 first. Nie Yan noticed the golden dragon had grown quite a bit. It now reached up to his waist. He wondered how big it would get in the future. Would it grow as large as the one in Sinful Gorge? If that happened, it would be too frightening. Nie Yan dashed off to aggro another 500 mechanical golems. After rounding them up, he cleared them away with magic bombs. Another wave of mechanical golems collapsed to the ground, and the golden dragon ascended to level 13. The higher its level, the more experience it needed to level up. Nie Yan did some calculations. The golden dragon required at least 3 times as much experience to level up compared to him. If he wanted to bring it up to a truly high level, it would be no simple matter. If he wished to keep the golden dragon's level close to his own, he would be forced to put endlessly more effort into leveling than the average player. Far off in a secluded corner, the golden dragon was wriggling about, bored to death. Because Nie Yan ordered it to stay put, it couldn't leave. At its current level, there was no way it could handle the mechanical golems. As Nie Yan started collecting the loot, an ash-gray skill book beside the corpse of a mechanical golem caught his eye. He bent down and picked it up. Skill books dropping wasn't all that rare, so Nie Yan wasn't too surprised. But after reading the name, a flash of joy crossed his face. Gale Step Jr. become invincible for the first 3 seconds after entering stealth. Movement speed plus 20%. Stealth effect minus 60%. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requirement, level 20. Ranks up at 500 dexterity. Gale Step was an essential skill for all thieves. The boost to movement speed while in stealth, and especially the 3 seconds of invincibility, would allow the player to evade many dangers. It was a rare skill book that was highly sought after. The only downside was that the player's ability to stealth would be greatly reduced, allowing enemies to more easily spot them. If the player reached 500 dexterity, it would upgrade to intermediate rank, and its effects would be greatly enhanced. Since Gale Step was an essential skill, it could be found in any map above level 20. However, its drop rate was extremely low. It was still pretty rare in level 30 to 40 maps and only started to become more common in maps over level 60. In the previous timeline, Gale Step was one of Nie Yan's bread and butter skills. Having gone without it until now truly felt a bit uncomfortable. Nie Yan was filled with incomparable joy now that he had Gale Step back at hand. Although Shadow Waltz was a decent skill, it just wasn't Gale Step. Nie Yan learned Gale Step as a new skill icon popped into his skill railing. This sort of feeling was indescribable. It was as though a missing piece of his soul had been restored. He could easily use this skill with the highest mastery. Apart from the skill book, Nie Yan also accumulated a giant pile of equipment, all of which were level 40. However, since the mechanical golems were all ordinary mobs, their quality wasn't that great, averaging around white and bronze grade. Nevertheless, even though he didn't need this equipment, the guild was in dire need of it. The ordinary members generally couldn't afford to wear high-quality equipment right after breaking a level milestone, so they could only settle for white and bronze grade equipment as they transitioned. Nie Yan did a breakdown of all the loot. He noticed he had 2 pieces of equipment from the everlasting silver set. His luck wasn't bad. If he sold a full everlasting silver set for 700 gold, it would almost completely cover his expenditure. The everlasting silver set Sleepy Fox bought had already been delivered by Guo Wai, causing Sapphire Shrine to feel like they had been left behind. So they also asked to purchase an everlasting silver set. If he sold 2, that would be an easy 1,400 gold. The number of Asskickers United players leveling in Everlasting City had increased substantially, so naturally the number of everlasting silver set pieces dropping rose as well. They currently had a total of 7 sets in their guild. Blade Light wore the everlasting dark gold set, both Yihan and Lofty Shadow had an everlasting gold set, and the remaining 4 everlasting silver sets were given to relatively outstanding fighters. So far, Asskickers United had 7 fighters that made up an impregnable wall. The number of quality fighters in a guild was closely connected to its future. Nie Yan placed the 2 pieces of equipment into his bag. Let's see if I can get a few more to drop. After grinding for another 2 hours, he had finally gotten the golden dragon up to level 20. It was already as tall as him. Looking at its stats, it had 550 health, 380 to 393 attack and magic power, and its other stats also saw substantial growth. Its stats growth every level up wasn't fixed. The higher its level, the more stats it would gain. At its current level, the golden dragon could already fend for itself. It had also learned 2 new skills. Haste Aura Jr. increased the movement speed of allies within a 20-meter radius by 5%. Ranks up at level 30. Sharp Scales Jr. reflect 5% of all physical damage received back at the enemy. Ranks up at level 30. Haste Aura was a passive skill. It was always active and didn't expend any mana. It was an amazing skill, especially at the higher ranks. Even though the speed bonus was small, it was still significant considering it affected all allies within the aura's influence. Nie Yan recalled a player who obtained a pet with a high-ranking thorn skill in the previous timeline. They started crazily increasing the pet's tankiness, using all sorts of methods to raise its health and defense. The end result was a valiant, walking fortress. It was a level 180 pet with over 80,000 health. Anyone who attacked it would die miserably from having their attacks reflected back at them. It also excelled at PvE as monster corpses would pile up from where it stood as they killed themselves attacking it. During group battles, no melee-based class would be crazy enough to attack it. All Thorn's skills when brought up to a high rank would be terrifying. Finally, Dragon Breath had upgraded to intermediate rank. Dragon Breath Intermediate Spray Out Dragon Breath, dealing 100 plus magic power fire damage in a 5-meter cone. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Ranks up at level 60. After rising to intermediate rank, Dragon Breath was greatly enhanced. Nie Yan could feel the golden dragon's rapid growth. At its current state, it could take on 2 or 3 level 26 monsters at once without a problem. Seeing that Lil Gold had finally reached level 20, Nie Yan unsummoned him and departed Everlasting City. It's about time I unlock the Shadow Slaughter skill from the Glimpse of Darkness. Nie Yan headed east on horseback, toward the endless sea. The tall grass and the wide open plains blurred past him as he galloped through. He occasionally came across a party or 2, players who were in the middle of leveling. The mere sight of his Faulkner warhorse charging towards them sent these players into a flurry of fright and panic. They would fall into defensive formations to repel this mysterious and fearsome enemy, only to discover that he had long since charged right through them and disappeared into the horizon. The Glimpse of Darkness was extraordinary. But much of its potential still remained untapped, such as the skill tree with over several dozen different skills. 6 or 7 belonged in the Shadow category alone. Shadow Slaughter was but one of them. Nie Yan finally arrived at a cliff edge. Ahead of him was a vast body of water, stretching out as far as the eye could see. The clear sky and blue waters gave for a relaxing sight. He spotted some seabirds flying through the air, which added a scenic touch to the overall view. You have discovered the endless sea. Nie Yan galloped along the shore edge for about 10 or so minutes. Thankfully, he didn't encounter any monsters during this time. After all, this was a level 50 zone. Although the monsters in the outer regions of the endless sea were already quite terrifying, those who dared to dive into the depths of the core region would find themselves faced with creatures with levels in the several hundreds. Of course, a high-grade underwater breathing potion or skill was required to reach such locations. Nie Yan arrived at the top of a cliff and looked down. It was about a 100-meter drop to a shallow cove below. The waters were murky black as if they had been spilled with ink. Not far from the base of the cliff were 3 flat rocky islands that stood about 30 meters above the water's surface. They could hold about 60 people altogether. A creature called Black Sea Devil Banmu occupied this cove. It was one of the few level 50 named lords among sea-type monsters. It was incredibly difficult to deal with, but its drops were phenomenal. It also possessed ranged attacks. Only a team full of level 50+ players would stand a chance at defeating this boss. Players would generally use an item with the Featherfall ability to land safely on one of the rocky islands, so they could fight the boss on solid ground. Nie Yan scanned the cliff wall below before locking his gaze on a small crack in the distance. It was about 50 meters above the water's surface. At this distance, Banmu's tentacles wouldn't reach, but its ranged attacks would still pose an immense threat. He leapt off the cliff toward one of the rocky islands, the smell of sea salt rushing into his nostrils as the air brushed past his face. Just as Nie Yan was about to go splat, he activated the Featherfall jewel and his falling speed slowed to a crawl. He landed gently on one of the rocky islands. Nie Yan looked down at the murky waters below. He could detect an enormous creature lurking in the depths. Caw, caw, caw. Nie Yan looked up at the sky and spotted a flock of large seabirds flying overhead, just as a jet of black liquid shot out over 60 meters into the air and struck one of the birds. It let out a miserable squawk, falling listlessly into the waters below. Nie Yan felt slightly apprehensive about his odds since he had never attempted such a risky feat before. It was rumored in the previous timeline that a thief had single-handedly defeated Banmu by taking advantage of an item called the levitation ring. Unfortunately, he didn't own it. But even so, he had done his research. The boss tentacles had a reach of about 30 meters. As for its ranged attacks, they would put his reaction time to the test. So long he reacted in time, he could dodge them. He had previously seen videos of players fighting Banmu, so he had that much of an impression of the boss at least. Nie Yan only dared to come here because others had accomplished defeating the boss alone in the previous timeline. If he was forced to walk an untrodden path, who knew how many times he would have to die before finally succeeding? He was ready to give it a go. If he defeated the boss, he would unlock the Shadow Slaughter skill on top of receiving several pieces of high-quality equipment. Black Sea Devil Banmu took 3 days to respawn. If he succeeded on his first try, he could come here to farm it regularly in the future. Nie Yan summoned Lil Gold and hid him in a well-concealed spot where Banmu's attacks couldn't reach. He activated the crawler ring and started nimbly ascending the cliff face. Nie Yan was quite accustomed to using the crawler ring by now. He climbed over 10 meters in no time. After retrieving his cavalry crossbow, he shot at the waters below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 bolts flew out in a straight line and struck the water's surface, creating small splashes. The water trembled before great waves rose and a giant kraken-like creature broke through the surface. Nie Yan quickly began climbing higher. After reaching an elevation of about 50 meters, he found some shrubbery growing out of the cliff wall to stand on, then turned around and shot at the creature down below. Put. 5 bolts struck the target in quick succession, causing damage values to float up into the air. -50. -100. -51. -53. -100. Although Banmu was a level 50 lord, it didn't have any armor plating to protect its body like machine-type monsters, so the piercing damage of Nie Yan's cavalry crossbow was extremely effective. There was also the additional 100 fire damage. Seeing the cavalry crossbow's damage, Nie Yan felt a little relaxed. With such potent firepower, it was possible to slowly grind down Banmu's health bar. Nie Yan could finally make out Banmu's appearance. It was a massive, pitch-black meatball floating just above the water's surface, resembling a hill with countless tentacles extending outward. As soon as it spotted Nie Yan, it sent a tentacle lashing towards him. Boom! That thick and solid tentacle slammed into the cliff face. But with an attack range of only 30 meters, it couldn't even scratch Nie Yan, who was over 50 meters above the water. Due to him being at a higher elevation, his attacks also gained additional range, so he could even further increase the distance between them. Nie Yan inspected Banmu with transcendent insight. Black Sea Devil Banmu Lord level 50. Health, 99,301 100,000. Far from having super high health or an impenetrable defense, what made Banmu the 6th most dangerous level 50 lord in the game was its terrifying attack power. It possessed an extremely deadly skill which could kill a player instantly by wrapping them up with its tentacles and flinging them away. Even fighters were no exception. With the tank gone, the rest of the team was doomed for failure. Its health regeneration wasn't all that high, but its tentacle attacks also possessed a life-draining effect. Any damage it dealt to players would directly restore a portion of its own health. Fortunately, Nie Yan was outside the range of these frightening tentacles, so none of that was of concern to him. The only thing he had to worry about was dodging its toxin jet skill, which contained a highly potent poison that could easily kill a player. For these reasons, Nie Yan selected Banmu out of the numerous level 50 lords. It was the only one he could handle at his current level. Hanging off the cliff face, Nie Yan shot out a steady stream of bolts at Banmu as a continuous line of damage values floated up into the air. The amount of damage Nie Yan dealt every second barely surpassed Banmu's health regeneration. Nevertheless, its health was being slowly chipped away. Banmu furiously lashed its tentacles at the cliff face. However, Nie Yan was far out of its range, so none of its attacks connected. It was resigned to passively take a beating. Nie Yan continuously fired his cavalry crossbow from the cliff face. At this moment, Banmu's eyes, which were as large as saucer plates, flashed, and it shot out a jet of viscous black liquid. Seeing Banmu's eyes flash, Nie Yan shot out a web line from his silk spinner ring and swung away to a different patch of shrubbery nearby. The vicious black jet struck his previous position and splashed out in all directions. It let out a sizzling noise as smoke arose. It was a successful dodge. Banmu's toxic jet skill had a 1-minute cooldown while Nie Yan's silk spinner ring had a 20-second cooldown. This meant he could dodge these attacks indefinitely. After successfully dodging, Nie Yan found the last missing piece of confidence. He fired a continuous volley of bolts at Banmu. Nie Yan slowly wore away at Banmu's health. With nothing to do, Lil Gold was sleeping soundly in his hiding spot on one of the rocky islands below. Slowly, seconds turned into minutes. During this time, Nie Yan received a call from Yao Yao asking if he was free to help her with the Karsi's blessing quest. Since he was currently busy dealing with Banmu, he had to slightly push this back. I did a bit of research and found some information related to Karsi's blessing. Do you want me to send it over? Yao Yao asked. For the sake of clearing this quest, she had made ample preparations. Sure, why not? So, what do you need to collect to complete this quest? Nie Yan inquired. Each quest that Karsi handed out would differ slightly from one another. The first was always a collection quest, however. The higher the player's level during the time they received the quest, the more difficult the item they would be tasked to retrieve. After handing the requested item over, the player would go through a trial. It was at this stage Nie Yan knew of a special method that allowed Yao Yao to pass through more easily. I need to collect a black sin lotus, Yao Yao replied. This item could be found in the depths of Sinful Gorge. She was pleasantly surprised. It was evident that Nie Yan was familiar with the Karsi's blessing questline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known she had to collect something. Black sin lotus, Nie Yan asked with a hint of surprise. Obtaining this item posed quite the challenge. Ordinary players would have to form a large party to have a chance of gathering just one. Is it that hard to find? If it's too difficult, just forget it, Yao Yao said in a slightly disappointed tone. No, it's fine. Let me take a look at the information you sent over first, Nie Yan replied. He only knew some general advice and tricks to help make clearing the quest easier. He wasn't too knowledgeable about the specifics. Open black lens bracket Karsi's blessing close black lens bracket background information. Karsi was born to a poor household with a deformed left hand. Unable to hold a staff, he was deemed incapable of learning magic. However, since childhood he dreamed of becoming a renowned holy mage. And so, after experiencing countless failures and tribulations, he finally learned, through sheer willpower and perseverance, how to wield a staff, and cast his first spell with only 4 fingers. Roughly 80 years later, he developed a miraculous life magic and became one of the scant few holy mages to gain eternal life. He was granted the illustrious position of Grand Archbishop by the Holy Shrine. Karsi's teachings, only by enduring through suffering will a person truly thrive. Some will taste the final joys and sorrows of life. Others are fated to be buried beneath cold hard gravestones. Hero, be grateful of the trials bestowed to you by the heavens, for the path to glory is paved with hardship. Nie Yan's heart quivered as these words resonated with him. He recalled the hardships of his past life, the bankruptcy of his family and the death of his parents. It felt as if it were but a hazy dream. Yet it was precisely these experiences that made him the person he was today. Time washed away his muddle-headedness and inferiority complex. His spirit slowly settled, and his mind gained inner purity. Carsey's life resembled the rebirth of a phoenix. It ultimately led him to gain immortality as well as his current fame. As he read deeper into the background information, Nie Yan found that Carsey had received the blessing of the 10 holy paladins. He even participated in the war against the dragon race. Since the start of that ancient era, he had lived all the way to the present. This was a legendary figure. With Carsey's power and experiences, he was fully qualified to be a cardinal. Yet he was content with his title of Grand Archbishop. Nie Yan revealed a look of excitement and expectation. Maybe I can find some clues about the 10 holy paladins from Carsey. To think that someone who lived through that era was still alive today. It was next to impossible to meet such a person. He absolutely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Nie Yan's heart filled with burning anticipation. The 10 holy paladins were some of the most famous figures of the ancient era. They led the resistance against the dragon race, and an archangel even graced them with a visit. Back then, the Glennon province encompassed the northern part of the Viridian Empire, the western part of the Satrine Empire, and the current Geliro barons. Its total size was roughly half that of the Viridian Empire. The influence of the 10 holy paladins spread that far. Just what sort of riches would await him if he dug up all the clues related to them? For now, Nie Yan could hardly imagine. However, any reward related to such a crucial part of the game's lore couldn't be small. Although Nie Yan possessed 2 lifetimes worth of game experience, this was his first time delving into unexplored lore. He had experienced many firsts in this life, such as this legend of the 10 holy paladins quest line. Nie Yan continued reading. It appeared Carsey had participated in every important military campaign. He had interacted with the 10 holy paladins regularly. He could even be described as one of the people closest to them. If I meet with Carsey, perhaps he'll have some information that can help me. After looking through all the information, Nie Yan chatted with Yao Yao for a bit longer before hanging up. At his current pace, he would have to push back his plans with her to tomorrow. Black Sea Devil Banma's health was just dropping too slowly. Only moments after ending his call with Yao Yao, Nie Yan received another call. This time, it was Guo Wai. Are you busy right now? Guo Wai asked. What do you need? Speak up. I'll send you a video. I don't have the time right now. What is it about? Nie Yan asked. This video definitely contains something important. Guo Wai would have never disturbed him otherwise. It's a video of Bloodlust Blades capturing their first stronghold. You can watch their core members all riding horses. Guo Wai replied. It appeared Bloodlust Blades was faster than them by a step. It couldn't be helped they fell behind, since they were held back in their growth by the combined efforts of Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. However, they could still catch up. Did Bloodlust Blades receive an investment? Nie Yan asked in surprise. According to his knowledge, the only way for a guild to suddenly have the surplus funds to purchase mounts was by receiving the investment of a financial group. I don't know, yet, Guo Wai replied. Nie Yan sank into deep thought. It was very likely Bloodlust Blade had received an investment, and the entity backing them from behind the scenes was almost certainly Century Financial Group. This put him on high alert. How are the negotiations proceeding with the Dragonsaur Financial Group? Whether they received an investment was crucial to the guild's growth. He had previously planned to ask his father for help. But after considering, if his father invested into Askickers United, what would be the fate of the War God tribe? This was a problem he had to solve himself. He couldn't always rely on his father to bail him out. Only then could he lead both guilds to glory. There were no major downsides in Askickers United receiving financial support from the outside. After redistributing the shares, Nie Yan would hold a 56% stake, Dragonsaur Financial Group would hold a 30% stake, and Guo Wai and the other would hold a 14% stake, meaning absolute control of the guild would still fall to Nie Yan. Although all the shares would no longer remain in-house, their value would skyrocket following the investment. With a powerful financial backer, Nie Yan could rapidly raise the strength of his core guild members as well as alleviate any concerns they had for the future, allowing them to focus solely on serving the guild. Obtaining Dragonsaur Financial Group's investment also meant obtaining their backing. As rivals, there was definitely no small number of conflicts between Dragonsaur Financial Group and Century Financial Group. If Nie Yan pitted these two financial powerhouses against each other, he would gain a powerful ally. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No matter how strong Askickers United was, it had no chance competing against an entity like Century Financial Group. This was why Nie Yan had to exploit every avenue available to him. This was what you called seizing the opportunity. We pretty much finished negotiations. This is the fruits of our final talks. Take a look. They've already said this is the best they can offer. Guo Wai sent the final draft of the contract to Nie Yan. Nie Yan looked over the terms. Dragonsaur Financial Group would provide support to Askickers United in many ways, such as giving all contracted members a monthly salary of 5,000 credits paid out in Nie Yan's name. Dragonsaur Financial Group would start acquiring gold from the marketplace and invest 300,000 gold into Askickers United. This gold would be divided into 50 payments over the course of 2 months. It would be used to improve the equipment quality of the guild members. Dragonsaur Financial Group would send over a supervisor to manage how the gold was utilized. There were so many players in the entire Viridian Empire that the credit exchange would exchange several hundred gold every single day. It wasn't too far-fetched to say the Dragonsaur Financial Group could accumulate 300,000 gold in just 2 months. After all, such a massive consortium would naturally have various supply chains such as employing gaming organizations, buying from professional players, and much more. Their resource amassing capabilities were far beyond what Nie Yan could even dream of. They wouldn't just gather gold from Kalor but also other cities, including even the headquarters of Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors. Gold from all over the Viridian Empire would gather into one place, the pockets of Askickers United. If they could secure such a massive investment for themselves, they wouldn't have to fear hitting a brick wall in their growth. Saoshu's Century Financial Group would also operate similarly. Nie Yan could imagine how difficult it would be for Askickers United to resist Century Financial Group if they didn't receive the investment of another powerful financial group. After reviewing the conditions of the contract, they could be best described as extremely generous. However, Askickers United did indeed possess such negotiating power. Nie Yan thought for a moment, then decided it'd be best to add a few more conditions. For example, he wished to include that Dragonsaur Financial Group was not allowed to interfere with Askickers United's commands. This clause allowed the guild leader to make a major mistake leading to severe losses, but he would be forced to compensate the Dragonsaur Financial Group for any damages suffered. He sent the contract back to Guo Wai, avoiding any possible dangers that might arise from any loopholes. Guo Wai sent the revised contract to the Dragonsaur Financial Group. The contract stipulated an initial investment of 20,000 gold, which Nie Yan could use for various purposes. He could buy horses and other items for Askickers United's core elites, fund the money-burning undertaking known as leveling up in Everlasting City, or boost their players' strength as quickly as possible. After all, these elites were the true backbone of Ass-Kickers United. Dragonsaur Financial Group showed great sincerity, allowing Nie Yan to feel reassured. Their requirement was for Ass-Kickers United to capture a basic stronghold within the next 5 days and 5 basic strongholds within the first month. From Nie Yan's perspective, this was a trivial matter. If Nie Yan used the 20,000 gold to create a valiant 500-man team composed of all level 40 or higher players, clearing out a basic stronghold would be a piece of cake. As for the video Guo Wai sent over, he would watch it some other time. Nie Yan hung up, then focused his attention back on dealing with VRMMO. When 2 p.m. came around the corner, he received an update from Guo Wai. Dragonsaur Financial Group had agreed to the additional terms. Nie Yan signed his name, the person over on the side of Dragonsaur Financial Group and Guo Wai also signed their names, and the contract was complete. Tomorrow, the first payment of 20,000 gold would be deposited into their account. Nie Yan was somewhat excited. By partnering up with Dragonsaur Financial Group, only now was Ass-Kickers United taking its very first step on the path to hegemony. After waiting for a full 7 hours, Nie Yan finally heard the despairing wails of a dying Black Sea Devil VRMMO. It was finally dead. Looking down, he could barely see past the turbulent waves caused by the boss death throes. As the waters slowly settled, the monster's red eyes dimmed and it sank to the bottom of the cove. When Black Sea Devil VRMMO finally fell to Nie Yan, Lil Gold lit up with a brilliant radiance and leveled up 6 times, all the way to level 26. Since Nie Yan had changed his experience settings, Lil Gold received full experience from VRMMO. Nie Yan jumped down from the cliff face and landed on one of the 3 rocky islands. He called Lil Gold out of his hiding spot, then checked his upgraded stats, 1030 health and 730 to 757 attack and magic power. As Lil Gold's level rose, his frightening growth rate would start showing an increasingly greater effect. His stats would soon reach ludicrous heights. Nie Yan could scarcely imagine just how powerful Lil Gold would become down the line. Lil Gold also grew another head taller, making him about as tall as Nie Yan. Nie Yan recalled Lil Gold in a brief flurry of excitement. He still hadn't collected the loot that dropped from VRMMO. He jumped off the rocky island, falling roughly 30 meters before plunging into the water with a loud splash. Nie Yan activated his underwater breathing pearl and dove down. Swimming ever deeper, he followed the columns of light that bore down from above the water's surface until he arrived at the bottom of the cove, where they could scarcely reach. By now, VRMMO's corpse had despawned. He searched around the seafloor for a while before eventually finding the drops. A certain item among the pile drew his attention, a pearl that emitted a faint glow in the surrounding darkness. Nie Yan's heart quivered. Could it really be? No, I'll get back up to the surface first. Stuffing all the items into his bag, Nie Yan was about to swim back ashore when a shimmer in the far distance caught his eye. Nie Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was familiar with this sort of light. This gentle yet piercing radiance without a doubt belonged to a chapter from the Book of Order. He immediately started swimming towards the light. I've never heard of there being a chapter in this area. Swimming through the murky waters, Nie Yan was suddenly caught by a strong current which nearly swept him away. An intense feeling of foreboding surfaced in his heart. Aside from VRMMO, was there another powerful monster lurking in these water? Nie Yan took out an unknown transfer scroll. If he encountered any danger, he could use it to escape at a moment's notice. After much struggling, he regained control of his body and continued swimming forwards. About 5 minutes later, he could almost touch the source of the light. Only a few meters away, he saw its origin, a golden scroll floating calmly in the darkness, giving off a dazzling radiance. Nie Yan's heart shook in excitement. It really was a chapter from the Book of Order. He wondered if anyone had found this chapter in the previous timeline. He never knew there was one here. This encounter was purely coincidental. If he hadn't noticed that faint shimmer in the distance, he would have never come searching in this area. Nie Yan pondered on the information he collected in his past life. Every chapter from the Book of Order was discovered by players exploring maps for the first time. Only 31 were ever found. As for the remaining 5, no one knew of their locations. There weren't many chapters near Kalor, only about 12 in total. The other 24 were scattered in maps around other cities. Some were even located in the distant Satrine Empire. Nie Yan knew the rough locations of many of them. However, acquiring them was but a wishful dream for now. They were either guarded by extremely terrifying existences or hidden in almost impossible to reach places. Him completing the glimpse of darkness at this stage of the game was already an extraordinary accomplishment. Nie Yan was overjoyed at finding another chapter from the Book of Order. The glimpse of darkness was already overpowered. If he could complete another volume, just how much power would he wield? Nie Yan vigorously swam toward the chapter. A strange, captivating melody drifted over from somewhere far out in the abyss. Nie Yan's vision swam as illusions of scantily clad maidens, showing off their bare naked skin, appeared before him. His eyelids grew heavy, his body relaxing as drowsiness took over him. It was as if he was atop cloud 9. At the very last moment before he lost consciousness, Nie Yan's mind shook in alarm as he quickly regained his senses. His intuition told him he fell subject to the song of the siren. Legends told of sirens living far out at sea that sung bewitching melodies which invoke the deepest desires of men. Anyone who heard their songs would fall fast asleep, only awakening after what felt like an eternity. Only those with an especially firm will could resist their song. The siren's melody was otherwise impossible to escape. Nie Yan was done for if he waited for the siren to come closer. It was a level 100 plus monster. He struggled to maintain a semblance of clarity as he swam closer to the chapter. However, a surging current knocked him about a meter back. Nie Yan spotted a faintly glowing figure swimming towards him in the far distance. Its upper half was a young naked woman while its lower half resembled the tail of a fish covered in dark scales. It wielded a large golden trident which flickered with a sharp light. It had simply wandered here from further out at sea. Nie Yan felt incomparably nervous. Although the siren was only the size of a human, it was still an unrivaled existence, especially at his current level. Perhaps the siren had swam all the way over here after hearing the commotion Nie Yan caused by fighting VRMMO. Nie Yan felt a sense of drowsiness wash over as the siren's song drifted into his ears. Feeling his eyelids become heavier, he forced himself awake and swam faster toward the chapter. The siren brandished its trident and sent a crescent-shaped beam flying towards Nie Yan. Nie Yan quickly did an underwater tumble as the beam brushed past his body. The siren charged toward him, resembling an arrow piercing through the water. Seeing the siren about to reach him, Nie Yan reached out and grabbed the chapter, then performed some underwater acrobatics to create space. The siren's trident swept toward him. Nie Yan could feel a cold chill behind his neck. If he was hit, he would be a dead man for sure. The siren arrived beside him and slashed down with its trident. In this life or death moment, Nie Yan activated the unknown transfer scroll just in time to see the trident coming down on him. The surroundings blurred, and Nie Yan was teleported away. The siren looked around in confusion. It could no longer sense Nie Yan's presence. Nie Yan reappeared on land as he hit the ground with a thud. With his head still spinning, he looked around and discovered he was in a dense forest. He could hear the roars of monsters in the distance. As he felt a heavy drowsiness overtake him, he found a concealed spot between two trees to hide in before losing consciousness. High willpower and focus stats would grant greater resistance to abnormal status effects. But the siren's song was simply too powerful. After holding out for a good while, he still eventually succumbed to it. About 30 seconds later, Nie Yan woke up. There were many level 50 monsters roaming around the area. Thankfully, none of them discovered him while he was sleeping. Otherwise, he would find himself waking up in the Kalor cemetery. Seeing several demon bears wandering over in his direction, Nie Yan shot out a web line from his silk spinner ring and climbed up a tree. He felt they wouldn't pose a threat to him this high up. Nie Yan impatiently took out the chapter and looked over its properties. Chapter of Peace. Description: the second chapter of Volume 5 of the Book of Order. A fragment of a legendary item. Whoever shall possess this chapter will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. Properties: chance to nullify an incoming enemy spell. Receive 5 additional health every level up. Endurance plus 30, resilience plus 20, physique plus 30, movement speed plus 20. God's blessing grants immunity to all magic and gain 30% extra health for 60 seconds. Cooldown: 2 days 1/2. Restrictions: can only be bound by a member of the righteous guardian of order. Note: item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's bag. The chapter of peace was just like any other chapter from the Book of Order. It couldn't be traded and would drop upon death. It wouldn't be inferior to other chapters. He still had to do some investigating to find out how useful the first property was. But he could tell that the second property, which granted 5 additional health every level up, was perplexingly powerful. If he held onto it, at level 100, he would have several hundred more health than other thieves. As for God's blessing, its shorter cooldown made it much more practical than Adjudicator of God, which had a cooldown of 10 days. Right after binding the chapter of peace, Nie Yan received 2 system notifications. Cigarette ashes in possession of the third chapter from Volume 5 of the Book of Order, Chapter of Compassion. You will be notified of the player's location once every hour. Coordinates: Moonlight City, 38,535.38532.35582. Fated is in possession of the 5th chapter from Volume 5 of the Book of Order, Chapter of Knowledge. You will be notified of the player's location once every hour. Coordinates: Radiant City, 58,535.53582.582. Moonlight City and Radiant City were respectively the headquarters of Alliance of Mages and Bloodlust Blades. I wonder if these two players belong to those guilds. A sense of vigilance immediately arose in Nie Yan's heart. It would be troublesome if he got ambushed. After thinking for a bit, he decided to ask Guo Wai for more unknown transfer scrolls since he had run out. Nie Yan planned to have Guo Wai track these two players down. It would be best if he could obtain their chapters without much fuss. Otherwise, if it turned out they belonged to Bloodlust Blades or Alliances of Mages, things could get dangerous with his exact coordinates being reported hourly. As more higher level maps started getting explored, more chapters from the Book of Order would be discovered. All chapter holders that had yet to complete their respective volumes would be pitted against each other until one final victor emerged. Nie Yan, who had just obtained the chapter of peace, was about to start his hunt to complete yet another volume. Every hour from now, he would be reminded of who his rivals were and where they were. But as the owner of the Glimpse of Darkness, Nie Yan definitely held the advantage. There was no harm in him participating in the fight for the other chapters. Nie Yan checked his other spoils, specifically that pearl. He rummaged through his bag and took out the pearl, which was about the size of a dove egg. It glistened beautifully with a light blue radiance under the rays of the sun. Pearl of Disguise Dark Gold Special Item. Disguise: within 10 hours of killing a target player or NPC, the user may assume their appearance for up to 30 minutes. Attacking will dispel the disguise. Can be seen through by certain skills. Cooldown: 1 day. It really was the Pearl of Disguise. The Pearl of Disguise was an extremely rare drop from Black Sea Devil Banmu that took up an accessory slot. It was an irreplaceable treasure to those who could take advantage of its unique ability. It had limited use to the members of the righteous faction. However, over in the evil faction, this item was highly coveted. The Pearl of Disguise, along with the Silk Spinner Ring, Crawler Ring, and Leaper Ring, were treasures of immense value to Nie Yan. However, the disguise skill had its limitations. It was pivotal Nie Yan acted with caution when using it. His Eye of Truth skill, for example, could see right through the disguise. Nie Yan looked at the remaining 2 pieces of loot. One of them was a golden scroll. It was covered in runes and patterns. With a glance, he could tell these runes originated in the Dark Era. They gave off a strange and gloomy air. It wasn't a magic scroll but rather another type of item. Nie Yan slowly unfurled the scroll, causing a golden radiance to blossom out. After the radiance dimmed down, he discovered a fully intact map. Several characters on the top right corner of the map were written in the Vandia language of the undead, Lich King Saul's secret treasure. The eccentric brush strokes of these characters radiated a gloomy, corrosive power. It was a legendary grade hidden treasure map, and it was even fully intact. It was extremely rare to find an undamaged treasure map. Normally, they would be divided into many fragments. Very few could piece together a whole map. Looking over this map, Nie Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He examined the drawings on the map, its mountains, plains, and rivers, as well as icons denoting the underworld. All types of scenery appeared before his eyes. Nie Yan carefully examined the map. After some time he identified a few familiar landmarks. The mountains, plains, and rivers probably belong to the level 60 map, Sonier Valley. There's actually a passage in Sonier Valley leading to the underworld. How come I've never heard of this before? Lich King Saul's hidden treasure was located in the underworld. As for where exactly it was hidden, he would have to reference back to the map once he arrived in the underworld. Nie Yan read over a summary about Lich King Saul. He was once a pirate who collected vast amounts of wealth and treasures. Later on in his life, he became fascinated with necromancy and started learning its arts of raising the dead. Gifted with immense talent, he became a powerful lich. At the last stretch of his life, he buried the treasures he had amassed and drew up a treasure map, enchanting it with an undead curse. It was the key to opening his treasure. After entering eternal sleep, some of his subordinates stole the treasure map, eager for its riches. But they fell to its curse, and the map was lost in the sands of time ever since. Liches were known as the most powerful beings among necromancers. Naturally, the treasures they left behind would be exceptional. Nie Yan suddenly felt somewhat weak and lightheaded. Looking at his status, he was affected by a curse that reduced all his stats by 30%. The effect of this curse was truly enough to frighten a person. Thankfully, this map didn't bind to its owner. After putting it into his personal storage, it would have no effect on him at all. When he wanted to find Lich King Saul's treasure, he could simply take it out. Nie Yan could confirm the hunt for this treasure would be fraught with danger. This was why he decided to put it off until he was higher level. Putting away the treasure map in his bag, Nie Yan looked at the remaining piece of loot, a dark gold heavy shield. It was perfect for a fighter, with a defense of 622. However, it had a level requirement of 50. No guild member could equip it, for now. His harvest this time around was quite fruitful. In the future, he could come here every 3 days to farm Black Sea Devil VRMMO. It was tantamount to him finding an exceptional leveling spot. The system created all kinds of unique terrains as well as various environmental objects and special items in an effort to let players think for themselves. There were endless ways to best elites and lords, and many of them didn't require a large team. If a player used their head, studying the boss attack patterns and the environment, they could easily think of ways to outsmart and kill the boss. Using the crawler ring and silk spinner ring was only one of those methods. After all, a player had used the levitation ring to achieve the same in the previous timeline. Of course, there were many more methods. Conviction contained countless special items, giving players plenty of room to utilize their creativity and imagination. It was only because Nie Yan had watched so many videos in the previous timeline that he could think of all sorts of unique ways to level. If he leveled up like ordinary players, spending all day long grinding mindlessly in one spot, he would be using his time too inefficiently. After killing Black Sea Devil VRMMO, Nie Yan used a return scroll to teleport back to Kalor. He put away the treasure map in his personal storage. Looking at the clock, there wasn't much time left to the day. Nie Yan went to Everlasting City for some last-minute leveling before logging off. As usual, he left for school, where he occasionally chatted with Xie Yao, building their friendship. Although they never discussed love, he had already made some good headway. For him who had the experiences of 2 lifetimes, these types of days were the most blissful. The school day flew by, and before he knew it he was back at home. As soon as Nie Yan logged back into the game, he received an update from Guo. The first payment from Dragonsaur Financial Group had been deposited. It was 20,000 gold in total. Did the person they sent to supervise come? Nie Yan asked. As the leader of the guild, he would naturally have to meet them. Yeah, she's already here. I'll take you to meet her. Guo led Nie Yan into the guild headquarters. Around 40 or 50 players were scattered about in the guild headquarters. After entering Guo's office, Nie Yan saw a woman in her 30s seated in a chair. She wore purely decorative civilian clothing. Her attire was simple, yet professional. Although she wasn't a heaven-toppling beauty, she still exuded a mature charm. Hello, my name is Yurui. I'm the supervisor the Dragonsaur Financial Group sent over, Yurui greeted with a faint smile. She extended her hand toward Nie Yan. Hello, I'm Asskickers United's guild leader. It's nice to meet you. I hope we can have a pleasant time working together, Nie Yan politely replied as he shook Yurui's hand. He previously believed Dragonsaur Financial Group would send over a middle-aged man in his 40s. Never had he expected their representative to be a woman. Nie Yan briefed Yurui on the various guild affairs. She earnestly listened while recording down some details in her notes. The three chatted a bit longer to get more familiar with one another. Like this, their cooperation down the line would go smoother. Yurui was easy to get along with. She gave Nie Yan a few conditions. As long as the request wasn't too excessive, she would accept. She didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance that you would expect from someone belonging to such a large financial group. This allowed Nie Yan to relax. It was evident that Yurui's superiors had explained a thing or two to her, otherwise, she wouldn't treat the guild with such courtesy. With her mindset, it would be much easier to handle affairs. Nie Yan distributed the recently received 20,000 gold between the guild members. 500 players were divided up into 25 teams, with each team receiving around 300 gold. In addition, all of them received a 20 gold horse. They were dispatched to level in Everlasting City. Their objective was to get to level 40 as quickly as possible. Only then could they start capturing strongholds. Nie Yan checked the level leaderboards. It had completely changed from the last time he saw it. Some people had risen up to the top, most notably the guild leader of Blithirst Blades. He was ranked 3rd at level 35. There were also a few unfamiliar names which he had never heard of. It appeared he would have to investigate them. Tang Yao, who was level 37, was still firmly seated at the top of the leaderboards. Ever since reviving his arcane fairy, he had been leveling much faster. After experiencing so much, he had also matured. He was starting to transform into a genuine expert. Even though Nie Yan wasn't by his side guiding him, he was still able to learn and stand by himself. Nie Yan's unique way of thinking had begun influencing the people around him. Many of them were leveling up at an astonishing rate. Some people who had never reached their full potential in the previous timeline, after receiving Nie Yan's guidance, were enlightened and started rapidly improving. Under his leadership, just how many miracles would emerge from Asskickers United? After settling the matters in the guild, Nie Yan went to meet up with Yao Yao at the Holy Shrine. The Holy Shrine, also known as the Temple of Light, was the headquarters of the most powerful religion in the Viridian Empire. Even the council members of the empire had no choice but to avoid their spears. The Holy Shrine had a very deep foundation, lasting for several eras. Every successive pope could even have an audience with God. At the Holy Shrine, Nie Yan stood before a grand building constructed with the architecture of the shared era of governance. It was about 60 meters tall and completely white. There were ancient stairs leading to the main square. Yao Yao was currently standing on one of the stairs. Her pure white robes gave off a holy, otherworldly air. She was like a goddess from the ancient past. She looked extremely beautiful under the light of the sun. Nie Yan couldn't help but quiver as buried feelings resurfaced in his heart. You've come. Yao Yao revealed a brilliant smile. Her bright eyes resembled glittering gemstones. Nie Yan fell into a daze. For an instant, Yao Yao's appearance overlapped with Xie Yao's in his mind. But he quickly shook his head in self-ridicule. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? He met Xie Yao long before Yao Yao in his past life. It wasn't until after graduation that he started playing Conviction, where he eventually met Yao Yao. Interestingly enough, his meeting with her was purely coincidental. They had become acquainted through the girlfriend of one of Jai Hao's friends. Yao Yao was invited to play with their group, and they started running dungeons and leveling together. At that time, Nie Yan was downtrodden with life and lonely. As he gradually got closer to Yao Yao, the two of them formed a special relationship. Her genuine concern for his well-being touched him deeply. It was a short-lived happiness, however. They took it a step too far in a secret chamber beneath Fanart City, after which Yao Yao started avoiding him and their friendship slowly returned to being platonic. He felt remorseful toward Yao Yao. Back then, he had indeed been at fault for taking their relationship down that path. But Yao Yao never rejected him. So in a moment of weakness, he gave in to his carnal desires and committed a grave sin of the virtual world. Nie Yan walked up to meet her on the stairs. Come on, let's go in. Yao Yao nodded before following behind Nie Yan. Her lips curved into a crafty smile as she stared at his back. He behaved more seriously inside the game, a stark contrast from how exasperating he was with his constant teasing in reality. The two arrived at the entrance of the holy shrine, where they were greeted by two large gates crafted from towering, ancient trees. They were mottled with cracks and exuded an archaic air. Nie Yan slowly pushed them open, revealing a massive hallway. Rows upon rows of candles lined the walls, their flames swaying ever so gently from the slight draft created by the opening of the gates. A crimson-red carpet lay spread out before them, with over 20 NPCs standing on either side in a line that stretched out to the far end of the hallway. Nie Yan recognized almost all of them by name. He settled his gaze on a certain individual among them. This NPC wore ash-gray robes. His left sleeve was empty while the hand he held his staff with was missing a forefinger. This was the legendary holy mage, Karsi. Karsi watched as the two walked over to him. It's an honor to meet your holiness, Nie Yan greeted in a respectful manner. Sir Demon Hunter and Grand Scholar, greetings. Karsi nodded. Nie Yan's current status was far from comparable to the other sides, so he had to abide by noble etiquette. Seeing Karsi address Nie Yan in such a manner, Yao Yao was slightly taken aback. But then she remembered just what kind of person Nie Yan was inside the game, someone who created a miracle wherever he went. Nie Yan glanced at Yao Yao, then faced Karsi and respectfully asked, I'm here to request permission to help this young lady with her quest. Your holiness, are you willing? Karsi looked at Yao Yao. She is as beautiful as the stars. I naturally see no problem in allowing you to help this little miss. Thank you, your holiness. A player was permitted to enlist the help of up to 2 others if they couldn't finish a quest by themselves. However, the levels of the helpers couldn't exceed their own by more than 3. Ever since dying to the demonified Lord Sonia, Nie Yan still hadn't gotten his level back up. Yao Yao was currently level 31 while he was only level 29. So he definitely fulfilled the requirements to be her helper. Karsi's gaze slightly trembled as he noticed the medal on Nie Yan's left shoulder. Pardon me, Grand Scholar. Is that not the medal of the 10 Holy Paladins? Karsi asked as he stared at Nie Yan with an intense gaze. His right hand was slightly trembling. He was clearly agitated. Yes, your holiness. This is indeed the medal of the 10 Holy Paladins. May I ask if you know the history behind it? Nie Yan curiously asked. He had to be very deliberate with his wording when trying to fish out a quest from such an important NPC. A peculiar light flashed across Karsi's tranquil gaze. He revealed a wistful expression and let out a deep sigh. This is an ancient matter. Nie Yan inwardly celebrated after seeing Karsi's reaction. He had successfully triggered the quest dialogue. I am retracing the events of that era because of a task entrusted to me. Your holiness, could you recount some of what transpired back then? Nie Yan asked. He still had a quest regarding the legend of the 10 Holy Paladins that remained unfinished. It was to seek out the truth behind what happened to them. I've lived for almost 1,000 years, so long that I don't even remember exactly how old I am anymore. Humanity is destined to never overcome their desires. Everything is as fleeting as a cloud of smoke, while time passes in the blink of an eye. I know I'm not a great record keeper, but I'm confident that I've looked back on the path I've trodden more than anyone else. I reminisce, constantly, every waking day. I try to stand still, but the vicissitudes of time continually pushes me forward. The things I've witnessed over the years are as countless as the stars in the night sky. However, I still haven't forgotten the events that took place during the time we now call the Dark Era. I followed Sir Kavana across the vast land of Glennon in his campaign against the dragon race. Swearing blood oaths, reading out the will of light. From the pledge of the 10 Holy Paladin to the betrayal of Bruin, Karsi narrated these events in chronological order. After the death of Sir Kavana, Bruin betrayed the will of God. He imprisoned the other 8 members inside the Roth Swamp in the hidden caverns of Laurent Mountains. They are guarded by the Hellhound, Cerberus. Brave adventurer. If you save them, I, Karsi, am willing to become your servant and swear eternal loyalty to you. Karsi declared emotionally. Nie Yan was caught off guard. He didn't expect Karsi to have been the servant of Kavana. Karsi was an extremely influential figure in the Holy Shrine. His words held as much weight as the cardinals. With the seat of Supreme Pontiff currently vacant, Karsi's support was crucial to the 3 cardinals who wished to ascend to this position. This was the backdrop of conviction. Nie Yan naturally knew a bit about it. It was rumored only the person who collected all 36 chapters of the Book of Order was qualified to become the Supreme Pontiff of the Holy Shrine. Karsi played such a crucial role back then, and even now. It was hard to imagine that this prominent figure could be obtained as a servant. When a guild reached level 8, the guild leader had a chance to obtain an NPC servant. This servant was often a hired NPC mercenary, but could also be any other kind of NPC. As a legendary holy mage, a single cast of forbidden magic from Karsi could easily wipe out an entire stronghold. However, Nie Yan also understood this quest wasn't something he could handle at his current level. Leaving Bruin aside, just the Hellhound, Cerberus, was more than enough to wipe him out instantly. As a level 300 lord, it was terrifying beyond imagination. Only a 1,000-man team of level 170+ players stood a chance against it. Not only this, but there were some inconsistencies in Karsi's description of the events. Bruin wasn't the only one who betrayed the 10 Holy Paladins. There were many accomplices who aided him in capturing the other members. This was probably a clue leading to a branching quest. There would probably be more events down the road. This quest line was only beginning to unravel. Yao Yao was baffled as she listened to the conversation between Nie Yan and Karsi. Something about betrayal, the 10 Holy Paladins, and even a little girl from the dragon race was involved. All of it was too convoluted. Nie Yan continued to chat with Karsi about matters related to the legend of the 10 Holy Paladins. In the end, Karsi provided him with a single lead: seek out the dragon girl, Benita, in the Silent Gulf for more information. Did you understand any of that? Nie Yan asked Yao Yao with a smile after finishing his conversation with Karsi. More or less, you received a legendary quest. Yao Yao asked. This was a bit frightening. Legendary quests didn't simply fall from the sky, not to mention this one in particular involved the events of the Dark Era. Nie Yan nodded. I guess it could count as one. Too bad I need to be over level 100 to carry it out. That's why I'll help you do Karsi's blessing first. Nie Yan turned back to Karsi. Your holiness, I'll continue pursuing the truth. I won't stop until I rescue the imprisoned 8 members of the 10 Holy Paladins. Karsi showed a grateful expression. You have my gratitude, Nirvana Flame. Just what I expected of a demon hunter and grand scholar. Nie Yan felt incredibly awkward every time Karsi called him a demon hunter and grand scholar. But it couldn't be helped since it was something set by the system. Titles represented status. Nie Yan had obtained plenty of useful information from his conversation with Karsi. He was more motivated than ever to see this quest through to the end. Let alone the other rewards, just obtaining Karsi as a servant would make Asskickers United practically invincible. As is a matter of fact, after the release of the Buried History expansion, level 100 wasn't all that far away, probably 6 months at most. This was completely different from the previous timeline. After bidding Karsi farewell, Nie Yan and Yao Yao walked out of the holy shrine. Let's head to Sinful Gorge, Nie Yan suggested. He had a very simple method to obtain the Black Sin Lotus. Have you learned Divine Protection yet? Yes. What rank? Rank 3, why? Yao Yao asked curiously. Was Divine Protection required for this quest? Good, that'll make things a lot easier. Divine Protection is one of the most useful skills to have in Sinful Gorge since it's perfect for repelling the miasma in the air, Nie Yan explained. Aside from Divine Protection, a Featherfall Jewel was also required to employ his plan. But he already had one, so he didn't bring it up. After stocking up on some necessary consumables in Kalor, the two headed toward the transfer area. Their destination was the depths of Sinful Gorge. Ordinary players would only wander around the entrances of the caves in Sinful Gorge. Its depths were full of legends. Nie Yan and Yao Yao's goal was one of the many mysterious items rumored to be found in that place, the Black Sin Lotus. Nirvana Flame, it's been a long time since we last played together, Yao Yao remarked. She deeply cherished her time with him, but she understood he was a busy person. Apart from leveling, he had to constantly attend to guild affairs as well. How could he have the free time to adventure with her like the old days? Ah, yeah, it has been a while, Nie Yan murmured, a hint of guilt in his voice. His mind trembled as he noticed the forlorn expression in her eyes. Could it be that despite his best efforts, he had left a mark in her heart? Yao Yao was beautiful, kind-hearted, and thoughtful. Maybe in another world, where his heart didn't already belong to someone else, he would have fallen in love with her instead. However, it was best not to linger on these matters. When they arrived in the wilderness, Nie Yan turned to Yao Yao and asked, do you have a mount? They would have to run to Sinful Gorge if she didn't. Yep, Yao Yao replied. She called forth a gallant steed with a crimson red coat. It wasn't as valiant or imposing as his Fafnir warhorse, but it was still quite the sight to behold. Cole's horse. Nie Yan didn't expect to see such a high-quality mount. It had a movement speed bonus of 200%. If it wasn't obtained from a quest, it would cost at least several thousand gold. Since this was her first time riding a mount, Yao Yao climbed on top of her Cole's warhorse with an excited expression. When her grandfather decided to invest in conviction, she became the representative of the Dragonsaur financial group inside the game. After slowly familiarizing herself with their network of contacts, collecting a few thousand gold was a trivial matter. It was only after taking charge of Dragonsaur financial group's affairs that Xie Yao learned there were many other organizations inside the game aside from the guilds, such as gold farmers. They ranged in size from a few dozen members to several thousand. These players generally didn't join a guild. The game was work for them rather than entertainment. They would camp out in one area, endlessly grinding weak mobs for drops. They were even reluctant to part with consumables, gearing themselves up with the most basic equipment necessary for the job. At the end of the day, they would sell off any equipment and items they obtained, then head to the credit exchange to sell their gold or have a friend sell it for them. This was all they did inside the game. The amount of money they earned from selling gold could at most be used to supplement some daily expenses. They were a bunch of low-class workers everybody looked down on. But it was precisely these players that generated a vast amount of gold every day. If you were to add it all up, it was enough to support several dozen guilds the size of Asskickers United. Xie Yao ordered all her subordinates to go through various channels to purchase from these gold farmers. She had a kind heart. With their lack of skill, these gold farmers couldn't be counted as professional players, and they generally lived difficult lives. She instructed her subordinates to buy their gold at a slightly higher rate. For a behemoth like the Dragonsaur financial group, this bit of money was like a drop in the ocean. However, this little act of kindness was greatly appreciated. In return, more and more gold farmers were willing to do business exclusively with the Dragonsaur financial group. Xie Yao quickly accumulated an inconceivable amount of gold, her funds even surpassing Nie Yan's. So acquiring a high-quality mount was naturally no issue for her. But even with money, the vast majority of players still couldn't purchase a royal mount like the Fafnir warhorse. Nie Yan was startled by Yao Yao's mount, but he quickly regained his composure. If someone like him could get a Fafnir warhorse, why couldn't others obtain similarly high-quality mounts? Nie Yan summoned his Fafnir warhorse. Xie Yao's Cole's horse immediately appeared a lot smaller while standing beside Nie Yan's Fafnir warhorse. Let's go, Nie Yan said. The two steeds rose into the wilderness, kicking up a cloud of dust. Nie Yan lowered his speed to match Xie Yao's. From time to time, Nie Yan and Xie Yao would pass by a team or two in the middle of leveling and leave them dumbstruck. Even ordinary horses were a rare sight, so one could imagine their shock after spotting two high-quality mounts blazing through the wilderness. Nie Yan and Xie Yao only felt the wind whistling past their ears as the scenery blurred around them. After galloping for about 6 minutes, they arrived inside the valley of Sinful Gorge. The war from the other day was still fresh in Nie Yan's mind. You're back here again. Do you feel anything? Yao Yao asked. Nie Yan shook his head as a calm smile surfaced on his face. No point lingering over the past. What's most important is seizing the present. This was mostly a reminder to himself that he should move on. In this life, he and Yao Yao were simply good friends. Where are we going? Yao Yao asked. Nie Yan was guiding them away from the cave entrances she was familiar with. Just follow me. I know the terrain of this place better than anyone else, Nie Yan replied. He had a special method to reach the region where the Black Sin Lotus grew. Although Yao Yao had her doubts, she followed him anyway. Several minutes later, Nie Yan and Yao Yao arrived at the base of a mountain. Before them was a pitch-black, bottomless sinkhole. It emitted a foul miasma that gave a sinister feeling. Nie Yan jumped down from his Fafnir warhorse with Yao Yao following suit. Right here. Nie Yan looked down at the sinkhole, then turned to Yao Yao and asked, do you have an item with the Featherfall ability? I do. I have a Featherfall ring, Yao Yao replied. All her equipment was top-notch. How could she not have an item with the Featherfall ability? It was an essential item for any high-level player. Good, that makes things easier. Let's unsummon our mounts first, Nie Yan said, recalling his Fafnir warhorse. Only now did he notice that Yao Yao was wearing some really high-end gear. Yao Yao unsummoned her Cole's horse. She looked down at the sinkhole and couldn't help feeling a tinge of dread. There's nothing scary down there, right? Even though she didn't know what was exactly in the sinkhole, dark places like these usually reminded her of vipers and other creepy crawlies. Let's jump together. We'll activate Featherfall after about 10 minutes. Nie Yan instructed. He had been down this sinkhole before. It led directly to the depths of Sinful Gorge. Yao Yao nodded after some slight hesitation. But she couldn't fully shake off her anxiety. Don't worry. Nothing bad will happen while I'm here, Nie Yan comforted. He extended out his hand. Yao Yao grabbed a hold and felt a sense of warmth wash over her as her heart gradually settled. 3, 2, 1, jump. The two of them jumped down, disappearing into the abyss. All they could hear was the wind rushing past their ears as they rapidly descended. Nie Yan started counting down the time. He turned to face Yao Yao. Looking through the darkness, he could see the hazy outline of her silhouette. Their falling speed quickly reached terminal velocity. All they could see around them was a pitch-black abyss. Nie Yan suddenly felt someone hugging him tightly. It appeared Yao Yao had instinctively grabbed onto the first thing she could reach when they jumped down, and that happened to be him. He felt an explosion go off in his head as a delicate fragrance wafted up his nose. With his arm wrapped around her waist, he could feel the silken smoothness of her skin through her robes, and he felt something akin to a pair of puffy clouds pressing against his chest. The sensations running through him were simultaneously familiar yet strange. A seductive scene instantly flashed before Nie Yan's eyes. It was of Yao Yao's gorgeous body which was as delicate as a piece of china. On that passionate night, it was as though they had tried to meld their bodies together. Nie Yan shook his head, calming his mind. It was simply a lingering memory of a world that no longer existed, like the captivating yet fleeting red clouds far out in the horizon during sunset. While hugging onto Nie Yan, Yao Yao felt a sense of warmth and security even though her cheeks were burning hot with embarrassment. This was her first time being so intimate with a boy. She never planned for this to happen. Yao Yao, activate your featherfall ring, Nie Yan said. He activated his featherfall jewel as his falling speed slowed to a crawl. Hearing Nie Yan's muffled voice in her ears, Yao Yao activated her featherfall ring in a fluster. The two slowly floated down and gently landed on the ground. Even though it had taken them roughly 15 minutes to reach the bottom of the sinkhole, it wasn't all that dark down here. Their surroundings were illuminated by strange ores that emitted a faint glow. Let's go down a little deeper. We'll reach the Black Sin Lotus in no time, Nie Yan said. After a moment of silence, he clenched his teeth and turned away, heading towards a tunnel. Staring at his back, Yao Yao felt her heart turn sour. Whenever she felt they had gotten closer, he would push her away. This sort of feeling hurt her deeply. Yao Yao took a deep breath. She could at least take comfort in the fact she knew why he was acting so coldly toward her. If he could restrain himself in these circumstances, it signified his character was trustworthy. It appeared what Xia Ling told her about him rejecting Zhang Yingyu's advances was true. Yao Yao silently followed. The winding and twisting passageways were like a labyrinth. A bone-chilling gust would occasionally blow through them while the distant sound of monsters could be heard further in the depths. Nie Yan could detect the thick miasma in the air. If a holy mage, priest, or paladin were to cast magic in this place, its effects would be greatly reduced. Nie Yan and Yao Yao reached the end of the tunnel and arrived at a large underground lake whose waters were as black as ink. Sitting at the center was a black lotus in full bloom. This was the item Yao Yao required for her quest, the Black Sin Lotus. The Black Sin Lotus was a precious alchemy ingredient and the vital ingredient to concoct the legendary Black Sin potion. Its value was astronomical. The monsters lurking below the water's surface were at minimum level 40 while the Black Sin Lotus sprouted roughly 60 meters away from the shore. It was much more difficult fighting in water than on land, so obtaining it wouldn't be easy. Should we swim? Yao Yao asked. With the Black Sin Lotus sitting far off in the middle of the lake, she believed the only way to reach it was by treading into these calm waters. Nie Yan shook his head. Hold on a second. He walked over to the lake's edge and looked down, whereupon he saw a shadow in the water swimming towards him. His heart shook, and he quickly recoiled back. With a large number of powerful monsters lurking below the surface, obtaining the Black Sin Lotus would prove quite the challenge. It would have taken them over 6 hours just to get to this place if they hadn't taken a shortcut by jumping down the sinkhole. On their journey, they would have been delayed time and time again by the monsters that lurked at every corner. Nie Yan summoned his pet golden dragon. Right now, Lil Gold was already quite strong. Enough so, to help him hunt monsters. As a brilliant beam of light descended, a large golden dragon appeared before them. This is the golden dragon pet. Yao Yao asked in amazement. She gently rubbed Lil Gold's scales with her slender hands. Lil Gold's scales had a rough texture with a metallic shine. These scales were even more resilient than most metal armors. I'll go lure some mobs, Nie Yan said. He walked up to a wall with his cavalry crossbow, then took aim at a shadow swimming in the lake. He accounted for the refraction and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 bolts flew out in quick succession and struck the shadow, causing a gush of blood to dye the water red. The shadow charged toward Nie Yan and leapt out of the water with a giant splash. Nie Yan could finally see the appearance of the monster. It was about the size of a large grizzly bear with a muscular upper body. It was covered in black scales, had 2 sharp horns growing out of its head, and wielded a 5-meter onyx-colored pitchfork. Black Horned Devil, leader, level 40. Health, 9,000. Even though it was only a leader-class monster, Nie Yan didn't relax. This monster was a far greater adversary than one might think on first glance. Nie Yan quickly opened some distance and fired out another round of bolts from his cavalry crossbow. Put. Another 5 bolts struck their target in quick succession. -121. -112. -100. -115. -106. A string of damage values floated up above the Black Horned Devil's head as it lost a sizable chunk of its health bar. Lil Gold opened his maw and spewed out a mouthful of dragon breath at the Black Horned Devil. Boom. It left a large scorch mark on the Black Horned Devil's chest. -529. A frightening damage value floated up into the air. Even Nie Yan was taken aback. He never expected Lil Gold's damage to have already caught up to him. On second thought, Nie Yan understood why Lil Gold's damage was so high. It was because Dragon Breath was a skill that ignored all armor. The formula the system used to calculate damage was extremely complicated. It included several factors such as the type of attack, armor type, level disparity, and so on. For example, Nie Yan's crossbow dealt 160% bonus damage to cloth and leather armored targets. Against plate armored opponents, this bonus was reduced to 50%. Lil Gold's Dragon Breath was classified as a chaos-type attack. It dealt 200% true damage to all targets. This was why the Black Horned Devil took so much damage despite the large level discrepancy. Dark Binding. Shadows crept up from the ground, tightly locking down Nie Yan. The Black Horned Devil had bound him, leaving him unable to move an inch. Just as Yao Yao was about to come to the rescue by casting Dispel, Nie Yan shouted, "Cast Radiant Barrier on Lil Gold." Yao Yao waved her staff, casting Radiant Barrier on Lil Gold as a pure and holy membrane of light enveloped him. Yao Yao's reaction speed was comparable to a top-ranking expert's. Not a moment later, the Blackhorn Devil charged straight for Lil Gold and stabbed at him with its giant pitchfork. Clang! Lil Gold was pushed back several steps as the pitchfork struck the scales on his belly, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Thanks to the protection of the radiant barrier, Lil Gold's defenses were bolstered considerably and he only took around 170 damage. If it wasn't for Yao Yao's radiant barrier, Lil Gold would have suffered far greater damage. Lil Gold was unfazed. He charged forward and swiped at the Blackhorn Devil. Although this was only an ordinary attack, its damage was nothing to scoff at. Yao Yao unleashed a barrage of spells at the Blackhorn Devil, causing a string of damage values to float up above its head. After Shadow Bind wore off, Nie Yan blurred into motion and reappeared behind the Blackhorn Devil, striking out with backstab followed by eviscerate. The Blackhorn Devil roared out in anger and rammed itself against Lil Gold. Soon the battle reached its climax. Yao Yao rapidly condensed a ball of light in her left palm. When it could no longer get any smaller, she waved her staff and sent it flying at the Blackhorn Devil. Bang! It stumbled back several meters. -607 an astonishing damage value rose up above its head. With a miserable screech, the Blackhorn Devil collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Yao Yao's last attack even shocked Nie Yan. Was that Holy Blast? Nie Yan asked, dazed. Holy Blast had some distinctive traits, so he could barely recognize it. Yao Yao nodded affirmatively. This was a skill she bought from a professional player for a hefty fee. Holy Blast was one of the most powerful skills available to a holy mage at lower levels. It was something that would still be useful up until level 50. But it was very hard to find a holy mage with this skill due to the low drop rate for its skill book. Nie Yan never thought Yao Yao would even have Holy Blast. This aroused his suspicions. Without a deep background, ordinary players would be hard-pressed to collect such good equipment and skills. He had a thorough understanding of Yao Yao's abilities. Although she was an excellent player in her own right, she wasn't skilled enough to obtain gear and skills of this quality by her lonesome self. He began wondering what sort of background she possessed. However, Nie Yan quickly threw it to the back of his mind. It was best he focused on the matter at hand, the Karsi's blessing quest, before letting his mind be clouded with curiosity. Nie Yan walked up to the Blackhorn Devil's corpse to pick up its drops. There was a blueprint for a piece of level 40 gold equipment and a gold headband. To his surprise, it had the rare level requirement reduction property, allowing it to be worn at level 30. Dark ceremonial headband gold. Requirements, level 40. Properties, defense 32 to 38, health plus 30, reduces level requirement by 10 if the user's intelligence is over 260. Restrictions, female holy mage, can only be equipped by a member of the righteous faction. Head ornaments were pieces of equipment that could only be worn by female players. This was the system giving them some preferential treatment. Thanks to this extra equipment slot, they usually had slightly higher defenses than their male counterparts. However, because they were auxiliary equipment, their attribute bonuses were low by default. This dark ceremonial headband's bonuses were already fairly high. It's better than the one I'm wearing, Yao Yao observed. It was quite rare to encounter a head ornament with such high properties. Take it, Nie Yan said as he sent a trade request. Yao Yao equipped the dark ceremonial headband. She spun around in a circle, then asked, Nirvana Flame, how do I look? She wore her new head ornament as a decoration, sticking it into her hair to give the black hairband some stripes. It added an extra layer of mysteriousness to her charm, giving her a rather distant aura. Nie Yan slightly nodded. Not bad. Yao Yao was so pretty that no matter what she wore, she would never look bad. Hearing Nie Yan's compliment, Yao Yao's face brightened with a smile. I'll go lure the next mob. Nie Yan hurriedly excused himself. He had to admit that Yao Yao was an outstanding beauty. Nie Yan walked to the lake's edge. He raised his crossbow and took aim. One Blackhorn Devil after another was lured out of the water, and were subsequently killed by the three of them. After buffing Lil Gold with Radiant Barrier, he could even tank level 40 leader class monsters like the Blackhorn Devils. This allowed Nie Yan to have an even greater sense of appreciation for Lil Gold's power. Although Lil Gold required 4 times as much experience to level up as him at the same level, this was to be expected for such a powerful pet. With Lil Gold's terrifying growth rate, Nie Yan could hardly imagine how terrifying he would be at level 100. Noticing that Nie Yan was avoiding looking at her, Yao Yao revealed a sly smile. She felt the current him was quite amusing. After half an hour or so, the trio cleared the entire lake of Blackhorn Devils and confirmed there were no other monsters in the vicinity. Let's swim there together, Nie Yan suggested. Although it looked like they could just harvest the lotus after swimming there, he couldn't shake off this uncomfortable feeling in his mind. He had Yao Yao go with him as a precaution, so they could deal with any surprises together. For example, if another Blackhorn Devil popped up, they could fight it together. After all, Nie Yan couldn't kill them by himself. Okay, Yao Yao nodded. After Nie Yan unsummoned Lil Gold, the two of them jumped into the ice-cold lake. A cold gust of wind blew over the lake, causing ripples to form over the previously tranquil surface. It was as though a terrifying beast could pop out and swallow them whole at any given moment. However, as they looked down, all they could see was a pitch-black darkness. There was no way to get a clear view of what possibly lurked at the bottom. That was exactly why it instilled so much dread. As the two of them swam through the lake, the Black Sin Lotus' pleasant aroma wafted over, causing them to subconsciously relax. The Black Sin Lotus was an important item to Yao Yao. It was related to whether she could obtain Templar magic. Ass-Kickers United was sorely lacking in advanced magic. Even though Nie Yan had tasked his guild members to acquire them, those who were successful could be counted on his fingers. This undertaking required time. The guild's foundation had to be slowly built from the ground up. Every advanced magic was incredibly precious and vital to the growth of any guild. Nie Yan helping Yao Yao with Karsi's blessing was also helping out himself. Ass-Kickers United required advanced magic. Nie Yan and Yao Yao approached the Black Sin Lotus. It was in full bloom and floated calmly atop the water's surface. Every petal was akin to a piece of finely carved obsidian, covered in streaks of pink that spread out like wisps of blood. Nie Yan swam forward to harvest the Black Sin Lotus. He would worry about any possible danger after it was in his possession. Yao Yao was treating the water roughly 2 meters away from Nie Yan. She was afraid of straying too far from him. As a mage with fragile defenses, she would be in grave danger if she was ambushed by a monster. The calming fragrance of the Black Sin Lotus gently wafted through the air. As Nie Yan was about to reach for the Black Sin Lotus, an ice-cold current surged forth from the bottom of the lake, creating a whirling vortex that almost swept him away. Shit! Nie Yan cried out in alarm as a sense of dread washed over him. He felt a presence that previously lurked in the depths of the lake rushing up toward him. Perhaps this was the guardian of the Black Sin Lotus. No time for regrets. Nie Yan reached out and plucked the Black Sin Lotus from its stem. Let's get out of here, now. Nie Yan shouted to Yao Yao after putting the Black Sin Lotus in his bag. They could escape with return scrolls after getting back on dry land. In that instant, the entire lake started churning violently as a giant wave swept toward them. Hold on to me, Nie Yan yelled. He wrapped his arms around Yao Yao's waist and swam toward the shore with all his might. But his efforts were in vain as the wave crashed into them, sending them tumbling through the water as they desperately tried to keep their heads above the surface. Nirvana Flame, go on without me. You're faster, you can swim to safety. Yao Yao shouted. Mages were dreadfully slow swimmers. In the time it took her to swim 5 meters, Nie Yan could swim almost 10 times that distance. Nie Yan remained silent, abandoning a woman to save his own hide. He might as well throw away all his face as a man. Nie Yan and Yao Yao could only tightly hold onto each other as the wave threatened to pull them under. They were completely at the mercy of the turbulent currents, having long since lost the ability to control where they were going. Nie Yan and Yao Yao were completely caught up in the current. All they could do was try their best not to get separated. Nie Yan frantically held on to whatever part of Yao Yao was in his grasp, terrified of letting her loose. More than once, he thought he failed and lost her. In such a disorienting situation, he had no idea what was what. Yao Yao was struggling to breathe, and was starting to panic as she grew lightheaded. But when she felt Nie Yan's arm around her, a wave of calmness washed over her. A strong current battered Nie Yan, dragging him and Yao Yao ever closer to the bottom of the lake. Yao Yao couldn't hold her breath for much longer. If Nie Yan didn't get them back to the surface, she would drown. Nie Yan started becoming anxious. The terrifying pressure at the bottom of the lake left him unable to speak. He could sense something swimming towards them. It was eyeing them closely like prey. Nie Yan struggled to open his eyes and saw a shimmer on the lakebed. Gritting his teeth, he swam toward it with Yao Yao in his embrace. Nie Yan didn't know where the light came from, only that it grew brighter. In the end, his entire vision turned white as a feeling of passing through time and space came over him. A spell of dizziness washed over Nie Yan. Even so, he firmly held Yao Yao in his embrace until his consciousness slipped away. Nie Yan eventually awoke in a cold, barren desert, not knowing how much time had passed. A gust of wind blew by him, sending sand flying into the air. Where are we? Nie Yan tilted his head up at the sky, but only saw an endless sandstorm. You have discovered Xenard's domain. Xenard. Wait, Xenard the legendary Dragon King. Nie Yan recalled what he knew. Xenard had relied solely on himself to establish the Hybrid Empire. He had ruled over humanity and the other races for over 2,900 years, a period of time better known as the Dark Era. Could the rumors be true? Does this desert hide Dragon King Xenard's sword? If the famous NPCs throughout history counted as legends, Xenard was absolutely a mythical, deity-like existence. Other NPCs trying to compare with him was akin to a firefly trying to compete with the splendor of a full moon. Just his name alone would make people shudder in fear during his tyrannical reign. He was fully deserving of his reputation as the Dragon King. Even though this place might hold Xenard's sword, Nie Yan didn't believe he had the qualifications to obtain it. As a godly existence, Xenard naturally wielded a weapon deserving of his reputation. After accidentally arriving in Xenard's domain, Nie Yan felt slightly apprehensive. He didn't know just what sort of dangers awaited them. Nie Yan struggled for a while, but he couldn't budge an inch. Yao Yao was lying right on top of him. Yao Yao, wake up. Nie Yan nudged her gently. Yao Yao was slowly roused awake. Nirvana Flame, where are we? Yao Yao rubbed her eyes drowsily. Is this the graveyard? She distinctly remembered them being swept up by a rogue wave which dragged them to the bottom of the lake. How did we get here? We're in a quest map. Nie Yan answered. Located deep down at the bottom of the lake, the entrance to this realm was truly well hidden. For information about Xenard's sword to have leaked out, he wondered which player stumbled upon this place in the previous timeline. Nie Yan had never heard of anyone obtaining Xenard's sword, so its properties remained a mystery. However, there were rumors that only a paladin with a holy spirit heart could wield Xenard's sword. Nie Yan searched for information related to Xenard on the official website. But the only information that came up was about his reign as the Dragon King, his various achievements, and so on. Nothing about Xenard's sword was found. Nie Yan grew all the more curious. This was an unknown area. Its secrets and treasures were just waiting to be unearthed. Yao Yao crawled to her feet. Recalling how Nie Yan's hand had groped all over her body, her cheeks blushed with embarrassment. Seeing Yao Yao's pitiful appearance, Nie Yan didn't know how to explain himself. An awkward atmosphere developed between them. Teleportation scrolls don't work here. Let's see what's up ahead. In any case, we've got the Black Sin Lotus. If worse comes to worst and we can't find the exit, we'll just die and return to Kalor that way. Nie Yan broke the awkward silence. In order to prevent Yao Yao from feeling guilty, he didn't mention anything about his chapter from the Book of Order. If he dropped the chapter of peace, so be it. Yao Yao nodded in agreement. The two avoided making eye contact, only making small talk every now and then. When Nie Yan recalled Xie Yao, his heart slowly settled. Nie Yan summoned Lil Gold. 2 people and 1 dragon set out toward the north, not knowing when they would find the exit. Before long, they encountered monsters roaming in the distance. I'll go take a look, Nie Yan said. After activating stealth, he slowly approached them under the shroud of the blowing sand. Nie Yan inspected one of them with transcendent insight. Undead Bone Hunter, level 40. Health, 3,000 3,000s. Good, they're just ordinary level 40 monsters. Nie Yan breathed out a sigh of relief. These undead bone hunters somewhat resembled cheetahs with sharp spikes protruding from their backs. They were quite fast. Nie Yan observed them occasionally sprinting around before slowing down to a passive state. Nie Yan climbed up a steep mound and breathed in the cold air. He saw undead bone hunters stretching out as far as the eye could see. If he and Yao Yao wanted to get past them all, how long would it take? This place was just like the illusory realm of the Doolahans. Would they only be allowed to exit after completing the quest in this map? Let's start clearing the mobs, Nie Yan suggested. It wasn't a bad idea to grind here for a while, at least until he got his level back to where it used to be. If Nie Yan lost the chapter of peace here, it truly would be a pity. Although it was only a single chapter, if he collected the other 5 in the future, he would obtain another item on the level of the Glimpse of Darkness. The Book of Order was composed of 6 volumes. Each one gave different stat bonuses and benefits, and would trigger the release of an expansion. Anyone who collected all 6 volumes would become the Supreme Pontiff of the Holy Shrine. Of course, this wasn't a realistic goal. But if Nie Yan could obtain a few more volumes, he could roam the world as he pleased. Nie Yan raised his cavalry crossbow and fired at one of the undead bone hunters in the distance. Put. 5 bolts struck the target in quick succession, causing a string of damage values to float up into the air. Almost 60 undead bone hunters immediately charged toward him. Holy ardent blaze. Yao Yao waved her staff, causing beams of light to descend from the sky and bombard the undead bone hunters. A blanket of damage values rose up into the sky. She dealt at least 500 to 600 damage to each of them. This was an area of effect spell. Holy mages were better known for their single target damage. There weren't many area of effect spells available to them, not to mention they were quite rare. However, the few they had possessed formidable might. At this moment, Lil Gold spewed out a cone of dragon breath, dealing another 900 or so damage to the group of undead bone hunters. Lil Gold's dragon breath was even more terrifying against ordinary mobs. Lil Gold acted as the tank while Yao Yao cast spell after spell from the back. Nie Yan also joined the fray. Swaths of undead bone hunter collapsed one after another, littering the ground with piles of bone fragments. Nie Yan checked the quest he received back in the illusory realm of the Doolahans. Task 6 kill 50,000 level 30 or higher undead. Progress, 62 50,000s. His mind trembled in excitement. It would be great if he could complete task 6 and upgrade his demon hunter title while he was here. Aside from this, the glimpse of darkness also required him to kill a certain amount of undead to unlock some skills. Taking this into consideration, Nie Yan started feeling being trapped here wasn't all that bad. All they had to do was search around for some clues. Who knew what they might uncover? It was difficult to determine the true value of a title. Even the lowest ranking ones provided the player some benefit in the form of preferential treatment from NPCs, to say nothing of high-ranking titles such as Demon Hunter and Grand Scholar. Demon Hunter greatly raised Nie Yan's influence, albeit only in human cities, while Grand Scholar granted him an even wider host of privileges. Nie Yan wondered what sort of benefits he would receive by upgrading his Demon Hunter title from intermediate to advanced. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan diverted all his experience to Lil Gold, whose mobbing speed far exceeded his own. It would only become faster with every level Lil Gold gained. Nie Yan's intuition told him that he and Yao Yao would most likely be stuck in Xenard's domain for at least the next several days. These undead bone hunters were seemingly endless. Nie Yan didn't know how long it would take to get through them. They dropped about 1 silver upon death but pretty much nothing else. Even so, the profit from grinding them wasn't too bad since it was impossible to encounter such drop rates in ordinary maps. Nie Yan continued drawing aggro, while Yao Yao rested on the sidelines, drinking spring water to restore her mana. He fired out an endless stream of bolts and built up a large group of undead bone hunters behind him. After Nie Yan rounded them up, Yao Yao and Lil Gold would unleash their magic. Lil Gold with his dragon breath and Yao Yao with her holy ardent blaze. Swaths of undead bone hunters collapsed to the ground. Nie Yan's progress bar steadily rose. He discovered a kill only counted if he got the last hit. So he asked Yao Yao if she could leave the kills to him and Lil Gold. Like this, his quest would progress at a much faster rate. Lil Gold charged into the fray and swept through the undead bone hunters. Before long, Lil Gold rose to level 28 and learned 2 new skills. Meteor Drop Jr. Summon a giant meteor, dealing 200% damage to all targets in a 20-meter radius and persisting burn damage for 20 seconds. Cast time, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Ranks up at level 60. Explosive Counter Jr. when attacked, has a chance to retaliate against the enemy, dealing 200% damage. Ranks up at level 50. These 2 skills were quite formidable. Even though it became harder and harder to raise Lil Gold's level, he became increasingly strong with every level. Seeing Lil Gold learn 2 new skills, Nie Yan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Somehow, Lil Gold's growth kept exceeding his expectations. Nie Yan made a decision. Even at the cost of himself, he would definitely make Lil Gold skyrocket in level. Nie Yan used his cavalry crossbow to aggro about 60 undead bone hunters, the screeching mob surging forward like a tide. A scorching hot meteor descended from the sky and smashed into them with a loud bang, causing flames to fly everywhere. Under the raging flames, the undead bone hunters collapsed in droves. Nie Yan checked his progress. Task 6 kill 50,000 level 30 or higher undead. Progress, 1,223 50,000s. The number of kills rapidly accumulated. How much spring water do you have left? Nie Yan asked. A mage's sustainability was far too lacking. At regular intervals, they would be forced to take large numbers of mana potions, spring waters, and so on to replenish their mana. I prepared plenty before we set out. I still have over 60 stacks left, Yao Yao replied after checking her bag. Because Yao Yao bought the premium spring water, she could restore her mana to full with a single pouch, whereas others would be forced to chug down 5 or 6 ordinary spring waters. She wouldn't be running out of them anytime soon. Since each stack contained 20 pouches, that meant she had over 1,200 pouches of premium spring water which could last her at least 6 days. Nie Yan was speechless. Each pouch of premium spring water cost 1 silver. This meant she had spent over 1,200 silver or 12 gold. Even he would think twice about spending so much gold on something like this. In all of conviction, Yao Yao might be the sole person who could behave so lavishly. Since it appeared Yao Yao had prepared well in advance, there would be no problem in them leveling here for a few days. Nie Yan and Yao Yao spent the next few days in relative peace. Nie Yan would occasionally deal with outside affairs such as Asskickers United's growth, movements from Bloodthirst Blades and Alliance of Mages, and so on. It was a period of rapid growth for large guilds. Asskickers United also quickly expanded, ranking up to a level 5 guild with almost 60,000 members. The 5 auxiliary guilds also grew to around 10,000 members each, for a grand total of about 110,000. Thanks to the investment of Dragonsaur Financial Group, more and more guild members reached level 40. Many of them were provided with mounts, causing about 10% of the guild to get around on horseback. This signified the start of a new era. Players were no longer restricted to their starting cities. They could start traveling throughout the Viridian Empire. Nie Yan was clearer than anyone else about what this signified. Guowai received reports that players from Bloodthirst Blades had started appearing in maps that bordered Kalor territory. Because Kalor and Radiant City were relatively close, the 2 guilds had already made some contact. However, both sides acted with restraint for the time being, so no conflicts had broken out yet. Nevertheless, the smell of gunpowder was in the air. Due to the future competition for strongholds, the 2 guilds would inevitably become enemies. But apart from these matters, Nie Yan spent the remainder of his time with Yao Yao, leveling up on the undead bone hunters. Yao Yao especially enjoyed these dull days. On the second day of grinding in Xenard's domain, Nie Yan completed task 6 and received the advanced demon hunter title, increasing his influence in all human cities by 30. Nie Yan's goal was to reach 100 influence. When a player reached 100 influence in a city, they would receive special rewards, among which included the glory set. Among all equipment, the glory set was only second to sub-legendary sets. In the eyes of players, it counted among godly gear. In the previous timeline, not many people possessed it. Even giving an optimistic estimate, they would number no more than several thousand in the entire Viridian Empire. The vast majority of players would be over level 100 by the time they obtained this set. Nie Yan also received another quest. Task 7 Kill 200,000 level 30 or higher undead. Progress, 0 200,000. Nie Yan was curious as to what came after Advanced Demon Hunter. During this time, he and Yao Yao grinding in Zenard's domain non-stop. On day 5, Nie Yan was more than 3/4 of the way to complete Task 7. Task 7 Kill 200,000 level 30 or higher undead. Progress, 162,832 200,000. After killing countless undead, Nie Yan also unlocked a skill from the Glimpse of Darkness. Tempest Ambush, dash toward a target at 300% movement speed, ambushing them and dealing 160% damage while ignoring armor and level difference. Cooldown, 5 days. The number of powerful skills at his disposal kept increasing, but Nie Yan's level was lagging further behind every moment. Although he got back up to level 30, it still fell well short of Yao Yao, who had already climbed to level 42. On the leaderboards, players who were level 45 to 46 could be found everywhere. However, the top of the level leaderboards didn't mean anything to Nie Yan. He could catch back up at any time. What made him most excited was that after sacrificing his own level growth, Lil Gold had risen to level 35. With over 3,000 health and over 1,000 attack and magic power, Lil Gold was an extremely formidable opponent. When there was such a strong pet by his side, why would he have to worry about his level not keeping up? It was a pity he had no stat points to add after leveling back up to 30. In Conviction, if a player dropped levels, they wouldn't lose their stat points. So after gaining those levels back, naturally they wouldn't receive any. On another note, because he was stuck in Zenard's domain, Nie Yan couldn't personally participate in the stronghold battle between Holy Empire and Radiant Sacred Flame. However, he sent over 100 of his strongest players to represent Asskickers United in the battle. With Resplendent Blade Light and the others there to help out, there wouldn't be any problems in securing the stronghold. After all, Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors didn't send people to fight. They were all busy trying to secure strongholds for themselves. Where would they find the time to help a futureless Radiant Sacred Flame? During the fight, a minor incident occurred when Shadowkiller assassinated Sleepy Fox out of nowhere, almost causing Holy Empire to collapse. Fortunately, Asskickers United's powerful forces stood strong and carried the day, turning the tide back against Radiant Sacred Flame. Shadowkiller disappeared after his single kill, leaving only a single sentence for Asskickers United: tell Nirvana Flame to wash his neck, lest I dirty my blade. Shadowkiller's provocative words set all of Asskickers United into a murderous frenzy. Nie Yan, who was still stuck in Zenard's domain, cracked out a faint smile after hearing these words. If Shadowkiller really dared to come, he wouldn't mind toying around with him for a bit. In the previous timeline, Nie Yan had no hope of competing with a player on the level of Shadowkiller. But after reincarnating, Nie Yan had undergone a complete transformation, breaking free from his cocoon and become a butterfly, an obscure nameless figure to the illustrious leader of Asskickers United. The present him had already long since surpassed his past self. Fearless and unrivaled, this was Nie Yan's motto in this life. While paying attention to what was happening in the outside world, Nie Yan and Yao Yao continued pushing forward. The undead bone hunters here didn't respawn. They finally found some clues when Nie Yan discovered a guidestone. It was covered in cracks and was already heavily eroded by the elements. Nevertheless, he could still clearly make out an arrow pointing toward a certain direction, below which were several characters written in the dragon language, Zenard's Cenotaph. Zenard's Cenotaph was where some of his belongings were buried, including the sword he wielded during the Dark Era. The tyrannical weapon tasted the blood of countless lives, leaving an everlasting mark on history. It was simply impossible for a person without a Holy Spirit heart to subdue this godly weapon which brimmed with an aura of slaughter. Nie Yan didn't know much about Holy Spirit hearts except for they were difficult to obtain. Only 3 players were rumored to have ever received them in the previous timeline. However, he didn't know what methods they used. Holy Spirit hearts weren't class exclusive, but paladins did have a somewhat easier time acquiring them. This was because it was reported a Holy Spirit heart could be gained after purifying a certain number of undead, and at the later stages of the game, paladins possessed an aura skill which had a chance of purifying any weak undead that entered their sphere of influence. No matter how difficult, Nie Yan wanted to at least get a look at Zenard's sword. He knew wanting to obtain it was a fool's errand, but just seeing it was still within the realms of possibility, right? Nie Yan and Yao Yao moved in the direction the guidestone pointed. Still barring their path was the endless sea of undead bone hunters. However, Nie Yan discovered they were a lot easier to deal with than before. He quickly realized why after checking his status. Advanced Demon Hunter increases influence in all human nations by 30. Reduces the stats of every creature of darkness within 20 meters of the player by 30%. Intimidate enhanced, inflict the target with fear and cripple their movements for 3 seconds. Range, 5 meters. Deterrence enhanced, disperse all monsters within the surrounding area for 15 minutes. Not valid if the monster's level exceeds the player's level by over 30. Advanced Demon Hunter didn't give anything new, but all of the existing properties received a substantial boost. Nie Yan would probably have to raise the title's rank again or maybe upgrade it to an even higher tier to receive a new skill. The greater the debuff to the surrounding undead, the faster Nie Yan and Yao Yao shredded through them. In the distance, a massive grave gradually revealed itself to them. It was made of ashen gray rocks and piled several tens of meters high. The highest stone, which showed clear signs of weathering, sported a dark entrance that led deep underground. With his sights set on Zenard's sword, Nie Yan planned to explore the depths of this cenotaph. Regardless of what happened to him down there, his journey here could be counted a success. I'm running out of spring water, Yao Yao said with furrowed brows after checking her bag. Even over 60 stacks couldn't hold up to so many days of non-stop grinding. Nie Yan thought for a bit, then suggested, how about you return to Kalor with the Black Sin Lotus without me? I'll explain you how to proceed with the next step of Karsi's blessing. Go find Blacksmith Kate and ask him to craft you a silver grade rosary. Wear it during the next stage of the quest. Yao Yao thought for a moment. Without any mana recovery items, she would only be a burden to Nie Yan if she stuck around. Her only choice was to die to return back to the city. Alright, I'll go finish Karsi's blessing by myself. Yao Yao nodded. Nie Yan appeared quite interested in this quest, to the extent that he wouldn't be satisfied until he saw it through to the very end. Nie Yan traded the Black Sin Lotus to Yao Yao. He only needed to give her a bit of guidance for the next stage, and she would be fine. With the silver grade rosary, the difficulty would become a lot more bearable. Alright, Nirvana Flame, I'll take my leave. Yao Yao's eyes flashed with deep reluctance as she began taking her equipment off. Okay. Nie Yan nodded. He planned to explore the interior of the grave. If he was going to die anyways, he might as well try to get something out of it. It took over 20 seconds for Yao Yao to finish unequipping her gear, after which she found a way to commit suicide and return to Kalor. After she left, Nie Yan looked at Lil Gold. Without the support of Yao Yao's area of effect magic, their mobbing speed would drop considerably. Nie Yan redirected his attention to some guild affairs. This afternoon signaled the end of the 5-day deadline between Askickers United and Dragonsaur Financial Group. He ordered Blade Light, Young 7, and the others to capture a basic stronghold by themselves. With a force of 500 strong, they succeeded after wiping 7 times. Although the evil creatures guarding the strongholds gave ample amounts of experience, it still wasn't enough to cover their losses. On average, each member dropped by 2 levels. But compared to the worth of a stronghold, this was a decent trade-off. It wasn't just Askickers United. Other guilds were also hard at work clearing strongholds, but the losses they suffered in the process were far steeper. Nie Yan looked at the vast sea of bones before him, waves of them moving around seemingly without purpose. Directing Lil Gold, who could massacre entire groups of undead bone hunters with his dragon breath, he steadily advanced. Nie Yan arrived outside the entrance of Zenard's cenotaph. He could detect a dark energy radiating from its depths, giving a cold and gloomy feeling. Before him was a long flight of stairs that led deep underground. Nie Yan descended the stairs along with Lil Gold. Carved into the walls on either side of the passage were simple murals depicting the history of the dragon race, from their abrupt rise in the Konasi mountain range to their rapid occupation of the territories of other races, then finally the establishment of their empire, ruling over the entire Atlantic continent. As the saying went, nothing lasts forever. After dominating the continent for 2,900 years, even King Zenard grew old. In the fight for his inheritance, the ruling class tore itself apart. On top of that, the various races revolted against the dragon's atrocities, causing the Hybreath Empire to fall into a sharp decline and never regain its former glory. In the end, the nobility of the dragon race had no choice but to place Zenard's cenotaph in Zenard's domain. Otherwise, it would be destroyed by the other races. The dragon race was nearly slaughtered to extinction while the survivors were scattered all over the continent. Even a powerful existence like the dragon race was ultimately wiped away from the slates of history. As ancient legends like the one before Nie Yan seeped into both the civilization and various quests, they joined together to form the mystical world of conviction. Seeing these simple yet clear murals, Nie Yan felt like he was wandering through the rivers of history. As Nie Yan traveled deeper into the tomb, the passage gradually grew more spacious. He guessed the ceiling was about 10 meters high, while a couple of meters to either side he was met with bones and skeletons along the wall. Some were human, others were elves, and still others were giants. All of them had fallen victim to a one-sided slaughter. Glowing pearls on the side of the walls lit up the passageway. Under the dim light, he saw several silhouettes flash by. Nie Yan didn't know what sort of monsters lurked here. He entered stealth and went forward to investigate. Several figures appeared before his eyes, skeleton mages. Besides their black robes, all he could make out was the eerie green flames flickering in their otherwise empty eye sockets. One of the skeleton mages suddenly turned around and stared in Nie Yan's direction. Nie Yan held his breath. His entire body was hidden and merged with the darkness. The skeleton mage searched around, but after not finding anything, it continued on its way. Nie Yan inspected the skeleton mage with transcendent insight. Skeleton Dragon Priest Elite Level 50. Health, 5,000 5,000s. There were roughly 16 skeleton dragon priests in this area. Could it be that his journey would end here? Nie Yan wasn't willing to give up yet. He had already come so far. Besides, even if he decided to stop here, he would still have to die to escape this quest map. He might as well give it a shot. He unsummoned Lil Gold, then walked into the room. After Nie Yan activated the crawler ring, he began slowly climbing the walls like a house gecko. He hid in a corner that was the furthest away from the skeleton dragon priests and slowly made his way to the other side with careful control over his every move. While surrounded by so many enemies, Nie Yan didn't dare to behave rashly. He looked up ahead and saw 2 groups of skeleton dragon priests. Although this room was spacious, avoiding them would be extremely difficult. A skeleton dragon priest suddenly turned its head, staring straight at Nie Yan. Nie Yan's heart jumped in fright. He had been discovered. Then again, in a closed environment like this, it was hard not to be discovered. The skeleton dragon priest waved its staff and cast a snare. If Nie Yan was immobilized, he would fall down. However, he couldn't use any skills right now because he was on the wall. Miss. Nie Yan was caught off guard but overjoyed by this unexpected development. However, why did the skeleton dragon priest's snare not work on him? He suddenly recalled a certain item, the Chapter of Peace. It had a passive skill that had a chance of nullifying any spell targeted at him. The Chapter of Peace actually had such a life-saving use. Its value in his heart increased immensely. Sometimes this item could act as a timely lifesaver. Targeted spells like Ensnare or Petrifying Gaze from both players and monsters were very difficult to deal with. Because he possessed the Chapter of Peace, when encountering such dangers, his life could potentially be saved. But he understood there was only a chance for it to activate. In all likelihood, he wouldn't be so lucky next time. Nie Yan flipped over and jumped off the stone wall. Landing gracefully on the floor, he perfectly executed Shadow Waltz to suddenly rush forward. The skeleton dragon priest sent over a dozen spells whizzing towards Nie Yan. Nie Yan leapt out of the way in an attempt to dodge. While midair, he activated the Dark Bright Barrier skill from his Dark Bright chest piece. Bang, bang, 2 fireballs still managed to hit him. -236. -224. What terrifying damage. Fortunately, Nie Yan managed to avoid the vast majority of the attacks. Otherwise, this barrage would have easily sent him to his grave. He quickly dashed toward the passage. Since he had already been discovered, he might as well make a break for it. The group of skeleton dragon priests attempted to intercept him, sending numerous spells flying in his direction. Fireballs flew all over the place with dozens of projectiles being launched in each wave. As Nie Yan made his escape, nasty sizzles sounded out repeatedly as he was hit by one fireball after another. However, he wasn't instantly killed by the barrage but instead bravely withstood the skeleton dragon priest's spells to make his way to the next room. In the instant before the next barrage of spells hit him, marking his imminent demise, Nie Yan activated the God's Blessing skill from the Chapter of Peace, becoming immune to all magic. Since the Chapter of Peace was guaranteed to drop upon death, Nie Yan decided to take advantage of its God's Blessing skill while he still could. He might even come out of here alive by some stroke of luck. God's Blessing had a duration of 60 seconds. During this time, Nie Yan wouldn't have to fear any magic. After downing a haste potion he got from the Starry Night potion ship, Nie Yan fled for his life while brushing off the bombardment of spells. With only 10 seconds remaining on God's Blessing, he bolted past the last group of skeleton dragon priests and escaped through the passage to the next room. He found a dark corner to duck into and disappeared into the shadows. The skeleton dragon priests chased after Nie Yan into the passageway. But after finding no signs of him, they turned around and left. Nie Yan breathed out a sigh of relief. He left his hiding spot and continued traveling deeper into the tomb. Much to his dismay, the next room he arrived at contained nearly 6 times as many skeleton dragon priests. He had no idea how to deal with so many elite-class monsters. These skeleton dragon priests completely barred Nie Yan's path forward. How do I get past this room? Nie Yan muttered. He surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that this room didn't differ much from the last in design, meaning sneaking past these skeleton dragon priests would be next to impossible. Taking them out one by one was another route he could take. After all, with his outstanding gear and wide array of skills, disposing a level 50 skeleton dragon priest would be a piece of cake. However, in front of him were over 70 skeleton dragon priests with even more further up ahead. Even with the silk spinner ring and crawler ring in his possession, Nie Yan had no way of sneaking past them. While Nie Yan was pondering his next step, one of the skeleton dragon priests split off from the group and began wandering in his direction. In its idle state, it alternated between moving around and stopping to survey its surroundings. It got closer and closer to Nie Yan. Only a few more steps and it would discover him. There was a large crowd of skeleton dragon priests only 20 meters up ahead. If they were all alerted of his presence, Nie Yan would be left without a corpse. His only option was to take out this skeleton dragon priest as quickly as possible. Nie Yan gritted his teeth and activated Gale Ambush. He dashed forward with an explosive burst of speed and plunged his dagger deep into the skeleton dragon priest's chest. After which he circled around and followed up with Cutthroat. Nie Yan's speed reached its absolute limit thanks to the 200% bonus from Gale Ambush. Gale Ambush increased damage by 60% and ignored armor and level difference. Combined with the Advanced Demon Hunter title which reduced the stats of all nearby undead by 30%, Nie Yan dealt massive damage. Before the skeleton dragon priest could react, Nie Yan had brought it down to almost half health. The skeleton dragon priest began casting, a sphere of light condensing in its palm. But before it could retaliate, Nie Yan temporarily delayed it with a swift kick to the shoulder. Nie Yan threw himself back at the skeleton dragon priest and struck out with backstab and eviscerate. Just as the skeleton dragon priest was about to unleash its magic, Nie Yan activated blast and finished it off with a loud explosion. The ruckus alerted the crowd of skeleton dragon priests up ahead. As they turned their heads to look over, all they saw was a black robe and scattered bone fragments on the ground. Nie Yan was nowhere to be found. These undead lacked the intelligence to wonder how their comrade ended up in such a state. Without a target, they would remain idle, leaving Nie Yan safe for the time being. Nie Yan returned to the corner. He relaxed his breathing after seeing the skeleton dragon priests turn their gazes away. Had he not acted with such resolve, he would be facing a calamity right now. Taking down a single skeleton dragon priest wasn't enough to allow Nie Yan to get through this area, nor did he have the luxury of waiting all day for them to split off from their groups, allowing him to pick them off one at a time. Is there nothing else I can do? Nie Yan scanned through the list of skills and items available to him before his gaze settled on the Pearl of Disguise. Maybe I really can sneak past these skeleton dragon priests if I disguise myself as one of them. After a moment, Nie Yan made his decision. He could think of no other way. Nie Yan activated disguise, and his body was instantly shrouded by a black robe. His face concealed beneath the robe turned skeletal while flickering green orbs emerged in his eye sockets. He looked identical to a skeleton dragon priest. The disguise skill was quite impressive. Nie Yan examined his body and confirmed that the transformation was complete. Every part of his body had turned into a skeleton. Nie Yan didn't know if the skeleton dragon priests could see through his disguise, or if there was a safe distance and what it was. So he decided it best to stay as far away from them as he possibly could. What awaited Nie Yan if he was caught was an endless barrage of spells. Later, he would awake in the Kalor graveyard. Nie Yan took a deep breath, then began walking towards the skeleton dragon priests in the distance. He even perfectly mimicked their gait. This way, his cover was less likely to get blown. Nie Yan silently prayed that the skeleton dragon priests didn't possess any skills like Eye of Truth, otherwise, he was toast. Nie Yan slowly approached the skeleton dragon priests. At about 5 meters, he could clearly make out their faces under the robes. Their bone-white, skeletal appearances were extremely off-putting. Even though Nie Yan couldn't see his own face, he reckoned it didn't differ much from these skeleton dragon priests. This was the effect of disguise. Nie Yan lowered his head. He saw a pair of hands that were mostly bone with a bit of mummified muscle and tendons attached to them. These were his hands. He firmly grasped his staff as he advanced. He was only a short distance away from the skeleton dragon priests. Nie Yan felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest as he got closer and closer to them. I'm done for if I expose myself now. Calm down. He forcefully composed himself, then continued onward. Several skeleton dragon priests looked over at Nie Yan. They stared at his face for what seemed like an eternity before finally turning away. None of the skeleton dragon priests noticed anything off about Nie Yan. Nie Yan felt reassured as he slowly snuck past the groups of skeleton dragon priests without being noticed. When he reached the end of the room, he breathed out a sigh of relief. This sort of activity truly tested the limits of a person's mental fortitude. Nie Yan took advantage of his disguise to travel deeper into the tomb. He bumped into skeleton dragon priests in every room and corridor. If a player hadn't reached level 70 or didn't possess any special methods, there was no way they could make it this far by themselves. Nie Yan used the Pearl of Disguise to make it through the areas that were littered with skeleton dragon priests. After traveling for another half an hour, he exited a long, narrow passageway and arrived in a room significantly hotter than the others. Below was a lake of boiling lava while ahead was a stone archbridge that stretched past a haze of volcanic gas. Nie Yan spotted a statue towering over the lava in the distance. It was roughly 70 meters tall and resembled a titan of antiquity. Clad in golden armor and sporting a pair of giant wings, it was a spectacular sight to behold. This was a statue of Dragon King Zenard in his prime. Brimming with muscle, he appeared domineering with a murderous countenance that inspired fear to all. Slaughterer of all beings, the indisputable tyrant throughout the ages. His establishment of the Hybreath Empire and subsequent reign was known as the Dark Era. For all other races, it was the darkest time in their history. The statue's right hand was placed in front of its chest with its palm facing upward. Its immense palm was large enough to fit 6 people. Floating just about a meter above the center of the palm was a pitch-black short sword. It was covered in a blazing black flame. Zenard's sword was roughly the same size as an ordinary one-handed sword. It was entirely black, shrouded in an otherworldly flame. Since Zenard's sword was so high up, Nie Yan couldn't get a good look at it. However, it immediately drew his attention. In this expansive room, it was undoubtedly the focal point. This was a frightening weapon that took millions of lives, but also a legendary weapon that countless people drooled over. Nie Yan stared at the treasure that was so close, yet so far away. Even though he was fully aware of the danger, he had an urge to charge up ahead. Nie Yan walked over the stone bridge. A dense noxious cloud of smoke rose up from the boiling pit of lava below, carrying along with it waves of heat and even smoldering flames. The burning smoke enveloped him, lingering for a long while, before gradually extinguishing. Despite being burned by the smoke, Nie Yan was still unscathed. Nie Yan possessed the Kilnfire heart, making his fire resistance extremely high. Even a level 80 player wasn't necessarily a match for him in this regard. So the environmental hazards here had no effect on him. These clouds of smoke only dealt 50 points of damage at most. Ahead of him was a 10-meter wide lava river. Nie Yan searched for a long time but he couldn't find a bridge to the other side. The lava below boiled and rolled. From time to time, gas bubbles would explode, sending waves of heat rising into the air. After considering his options, Nie Yan equipped the leaper ring. He leapt over the lava and landed safely on the other side. Nie Yan gazed into the distance. He was one step closer to the statue at the center. There was still roughly 60 meters to go. There was a vast sea of lava ahead of him. Wanting to obtain Xenard's sword wouldn't be an easy task. Nie Yan wondered how the people in the previous timeline reached Xenard's sword or how many of them were engulfed by the boiling lava. Nie Yan felt his expectations for Xenard's sword soar. It was definitely on par with the Grimmar soul staff. Nie Yan's eyes swept over the ground in the distance. To his shock, he discovered a person hung up on a giant cross, about 8 meters above the lava. The hanged man looked quite large and muscular. Because it was so far away, Nie Yan couldn't see this person clearly. However, for an NPC to appear in this place, and to be strung up on a cross no less, they were definitely related to Xenard's sword in the quest in this map. It was hard to tell if this NPC was still alive. Nie Yan thought for a moment before decisively walking over. Nie Yan trekked over to the NPC strewn up on the cross and examined him. He was far taller than an ordinary person, with a robust physique that glowed a healthy bronze. The lower half of his body was covered by a pair of ragged fur trousers while his upper body was bare. Despite his sorry appearance, he brimmed with power akin to a ferocious beast. From these distinctive traits, Nie Yan identified this NPC as a barbarian. Barbarians were a race of humans gifted with immense physical strength. They specialized in melee combat, often wrestling with beasts in the forest to hone their various techniques. Battle was practically in their blood. Barbarians were a famous group of people. Although their population never exceeded 2,000, countless champions were birthed from their tribe, some of whom even became legendary existences such as the god of war Kello. Nie Yan stood roughly 30 meters away from this barbarian. It appeared he had been hung up on the cross for quite a while. His hair fell well past his shoulders, covering his face and preventing others from making out his expression. Nie Yan had encountered a few barbarians in his past life. They were powerful and well-respected NPCs who acted as the cornerstones of strength in every battle, slaughtering numerous creatures of darkness. Their feats were often spoken highly about in the Hilton stronghold. Nie Yan discovered this barbarian was firmly nailed in place by metal spikes through his hands and feet, leaving him unable to move an inch. As if that wasn't enough, his wrists and ankles were bound in chains and shackles. It was impossible for this barbarian to break free in such a state. Sensing another presence, the barbarian raised his head to stare at Nie Yan. His deep black eyes were piercing and full of life. Nie Yan inspected the barbarian with transcendent insight. Barbarian Kellowitz, Lord, level 360. Health. Nie Yan was shocked. Generally, NPCs over level 300 were existences similar to legendary figures like Karsi. But he feared even Karsi might not necessarily be a match for this fellow in level. Youngster, what are you doing here? Barbarian Kellowitz asked. His deep, husky voice carried a serenity unlike any other. I was just exploring, Nie Yan replied innocently. He remained unflinching under Barbarian Kellowitz's intent gaze, which was akin to a sharp blade. Even while bound to the cross, Barbarian Kellowitz still radiated matchless might. Barbarian Kellowitz cracked an appreciative smile. Youngster, you're still but an infant, but you have great willpower. He lazily glanced at the flowing lava around him. I've been imprisoned in here, this damn place, for close to 1,000 years. Nie Yan's expression flickered in surprise. This was probably a trigger for a quest. Do you need my help? Barbarian Kellowitz gazed at Nie Yan for a moment. With a faint smile, he gently shook his head. Youngster, you're far too weak. It's impossible for you to free me. It would require someone with a Holy Spirit heart to pull out Xenard's sword to unlock these restraints. Nie Yan's mind trembled. In the previous timeline, a player had probably reached this place and heard something similar from Barbarian Kellowitz. Subsequently, the information about Xenard's sword leaked to the outside. However, these rumors were never corroborated by the official website. This quest probably had a very high-level requirement and involved buried secrets of the Atlanta continent, neither of which the players had obtained in the previous timeline. So the official website never made any relevant information public. What must I do to obtain a Holy Spirit heart? Nie Yan asked. In the previous timeline, a Holy Spirit heart was a distant legend. Those in possession of one could be counted on a single hand. Paladins are gifted beings with a straightforward path to obtain a Holy Spirit heart. For other classes, although it isn't impossible, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens, Barbarian Kellowitz answered. He gazed at Nie Yan's resolute expression, then revealed a self-mocking smile. I don't know why, maybe because I've gone senile from being holed up here for far too long, but my gut tells me you can do it. Youngster, are you willing to unseal Xenard's sword and use it to sever these accursed chains? Will you accept Barbarian Kellowitz's request? Time limit, 5 months. Failure will result in the loss of 10 levels. Nie Yan thought for a moment, then pressed confirm. The penalty was nothing particularly grave in his opinion. There was no harm in accepting this quest. However, he still had some doubts regarding Xenard's sword. Could he really obtain it? Even if he had to die again and again, it would all be worth it if he could obtain Xenard's sword. A mythical treasure like this was simply too great to pass up on. You have accepted Barbarian Kellowitz's request. You have received Barbarian Kellowitz's blessing. Barbarian Kellowitz's blessing, suppress the might of evil. Duration, 5 months. Why did I get this blessing? What is it for? Nie Yan was dazed for a moment. He gazed up at Xenard's swords floating above the palm of the statue. This godly weapon had been sealed there for nearly 1,000 years. It contained a mysterious power that appeared to transcend both space and time. Suppress the might of evil. Could it be referring to Xenard's sword? But how do I obtain a Holy Spirit heart? Nie Yan hurriedly asked. The Holy Spirit heart was the most important part. No need to worry. Barbarian Kellowitz chuckled. He chanted a series of syllables as a blaze of light enshrouded Nie Yan. I once received the blessing of God, making me the only barbarian who can wield magic. With it, I blessed you. As for whether you can obtain a Holy Spirit heart, that will depend on yourself. Nie Yan checked his status and discovered a new skill. Purifying aura. Wield the power of light to purify all evil creatures within a 5-meter radius. A holy spirit heart could be obtained by purifying countless evil creatures. As for the exact number, Nie Yan had no clue. However, he was certain it wasn't low. How else could there have been only 3 paladins with holy spirit hearts in the previous timeline? Kelowitz, sir, thank you for the blessing, Nie Yan said. It appeared it would be a long time before he could come back here to rescue this barbarian. Barbarian Kelowitz appeared slightly out of breath after granting the blessing. Please remember the task I entrusted you with. If you would like to leave this place, I can still muster open a teleportal for you. Hold on, please. Kelowitz, sir, would it be possible for me to take away Zenard's sword? Nie Yan asked. He gazed at the sword hovering in the distance. Go fetch Zenard's sword first, Barbarian Kelowitz replied. An ordinary person couldn't reach such a high place. Nie Yan reckoned that the lucky fellow who stumbled upon this place in the previous time initially had no way of reaching the sword. So they could only return to the city and think of a way to overcome this obstacle. When they returned with an item such as a levitation ring, they could take Zenard's sword away. Sure, I can climb up there, Nie Yan said. He grew excited after Barbarian Kelowitz agreed to his request. Zenard's sword was sealed after the death of Zenard. Its current power isn't even a fraction of what it once was, Barbarian Kelowitz said. From Nie Yan's experience, the properties of legendary pieces of gear like this one were unmatched even when sealed. Nie Yan conjectured the reason Barbarian Kelowitz granted him a blessing that suppressed evil was precisely so that he could wield Zenard's sword. Aside from daggers, thieves could also equip short swords. Nie Yan thought for a bit before becoming impatient. He glanced at his crawler ring. Since he hadn't used it in a while, it was off cooldown. Nie Yan bid farewell to Barbarian Kelowitz, then made his way to the distant statue. He jumped on the statue, his body bracing against it as he climbed. After a few minutes, he had gone from the feet to the chest. From there, he shot out a web line from his silk spinner ring and swung himself over 15 meters through the air before smacking into the arm. He wrapped himself tightly around it before hastily crawling towards the statue's palm. Before long, he reached its hand. Standing on a relatively flat part of its palm, he could see Zenard's sword right before him. A black flame covered the sword, its tongues leaping wildly into the air. Nie Yan approached Zenard's sword. The slender short sword was about a meter long and pitch black. A lifelike serpent was engraved in the hilt, almost as if it were about to strike. The blade itself was like black crystal, pure and translucent, with a razor-sharp barb curving out from each side. The whole thing glinted with a bloody light, exuding a baleful sword aura. You have discovered Dragon King Zenard's sword. It possesses an extremely powerful evil energy. Legend has it that users who cannot suppress the evil energy will be devoured by the sword instead. It was just like Nie Yan had surmised. If a player wanted to take away Zenard's sword, they would need to have Barbarian Kelowitz's blessing. Nie Yan walked up to Zenard's sword and wrapped his hand around the hilt. A powerful dark energy surged up his arm and into his body, causing him to feel a chill. However, immediately after, his body radiated a brilliant light. A warm, holy energy permeated his body and forced the dark energy back. The black flames around Zenard's sword flared erratically, causing Nie Yan to feel like his hands were burning up. He heard a voice whispering in his mind. But when he tried to listen closely, it disappeared without a trace. Most legendary weapons represented the legacies of powerful ancient figures, sometimes even developing a spirit of their own. Nie Yan didn't find this strange at all. For example, Zenard's sword carried the memory of its original owner and experienced the Dark Era. Just as Nie Yan brought Zenard's sword closer to check its properties, ghastly cries rang in his ears. His vision swam as countless malignant souls swarmed toward him. A cold and gloomy energy invaded his body and sought to devour him, causing him to narrowly fall into a panic. However, he quickly realized they were just illusions, accumulated resentment given form after the slaughter of millions of lives. So long as his mind was resolute, he wouldn't be affected. Nie Yan took a deep breath, then calmly gazed at his surroundings. The spirits lingered around for a while, but after realizing they could do nothing to him, they vanished like a wisp of smoke. As Nie Yan firmly grasped onto the rough textured handle of Zenard's sword, it let out a low hum and struggled for a while before finally settling down. After swinging Zenard's sword around a few times, Nie Yan felt it was a bit too large for his likings. But as soon as this thought surfaced, the sword shrunk to a more comfortable size, its black flame still burning ever so vigorously. The faint runes engraved along the fuller of Zenard's sword sealed much of its power. He would need to obtain a holy spirit heart before hoping to remove them as well as the corrosive miasma surrounding the sword. Before removing the seal, Barbarian Kelowitz's blessing sufficed in suppressing the evil energy. As Nie Yan gazed at Zenard's sword, he whispered, I finally have a godly weapon of my own. Nie Yan examined the properties of Zenard's sword. Sealed Zenard's sword godly legendary. Nightmare Curse of the Dead, reduces the player's stats by 50%. Effect have by Barbarian Kelowitz's blessing. Description, a godly weapon created by Calendar and imbued with the dark magic power of Dragon King Zenard. Failing to subdue to the evil energy within Zenard's sword will result in a fatal backlash. 6 divine seals were placed on this sword by the god of war Kelo. Properties, attack 630 to 636, critical plus 30, 10% chance to deal 500% critical damage, ignore level plus 12, ignore armor. Hell execution, chance to instantly execute an enemy when their health falls below 20%. Success rate is determined by level difference in defense. Energy cost, 100 cooldown, 5 seconds. Apocalyptic Extinction Jr. inflict the enemy with 5 types of curses, weaken, cripple, disease, fear, and corrode. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Restrictions, none. Creator, Calendar. Despite being suppressed by the 6 divine seals of the god of war Kelo, Zenard's sword was still ludicrously powerful. Its attack power was even higher than that of a level 50 dark gold weapon. Its other properties were nothing to scoff at either, especially the 2 skills, Hell Execution and Apocalyptic Extinction. The Nightmare Curse of the Dead wasn't something an ordinary player could bear. Even with Barbarian Kelowitz's blessing having the effects of the curse, a 25% reduction in all stats was still quite harsh. It was tantamount to the player sacrificing a large portion of their health and defense to wield great power. Fortunately, Nie Yan possessed a glimpse of darkness which greatly increased his stats, so a 25% reduction in all stats was no skin off his back. Even though he wouldn't be as durable, his damage would soar, allowing him to take down opponents even quicker. For every seal Nie Yan removed, more of Zenard's sword's power would be unlocked until it was restored to its original state, a true godly weapon. However, what exactly was a godly legendary item? Nie Yan searched the official website and found an information page regarding the topic. It explained that godly legendaries were a subcategory of legendaries. There were several types of legendaries. The most common were ordinary legendaries. Items like Nie Yan's Shadow of Sulgata belonged in this category. Less common were legendary sets such as the Grimar set. These generally had somewhat better stats than ordinary legendaries. Finally, above them were godly legendaries. These were often created by legendary blacksmiths, and had their creator's name labeled on them. Throughout the history of the Atlantic continent, there were only a handful of blacksmiths who could create items of such quality: Calendar, Bloem, Hilda, Klump, and Talmax. These blacksmiths belonged to the elves, humans, dwarves, and dragons. The godly legendaries they created were used by countless powerful figures throughout history, changing hands from person to person. Xenard's sword was one of them. Nie Yan recalled how Xenard's sword obtained its reputation because it was used by the Dragon King Xenard. He started dreaming of the unimaginable power he would hold when he removed the final seal on the sword. But even now, it was hard to imagine that any player could find a weapon to rival his. Nie Yan equipped Xenard's sword as his primary weapon while switching Splitting Edge to his offhand. Xenard's sword had shrunk quite a bit. It was roughly the size of an ordinary dagger, so it didn't stand out. From his past life to the present, this was Nie Yan's first time using a short sword. Combat-orientated thieves generally favored short swords because their attack was higher and they had a bit more range, while stealth-orientated thieves preferred daggers. Nie Yan belonged to the latter group. However, with a powerful short sword like Xenard's sword in his possession, it would be a waste not to use it. With Xenard's sword in hand, Nie Yan leapt off the palm of the statue and activated the Featherfall jewel, whereupon he gently landed on the ground. As Nie Yan walked back, he felt Barbarian Kellowitz somewhat resembled the god of war Kello. Was there some sort of connection? After all, their names did have some similarities. You've retrieved Xenard's sword. I hope you use it well. Remember, a weapon, no matter how powerful, is merely a tool. It is neither inherently good nor evil. That is decided by the owner. Barbarian Kellowitz glanced at the weapon in Nie Yan's hands, then continued, I hope you'll purify this sword of slaughter. Nie Yan nodded in understanding. Gazing at Barbarian Kellowitz, he asked, Kellowitz, sir, there's something that's been bugging me in the back of mind ever since you introduced yourself. I hope you can answer my question. Ask away, Barbarian Kellowitz replied with a smile. Despite being bound by chains and nailed to a cross, he still maintained a calm bearing. Were it an ordinary person, they would have long since lost their mind. The god of war Kello, that's you, isn't it? Nie Yan asked. It was highly likely that Kellowitz was called the god of war Kello in the outside world. To be imprisoned here for nearly 1,000 years without dying, even if he wasn't a god, he should be pretty close to one. God of war Kello is but a mundane title. When you reach a certain threshold, the masses will start worshipping you as a god, Barbarian Kellowitz answered with a mild expression. Hearing these words, Nie Yan understood that Barbarian Kellowitz had implicitly admitted to being the god of war Kello. Xenard captured me, but he had no way of destroying my divinity and killing me, so he ended up imprisoning me here instead. If I count how much time has passed, I'd say it's been almost 1,000 years, Barbarian Kellowitz said. Divinity? Nie Yan asked in a puzzled tone. This was his first time hearing about such a term. Then again, godlike existences in conviction were pretty rare in the first place. Divinity is a gift bestowed by God. No matter how many times you die, you will always revive, Barbarian Kellowitz explained. Nie Yan chuckled. Going by that description, wouldn't it mean all players possess divinity? Of course, the rules for NPCs and players were different. Barbarian Kellowitz was the god of war Kello. With this, everything made sense. He was locked up here because he had lost to Xenard in that decisive battle during the Dark Era. The only thing that left Nie Yan puzzled was why the god of war Kello didn't die. Why was it that Dragon King Xenard, who was much more powerful, ultimately passed away because he couldn't escape the corrosion of time? However, this would forever remain a mystery, and Nie Yan couldn't be bothered to inquire. After all, these matters had no relation to his direct benefit. Barbarian Kellowitz created a magical circle with a wave of his hand, causing a portal that stood about 3 meters tall to appear out of thin air. It would send Nie Yan directly back to the outside world. This portal will send you to a human city. When you obtain a Holy Spirit heart, return. Hurry up and leave this place. Every 7 days, this volcano will erupt with lava. The next eruption is probably just a few hours away. Youngster, I wish you a safe journey. Barbarian Kellowitz said. Seeing as he probably wouldn't be getting anything else, although obtaining Xenard's sword was already amazing enough, Nie Yan bid farewell to Barbarian Kellowitz, then stepped into the portal. When Nie Yan opened his eyes, he was back in the outside world. After sweeping his eyes over the nearby buildings, he recognized his current location as Glory City. Why was I teleported here? He noticed a teleportation mark on his wrist which pulsed with a mysterious power. It would allow him to open up a portal and return to Barbarian Kellowitz's location at any time. However, it was only one-time use. Nie Yan suddenly noticed a crowd of players staring at him in shock. Nie Yan followed their gazes to Xenard's sword in his hand. Gleaming with a gaudy light, its black flames burned fiercely. This was a fire-enchanted sword. Even if Nie Yan hid the special effects, the reaction would still be the same. The pitch-black blade was translucent like crystal with a sharp barb curving out from the side. This was the first time they had ever seen such a striking short sword. Damn, what kind of sword is that? Who knows? I've never seen one like that before. Wait, isn't that the guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, Nirvana Flame? Why would he be all the way out here in Glory City? I don't know. Isn't his guild Ass-Kickers United at odds with Bloodlust Blades? Why did he walk into the lion's den? Nie Yan remained unperturbed by these comments. This wasn't his first trip to Glory City, nor would it be his last. He strapped Xenard's sword to his waist, then started walking towards the transfer area. You're finally out. Guo Wai messaged Nie Yan after seeing his current location appear as Glory City. Nie Yan chuckled. How's the growth of our guild been lately? What about the other guilds? We've cleared out 3 strongholds so far, but haven't yet decided on how to arrange them since we've been awaiting your input. As for the others, Holy Empire is in control of 2 while Victorious Return, Radiant Sacred Flame, and Sapphire Shrine have 1 each. Bloodlust Blades has already captured 5, and both Alliance of Mages and Divine Protectors have 3. Meanwhile in Hilderlock, Battle-Crazed Alliance has occupied 2, Guo Wai replied. With great difficulty, Ass-Kickers United had caught up to the middle of the pack. However, since their strongholds were still undeveloped, they were lagging further behind Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors every second. Did you watch the video I sent you? Guo Wai asked. Yeah, Nie Yan replied. It was a video of one of Bloodlust Blades' recently captured strongholds which was quickly taking shape. With many merchants settling down, business was starting to flourish. Their operations were quite successful. We should speed things up on our side too, Guo Wai urged. Bloodlust Blades was stationed in the neighboring Glory City. They would definitely be setting their sights on Kalor next. It would mean serious trouble for Ass-Kickers United if they allied with Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame. Guilds would generally relocate their headquarters to a stronghold they captured. From then on, their actions would be closely tied to that stronghold. If they failed to defend it, letting the enemy run amok in their headquarters, the guild would drop by 2 levels. Ass-Kickers United would have to put up solid defenses to protect their strongholds, especially the one they chose to house their guild headquarters. Later on, if the Dragonsaur Financial Group earned enough profit from Ass-Kickers United, they would invest even more capital into the guild. This would create a continuous cycle that would cement their shared interests. Ass-Kickers United would receive their money, while the Dragonsaur Financial Group would rake in money from businesses they opened in the strongholds. Once that happened, they would be so intertwined that if Ass-Kickers United fell, the financial consortium would also have their supply chains cut off by other corporations. The political atmosphere of the game was slowly taking shape with various factions and alliances starting to solidify. I'll be at the stronghold in just a moment, Nie Yan said. After capturing strongholds, most guilds would spend their time fortifying them, so war wasn't likely to break out for the time being. Nie Yan teleported to Kalor, then departed the city. Ass-Kickers United's first stronghold was located on the border of Violet Dream Forest halfway up a mountain. It was perched high atop the land, making it easy to defend. After receiving Nie Yan's permission, Guowai had relocated their guild headquarters here. Nie Yan decided to name the stronghold United City, taking the second word from their guild's name. Nie Yan rode through the wilderness on horseback. He could see United City in the distance. It was perched high atop a mountain, covering roughly 2,000 by 2,000 meters. The perimeter of the stronghold was fortified by over 30-meter-tall walls. Although there weren't many buildings inside, he could foresee it becoming a grand fortress city in the future. In the previous timeline, this had been Radiant Sacred Flame's primary stronghold. It was incredibly difficult to siege, repelling the attacks of Holy Empire time and time again. But in this life, the stronghold had a different owner. Nie Yan planned to make it a genuine impregnable stronghold. Nie Yan rode his Faulkner warhorse into the stronghold. As he gazed around, he saw a few tattered buildings scattered here and there. Merely used for resting by the previous monster occupants, the buildings looked like a simple breeze could knock them over. All of this would have to be torn down if they were going to remodel this place. There were several thousand guild members guarding the stronghold. When they noticed Nie Yan, they came forth to greet him. Guild leader. Hey, boss. Nie Yan gazed up ahead. Several people were walking towards him, Guowai, Resplendent Blade Light, Aqua Smoke Stub, and a few others. You're here. Come, take a look at the blueprint we drew up, Guowai said. Nie Yan smiled at the group of players, then gazed at Smoke Stub who appeared to be in high spirits. He had risen to level 45 and was clad in silver armor. Back to where you were at before? Nie Yan asked. It seemed Smoke Stub had been doing pretty well for himself. Yep. With Blade Light, Painted Muslin, and the others helping, I got my gear quality back to what it was before in no time. Smoke Stub replied with a smile. During this time, the former members of Withered Leaf had slowly raised their strength. Even though they were no longer members of the Tuoba organization, employees with a steady income, they could still accept jobs through the Union of Assassins and earn a decent living. How's the financial situation of your new organization? If there's anything you need, feel free to ask for help, Nie Yan said. Smoke Stub was already a loyal member of Ass-Kickers United. If he was in a pickle, the guild wouldn't just stand idly by. We're doing okay. After we got some decent gear, it was business like usual. We gave all the money we earned to Woodgrace to invest. We've made quite a bit. Right now, our financial situation is already greatly improved. I estimate in the next 5 or 6 days, we can pay back our debts in full, then we'll be back in the black, Smoke Stub said. After being cleaned out of everything they owned, they didn't have that much debt remaining, only that all the money they had saved over the years had vanished like a puff of smoke. Despite this, it wasn't the end of the world. It just meant they would have to start over from scratch. That's good to hear. Nie Yan nodded. He received the blueprints from Guowai. It showed where all the various shops, roads, and districts were going to be placed, including the location of the guild headquarters. Nie Yan compared the blueprints with some successful stronghold layouts from his past life, then made a few adjustments. Since this stronghold is tied to the prosperity of our guild, a single wall won't suffice. There need to be at least 3 placed side by side with some space in between them. The gates can't be located in the same spots either. Otherwise, the enemy can just charge in. Nie Yan proposed his first change. If the enemy broke through the first gate, they would only run into a wall. They would have to travel a long way to reach the second gate. After breaking through the second gate, the enemy would be met with the third wall, and then they would have to go all the way back around to get to the third gate. Like this, the time it would take the enemy to break into the stronghold would be greatly extended. Large crossbows would be set up on the top of the walls, along with mages, and the passages between the walls could be filled with warriors. If the enemy didn't have siege weapons like catapults or trebuchets, it would be impossible for them to invade the stronghold. Guowai's eyes lit up. Great idea, like this our defenses will be bolstered quite a bit. These ideas are pretty creative. Smoke Stub nodded in admiration. Blade Light and the others also greatly approved of Nie Yan's ideas. Furthermore, the transfer point needs to be relocated. Turn the rear of the stronghold into a business district. After all, the Dragonsaur Financial Group is our backer. We need to ensure their benefits inside the game. Also, I have a junior energy core from Everlasting City. It can be used to create a barrier for the stronghold, Nie Yan continued. Like this, the stronghold would be incredibly difficult to lay siege to. After finalizing the plans, everyone got to work. After the Dragonsaur Financial Group's investment, Ass-Kickers United had ample gold to spare for construction. Nie Yan began remodeling the stronghold. 3 walls were erected around the perimeter of the stronghold, each taller than the last. This way, the players on top of the walls could all fire toward the outside. If a 4th or even 5th wall were erected, not only would it be ineffective, it would also reduce the space available for them to use. A towering building was erected at the center of the stronghold. This was the guild headquarters. The transfer point was placed here. It was connected to the guild branch in Kalor. If there was any problem, guild members could teleport to the headquarters and quickly provide assistance. Afterwards, a network of streets and paths were built, branching out all the way to the walls of the stronghold. The business district was established in a safe area in the rear. A Tier 1 siege machine factory, mage tower, and war god statue, and a few other structures were constructed near the front of the stronghold. The siege machine factory could make various siege weapons such as heavy crossbows. At higher ranks, catapults could be crafted. The mage tower gave mages a boost in magic power. The war god statue provided warriors an increase in attack power, though it was only 3% at Tier 1. In the later stages of the game, there would be even more useful buildings. In addition, there was also housing to take care of. Each house could support a certain number of people. During a siege battle, the number of houses determined the amount of players that could participate in protecting the stronghold. Under Nie Yan's guidance, rows upon rows of buildings were erected, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Soon there were several hundred buildings in the stronghold. All that was lacking now was people. Nie Yan installed about 10 lookouts on top of the walls. When the siege machine factory was up and running, the lookouts could be mounted with crossbow turrets. A tier 1 lookout could be fitted with more than a dozen of them, and since they could be operated by anyone, it was ideal to man them with low-level players. They were a formidable line of defense. As the primary stronghold of Asskickers United, United City's strategic benefit far outweighed anything else. So long as it remained standing, Asskickers United would never fall. Nie Yan estimated he had spent roughly 6,000 gold on remodeling United City. Luckily, he had just received another payment from the Dragonsaur Financial Group, which was enough to cover these costs. We'll leave the handling of the business district to you, Rui. I want to open up a Starry Night potion shop branch here as well. Also, start leasing out the empty shops, Nie Yan instructed. For United City to grow, a thriving commerce was necessary. As a guild grew more powerful, so did investor confidence, making it easier to attract prospective businesses to set up shop in their strongholds. Considering Asskickers United's prestige and rallying power in Kalor, it would be a piece of cake to develop the stronghold. With the real-world business district being handed over to them, the Dragonsaur Financial Group had received their first return on investment from Asskickers United. I'll get right onto it. I've already appointed 15 supervisors to oversee the economy of this stronghold. Furthermore, I want you to go over our contingency plan. In case of emergency, who will arrive to defend the stronghold, how many will come, all of that needs to be decided beforehand. We only have 100 tier 1 barracks, so if war breaks out, we can only accommodate 5,000 players at most. I estimate with our construction of the walls, and the lookouts on top of them, we'll have roughly 30 minutes to get reinforcements into place, Guowai said as he handed over some plans to Nie Yan. Nie Yan skimmed through them, then asked, how many of the mages assigned to defending the stronghold can cast advanced magic? We have 5 in total, Summer Bug, Undying Scoundrel, Sunny South, Beginner Student, and Nimbus, Guowai replied. It was evident they sorely lacked mages who could cast advanced magic. Nie Yan wondered how Yao Yao was doing with the Karsi's Blessing quest right now. If she could learn Templar magic, Asskickers United would gain yet another mage who could cast advanced magic. Summer Bug, Undying Scoundrel, Sunny South, Beginner Student, and Nimbus were the cream of the crop. In future guild wars, highly skilled experts, especially mages, would be crucial. We'll need to up that number. I've installed some concealed defensive points on top of the walls. We must take advantage of every advanced magic at our disposal, Nie Yan noted. Advanced magic was highly effective at repelling invaders. With the contingency plan set in place, Nie Yan chit-chatted some more with Smoke Stub and Blade Light, while Painted Muslin, Young Seven, Yi Yan, and the others walked over. Tang Yao was hurrying over to the guild headquarters as well. This was a gathering of the top-ranking members of Asskickers United. While everyone chatted about the guild's future, Nie Yan received a notification. Fated has obtained the 3rd chapter from Volume 5 of the Book of Order, Chapter of Compassion. You will be notified of the player's location once every hour. Coordinates, Glory City, 23,535.2353.36582. Laid Back has obtained the 6th chapter from Volume 5 of the Book of Order, Chapter of Tolerance. You will be notified of the player's location once every hour. Coordinates, Glory City, 23,535.2532.36582. On top of receiving updated coordinates hourly, as a Grand Scholar, Nie Yan also possessed the ability to predict an opponent's position once every day. Nie Yan was surprised by how quickly the chapters were being found. Over the last 5 days, they had changed hands multiple times, with Fated in possession of 2 and Laid Back in possession of 1. Most notably, 2 players were in the same location. Nie Yan's imagination ran wild. Were they trying to snatch each other's chapters? Were they working together? Out of all the chapters of the Book of Order, the first 6 in the Glimpse of Darkness were the most important. The remaining chapters were slightly inferior, but they were still amazing nonetheless. Nie Yan turned to Guowai and asked, about that player I asked you to investigate the other day, Fated, what did you dig up on him? He's the best fighter in Bloodlust Blades and part of their core elite. Their group of 10 regularly hunts elites together. I've dispatched our 100 thieves to ambush them with the coordinates you've provided, but they've repelled all of our attacks so far, killing many of our members in the process. Not only is he incredibly strong, but he's also on high alert. We're being closely monitored, so our forces can't make any large movements, otherwise, we might fall into a trap, Guowai replied. After all, the 100 thieves were a core force of Asskickers United. It would be disastrous if they were wiped. Fated, Nie Yan muttered to himself. He wasn't too knowledgeable about players outside of Kalor in his past life. Save for some extremely famous figures, the rest were completely unfamiliar to him, so the name Fated didn't ring a bell. Back then, he would sell a large heap of golden equipment every few days for cash. He was dirt poor. Teleporting to another city cost 1 gold at minimum. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would never be willing to agree to such a lavish expense, so he rarely traveled to other cities. Seeing Nie Yan racking his brain over this matter, Smoke Stub interjected. I know a little about Fated. He's rank 30-something on the professional player leaderboards. In the past, he wasn't affiliated with any group. But recently, he joined Bloodlust Blades after they gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. How would you rate him? Nie Yan asked. A large force was too eye-catching, and would easily be noticed by Bloodlust Blades. If it came down to it, he would have to make the trip down to Glory City and take action himself. He was confident the enemy had no way of holding him down. Pretty highly, he's a fighter who excels at PvP, Smoke Stub replied honestly. Oh, who would win in a duel, him or Blade Light? Nie Yan asked half-jokingly. After all, Blade Light was a top 3 fighter in his past life. There was no way he could lose. Hard to say. If we're just talking solely about who's better at tanking, I'd give the win over to Blade Light. Fated is more of a bandit-like fellow. He wears equipment geared toward PvP. His favorite pastime is picking random fights with players in the wilderness and extorting them out of their golden equipment. His name is almost always branded red. He's pretty infamous in our circle, Smoke Stub answered. He was quite familiar with the matters of the professional gaming world. Well, I guess it's up to me to deal with him then, Nie Yan concluded. Even if he failed his assassination attempt, he could simply slip away with stealth. If he wished to flee, very few people could stop him. Besides, it was about time he tested out the might of Zenard's sword. Be careful. Don't let them turn the tables on you. Smoke Stub chuckled. Even though Fated was a top-notch expert, he could only blame his own misfortune for encountering a freak like Nie Yan. Nie Yan turned to Guowai and asked, do we have any unknown transfer scrolls in the treasury? Around 10 or so, Guowai replied. Thanks to the hard work of the lower-ranking guild members, the treasury was well stocked with such items. Get me 3, Nie Yan ordered. He would keep them with him in case of emergency. We initially planned on inviting you to run dungeons with us today, but it seems that's gone up in smoke now. We're still lacking a thief, Blade Light helplessly remarked. He had pretty much gathered everyone. The only person missing was Nie Yan. What about One Strike Vow? I don't see why she can't fill my spot. Nie Yan chuckled. Any person with a discerning eye could tell the relationship between Blade Light and One Strike Vow was not shallow. When Nie Yan presented him with such an obvious solution, a rarely seen embarrassed smile surfaced on Blade Light's face. Following the activation of the transfer point which connected United City to Kalor, more and more Asskickers United members arrived. All of them went up to greet Nie Yan. Hello, boss. Long time no see. Nie Yan swept his eyes over these players as one familiar face after another entered his gaze. Undying Scoundrel, Summer Bug, Natural Fiend. All of them arrived. You're running dungeons together, right? Why don't I see Black Heaven with you guys? Nie Yan asked. He naturally didn't want to see Black Heaven, someone who would become an archbishop, being isolated from the group. We tried, but that kid is too damn antisocial. We've already tried inviting him to level with us a couple of times, but he always declines, Undying Scoundrel gloomily replied. You guys are the elites of the guild. It's important you all get along with each other. Nie Yan solemnly said. He wasn't joking. A guild was only as strong as the cohesiveness and unity of its members. We know. Back in Twilight Forest, that kid's Templar magic blessing was amazing. It was like we gained several hundred more blade lights. A priest like that, we could hardly wait to get closer to him, Summer Bug explained on Undying Scoundrel's behalf. The others also nodded in agreement. Black Heaven's Templar magic had left a deep impression in their minds. These players also understood the importance of bonding with fellow guildmates. It was probably due to a personal reason that Black Heaven didn't wish to play together with them. However, it would still be good if they could become a close-knit group. Black Heaven and Black Hell were people who kept their promises, so Nie Yan wasn't worried about the possibility of Black Heaven leaving the guild. Guo Wai read over a recent reconnaissance report, then turned to Nie Yan and said, the 100 Thieves scouted out the coordinates you just provided. They've spotted Faded. Good. Nie Yan narrowed his eyes. This time, he was going to duke it out with bloodless blades. Nie Yan looked over his gear, Dark Bright chestpiece, Skywalker set, Zenard's sword, and Glimpse of Darkness. When he first started out, collecting the chapters from the Book of Order, everything was still at an initial stage of development. But now, the quality of his gear far surpassed that of the vast majority of players, Zenard's sword in particular. He doubted any other player at present possessed a weapon with over 600 attack power, level ignore plus 12, and ignore armor. Not to mention his stats were already staggering. Even the tankiest of fighters couldn't avoid being cut down by him. Nie Yan was curious about how many players were by Faded's side. If he encountered a group of peak elites, he would have to tread carefully. Nie Yan naturally had no plans of throwing his life away. When outnumbered as a thief, tactics were of vital importance. Be careful. I just received a report that Faded has over a dozen players by his side, Guo Wai warned. But after recalling Nie Yan's past feats, he laughed it off. I guess I'm just being a worrywart. Since when has being outnumbered ever mattered to you? From the perspective of Guo Wai, Smoke Stub, and the others, Nie Yan was skilled enough to breeze through any obstacle he encountered. Hurry back after you take care of those guys and retrieve that chapter or whatever. We still need you to finalize the building plans of the other strongholds. Also, we need you to guide us in the new level 40 dungeon, Dragon Bell Valley, tomorrow, Blade Light said. With Nie Yan's help, they could avoid a lot of unnecessary suffering and hardship. No problem. Just contact me when the time comes, Nie Yan replied. This team was formed from the peak experts of the guild. Even dungeons on specialist difficulty wouldn't pose a challenge to them. Apart from those several chapters from the Book of Order, Nie Yan figured it was about time to retrieve the next fragment of Sulgate's shadow from the level 30 map, Karen Gorge. It was hidden in a remote location, so he wasn't worried about it being snatched away by someone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put it off for so long. When Yu Rui of the Dragonsaur Financial Group arrived, she was given control of the real-world business district in United City. Thanks to this contribution, the Dragonsaur Financial Group upped their investment and rewarded Asskickers United with an additional 50,000 gold. Nie Yan immediately put this gold to use by outfitting the members of Asskickers United with high-end auxiliary items such as larger bags. Furthermore, the number of players with mounts increased to 3,000, all of whom were elites nurtured by the guild with the utmost care. After capturing the strongholds, Asskickers United ascended to level 5 and was steadily progressing towards level 6. Asskickers United rapidly expanded thanks to the financial support of the Dragonsaur Financial Group, causing more and more players in Kalor to flock toward them. I'll be going to take a look around Glory City. All the major guilds are seizing strongholds and developing them. Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame don't pose a threat to us for the time being. The guilds we should be watching out for are Alliance of Mages, Divine Protectors, and especially Bloodlust Blades since they're the closest to us. We have no choice but to be on our toes, Nie Yan reminded. Don't worry. Even though we haven't really started construction on the other strongholds yet, their walls have been reinforced and they're guarded by plenty of our guild's members. Even if the enemy tries to mount a sneak attack, we can hold out long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Guo Wai assured. He had long since thought this through. Although the Glory City-based Bloodlust Blades was the closest to Kalor, even if they took over one of Asskickers United's strongholds, they lacked the resources and manpower to hold it for long. After all, Kalor was Asskickers United's territory. Nie Yan nodded. Since Guo Wai had already accounted for such a scenario, he felt reassured. Bloodlust Blades have been seeking contact with Radiant Sacred Flame and Victorious Return. It seems like they want to join forces to deal with us. They've even tried to woo some of our players over to their side, like Summerbug and Natural Fiend. Even though the invitations were rejected, it's hard to say a few weren't tempted, Guo Wai added. These matters had left him swamped with work. I'm sure the vast majority of our players realize those offers aren't genuine, and are only meant to sow discord. By staying in Asskickers United, they'll definitely grow in the future. But if they turn coat, no matter how skilled they are, they'll always be looked down on by others, Nie Yan said. In conviction, if a player betrayed their guild for material gains, they would forever be labeled a traitor in everyone's minds. From then on, who could possibly trust them? When an outstanding player joined a guild, they would generally be made to sign a contract in exchange for preferential treatment. If they wished to leave, they would be presented a hefty bill. Combine this with the fact that a bad mark would follow them after breaking an agreement, most contracted players rarely withdrew from their guilds. As for ordinary, bottom-ranking members, if they wanted to leave, nothing could stop them. Of course, there would always be a greedy few who didn't care about reputation. I fear many of our players will be swayed by their offers, Guo Wai said. Recently, he had seen a slight increase in the number of players withdrawing from the guild. What's there to be afraid of? If they're trying to woo away our players with generous offers, why don't we do the same? In fact, we can even offer them better terms. It's not like Asskickers United is lacking money. However, those that do jump ship have to be monitored closely. Give them the best treatment, but insert the most airtight clauses in their contracts to prevent them from jumping ship again, Nie Yan ordered. The competition between guilds didn't only happen out in the open. There were also constant battles occurring in the shadows. Asskickers United wasn't afraid of any challenges. Although they didn't hold the numerical advantage, each member received larger benefits, to the extent that they were several times higher than that of other guilds. Many players wanted to join the guild but would never get the chance no matter how hard they racked their brains. So there were very few guild members who wished to leave. It was precisely this tactic of prioritizing elites that made the members of Asskickers United stronger than the average player. This also fostered the honor of being a member of Asskickers United. Add this to the fact that the guild members were already a close-knit group. Although the poaching tactics of Bloodlust Blades might produce some results, its impact would be minimal and would fail to shake the foundation of the guild. I'll get right onto it. I want to see just who'll come out on top, as our Bloodlust Blades. Guo Wai said, his eyes brimming with spirit. Giving the enemy a taste of their own medicine, what a clever strategy. With Guo Wai handling the affairs of the guild, Nie Yan felt reassured. Guo Wai was always earnest with his work. Plus, with him directing everything from the back, as long as no major problems occurred, everything would be fine. Blade Light and the others had formed their team. They were ready to set out. Be careful you guys. Don't let yourselves be surrounded and ambushed, Nie Yan warned. When they were out leveling in ordinary maps, they could easily become targets for the enemy. Even though recently Victorious Return and Radiant Sacred Flame had settled down quite a bit, Asskickers United still had many other enemies, including none other than Bloodlust Blades. You don't need to worry about us. We're going to train in a level 50 map. There's usually no players there, Blade Light replied. Nie Yan gazed at his guild members, Blade Light, Smoke Stub, Aloof Shadow, Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, Summer Bug, Sunny South. They were the top elites of Asskickers United. If they encountered trouble, with their strength, the players from other guilds would have a hard time taking them down. While Nie Yan chatted with them, a few of the members repeatedly glanced at his waist. Smoke Stub finally asked on their behalf, some of us are wondering about that sword on your waist. It looks pretty awesome. Where did it drop? Zenard's sword had a very distinct appearance. With its raging black flames which were impossible to conceal, for it not to attract attention would be a miracle. Nie Yan chuckled. Did they believe Zenard's sword was like Splitting Edge or the Everlasting Set, where if they grinding long enough, it would eventually drop? They couldn't be more wrong. This weapon is called Zenard's sword, Nie Yan replied with a smile. If he didn't reveal this now, these guys would probably keep pestering him about where it dropped. At these words, everyone revealed a shocked expression. Zenard, isn't that the name of the tyrant from the Dark Era? Smoke Stub gulped. The name of this sword gave him too great of a shock. After all, Dragon King Zenard wasn't simply an ordinary legendary figure. Damn, no wonder it looks so awesome. It's Dragon King Zenard's weapon. Blade Light exclaimed. He was eager to find out the weapon's properties. Zenard's sword. Anyone who heard this name would know it referred to a one-of-a-kind weapon. A legendary weapon? Smoke Stub asked. Items with names were usually sub-legendary or legendary grade, especially one that carried the name of the undisputed tyrant, Dragon King Zenard. It should at least be legendary grade. Its properties were definitely off the charts. It's a sealed godly legendary. Its properties are roughly on par with a level 50 dark gold weapon, Nie Yan explained. Since everyone was curious, it wasn't necessary for him to hide the properties of Zenard's sword. He directly shared its information in chat. In an instant, the properties of Zenard's sword spread among the guild members like wildfire. Seeing its properties, all of them were astounded. This was the weapon used by the boss of Asskickers United, Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame. Even though Zenard's sword was currently only as powerful as a level 50 dark gold weapon, it was still matchless at the current stage of the game. A weapon with such valiant offensive properties, no one would have any qualms about calling it a powerful tool of slaughter, a god-slaying sword. Zenard's sword quickly became a legend within Asskickers United, just like the Grimar Soul Staff. These were two pieces of unrivaled equipment. Zenard's sword was nothing more than a large beatstick to Nie Yan. However, since he could raise the influence of Asskickers United by waving it around, he would. He just had to make sure no one snatched it away from him. A picture of Zenard's sword was posted online. Its valiant properties immediately shocked the players on the forums. It was a piece of equipment every player would drool over. The description of the 6 seals placed on Zenard's sword had people's imaginations running wild. This sword was equivalent to a growth-type weapon. For every seal that was removed, its properties would bolster dramatically. A picture of Nie Yan posing with Zenard's sword also circulated around. He looked intense with both his dark leather armor and brooding expression illuminated under the flickering glow of the sword's black flames. When this picture hit the forums, it spread like wildfire. Although Nie Yan couldn't be described as handsome, his icy demeanor paired along with his breathtaking equipment made for a stunning sight. Even though there was no caption, the players recognized Nie Yan almost immediately as the guild leader of Asskickers United, Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame. Nie Yan was practically synonymous with Asskickers United right now. He was an unshakable legend. Any respectable player would have at least heard of him. His appearance had long since been seared into everyone's minds after accomplishing so many spectacular feats. There was a lively discussion ongoing below the picture. Holy shit. Look at his gear. And here I am still using silver grade trash. Fuck. ORZ. Poster above, don't feel too bad. The player in the picture is a god. There were countless similar comments spanning across many pages. Nie Yan rarely ever paid attention to the forums. Save for some posts related to the major guilds, he ignored everything else. Nie Yan returned to Kalor through the transfer point in the guild headquarters, then teleported to Glory City. Who's keeping an eye on Faded? Nie Yan asked Guo Wai as he rode out of the city gates on horseback and headed for the location. Tyrannical, he's a member of our 100 Thieves, Guo Wai replied. Tyrannical. Didn't I see him back in Sinful Gorge? He wasn't too shabby if I recall correctly. Nie Yan felt slightly reassured. Nie Yan galloped through the rocky wastelands that surrounded Glory City. His destination was the mountain range in the distance. The scenery here was very different. While Kalor territory was full of fertile plains and grasslands, this place was bone dry like the Gobi Desert. The mountains up ahead were also barren. The only signs of flora were a handful of plants sporadically sprouting here and there. After entering the mountains, Nie Yan unsummoned his Faulkner warhorse and started making his way towards Tyrannical. Where are you? Nie Yan contacted Tyrannical. Boss, you're here, Tyrannical exclaimed in a daze. He never thought Nie Yan would personally come. I'm at 238.289.280. As Nie Yan moved toward the coordinates, he soon found Tyrannical hiding behind a large boulder. A group of 15 players were hunting level 50 desert pythons up ahead. Their mobbing speed was pretty fast. The fighters pulled aggro while the mages in the backline bombarded the desert pythons with magic, clearing them quickly and efficiently. Nie Yan glanced at Tyrannical. He looked much better off compared to the last time they met. He was level 41, and the quality of his gear had risen greatly. For him to be able to snag himself a level 40 pursuer set was quite impressive. With Nie Yan right beside him, Tyrannical couldn't contain his excitement. Nie Yan was without question a godly existence in the eyes of every thief. Each of his battle videos was an instant classic that everyone referred to for guidance. But so far, not a single player could mimic his ghostly movements. Tyrannical often studied videos of Nie Yan's battles. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Nie Yan was his idol. What's the situation over there? How many players are there? Nie Yan asked. His eyes narrowed like a hawk's as he observed the players in the distance. Even though this sharp soul-piercing gaze wasn't directed at him, Tyrannical gulped down a mouthful of saliva and broke out in a cold sweat. It was precisely this type of domineering air that allowed Nie Yan to shake countless hearts. Tyrannical took a deep breath. They have 13 players in total, 2 fighters, 1 berserker, 1 paladin, 5 mages, 2 priests, and 2 thieves. All of them are highly skilled, especially that fighter named Faded. The arcane mage called Laid Back is no pushover either. 11 of our brothers have fallen at their hands. His voice trembled with anger and grief near the end. Tyrannical had closely bonded with his fellow members in the 100 Thieves. Even a slightly eccentric fellow like him found a spot among them. They regularly carried out missions together, with everyone working towards the same goal. Add to that all of them shared the honor of belonging to this exclusive force within Asskickers United, and it was no surprise they developed a strong sense of camaraderie among themselves. Their hearts stung when one of their companions fell. Nie Yan understood Tyrannical's feelings. This sort of brotherly bond was forged after countless battles together. It was the deepest sentiment a person could experience in their lifetime, created from facing off against a greater foe, keeping watch over each other's backs, developing an understanding that transcended words, and the confidence to entrust their lives into the hands of their companions. Nie Yan patted Tyrannical's shoulder. Remember their names. Learn from these setbacks and boldly face the challenges ahead, so that you can avenge them later on. This was a principle Nie Yan personally adhered to. It was the moral backbone of a man. Tyrannical nodded with a determined expression. Let's take them on together, Nie Yan suggested. He wasn't sure how skilled the 13 players up ahead were, but for them to kill multiple members of the 100 Thieves, they definitely couldn't be weak. Yes, Tyrannical enthusiastically exclaimed. Fighting alongside Nirvana Flame was the dream of countless players in Asskickers United. Nirvana Flame has sent you a party invite. Will you accept? Yes, Tyrannical hurriedly accepted. Nie Yan received a notification. Tyrannical has joined your party. Let's go, Nie Yan said. His body merged into the surroundings as he entered stealth. He slowly slunk toward the group of players up ahead. Tyrannical quickly followed suit. His heart was beating with excitement as he tagged behind Nie Yan. Gusts of wind regularly blew over from the mountainside, blotting out the sky and carrying an ocean of sand across the rocky landscape. This type of environment was advantageous to thieves. Nie Yan was completely untraceable within the blowing sands. A fighter clad in crimson armor charged into a crowd of desert pythons. He activated Taunt, instantly pulling their aggro, then hunkered behind his shield. Right then, an arcane mage in the backline finished a chant. With a wave of his staff, he rained down a shower of fireballs on the desert pythons. Bang, 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 a curtain of damage values floated up into the sky. The priest shielded the fighter with a radiant barrier, then kept his health topped off with heals, allowing him to brush off the damage from the fireballs. The desert pythons quickly shifted aggro and pounced toward the backline. Right on cue, the fighter roared out with a demoralizing shout and halted them dead in their tracks. After which a second volley of fireballs rained down from the sky and swept them all away. When the dust and smoke settled, only the fighter remained standing. Scattered across the ground were the corpses of over 60 desert pythons. Web-like cracks spread throughout his radiant barrier before it shattered into shards of light. The teamwork displayed just now was impressive, to say the least. Faded, Laid Back, you guys are awesome. The group members praised in a flattering tone. It wasn't too much trouble, Faded replied in a haughty tone. Faded appeared to be around 25 years old. He was a large, burly man clad in crimson armor. His name was branded a deep red, signifying he had at minimum killed 60 players. He held his single-handed sword while walking back to the group. It was fun, Laid Back said to Faded with a smile. Laid Back was an arcane mage. He was dressed in dark robes covered in mysterious runes which gave off a strange aura. He was about the same age as Faded. After playing together for so many years, the two of them could be considered old partners. Laid Back sat on the ground drinking spring water to restore his mana, while the two thieves departed to lure in the next wave of mobs. Say, why did those morons over at Asskickers United stop sending people over? My hands are getting itchy. I'm right here waiting for them. I'll kill as many as they send. Faded arrogantly exclaimed. They knew the chapter of peace was in Nirvana Flame's hands. However, his recent locations had been quite odd, so they had no way of predicting where he was going to be. Over these last few days, they had suffered repeated ambushes from Asskickers United. However, they successfully repelled the enemy every time, killing over 10 from the 100 thieves in the process. Don't let your guard down. That Nirvana Flame guy is pretty strong, Laid Back warned, though his tone didn't contain a hint of seriousness. That coward. He's a turtle hiding in his shell. All he dares to do is send people after us. Do you really think he has the guts to come over himself? Faded sneered. With the guild leader closely monitoring the situation, Asskickers United won't dare to send a large force after us. So long as we're not outnumbered more than 10 to 1, they're pretty much easy pickings, like those garbage thieves from before. We just don't know if Nirvana Flame will show up, Casual lazily said as he sipped his spring water. So that's what the boss's intentions were. It's best if that fool believes he can take us on all by himself. Faded exclaimed with an arrogant smile as he picked up the loot off the ground. Their group consisted of the top elites in Bloodlust blades. With an average level of 44, they were geared with some of the best equipment currently available. More importantly, all of them were scouted out for their talents in PvP. Based on his analysis of the enemy's personality, Bloodlust Mad Blade believed Nie Yan would definitely take the bait and come after the chapters from the Book of Order. Nie Yan was a lone wolf, so all Bloodlust Mad Blade had to do was present him with a seemingly beatable situation, like a group of 13 farming away. These 13 players were incredibly skilled at PvP. Each of them could easily take on 5 or 6 ordinary experts with ease. Even Bloodlust Mad Blade had no choice but to acknowledge Nie Yan's skill. If they fought, it was hard to say who would come out on top. However, Nie Yan was just a single person. There was a limit to how heaven-defying he could be. Nie Yan gazed beside him. Tyrannical was clenching his dagger while his other hand was balled up into a fist and trembling. Tyrannical, what's the matter? Nie Yan whispered through voice chat. That bastard. Even though we lost, my brothers in the 100 Thieves aren't trash. Fucking asshole, I'm going to make him swallow those words. Tyrannical's eyes were bloodshot like those of an enraged beast. Tyrannical couldn't care less if others insulted him, but casual snide remark had struck a raw nerve. Although his fallen brothers ultimately failed in their task, their sacrifice should be worthy of respect. It wasn't something to be dishonored. A staunch man would never yield to adversity. Father Nie had once passed these words down to him, and Nie Yan always kept them in his mind. He looked at Tyrannical with a hint of admiration. Boss. Tyrannical gazed at Nie Yan with a determined expression. What is it? Speak, Nie Yan said. He already had an idea of what Tyrannical wanted to say. Leave casual to me. I'll show him just who's the real trash. Tyrannical proclaimed in a firm tone. Nie Yan thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, I won't touch him. It'll be up to you. I'll definitely avenge my brothers. Tyrannical gritted his teeth as he gazed at Casual in the distance. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Tyrannical was clearly no match for Casual. But since he was this determined, there was no harm in letting him give it a shot. It might prove to be a learning experience for him. On top of that, so long as he didn't waver, he would definitely retrieve the honor of his comrades in time. Nie Yan started making his plans. With Tyrannical acting as distraction, he could take advantage of the confusion to assassinate Fated. Over on Fated's side, the two thieves came back with a group of desert pythons in tow. Their group continued clearing mobs. Nie Yan could determine these players weren't simple from the smooth and leisurely way in which they dealt with the desert pythons. To assemble such a lineup, the intentions of Bloodlust Blades were as clear as day. They were waiting for Nie Yan. It was no big loss to Bloodlust Blades if these players died. But if Nie Yan died, it would be a big blow to Asskickers United. However, Nie Yan had unknown transfer scrolls in his bag, so if he encountered any real danger, he could immediately escape. Nie Yan gave Tyrannical the signal, then began creeping his way towards Fated. Fated charged into a desert python, then knocked it back several feet with a heroic strike. Fated, the guild leader said we're going to run Dragon Bell Valley in an hour. A nearby paladin said, then cut down a desert python with divine strike. All right. Fated nodded. In this instant the paladin suddenly felt an uneasy premonition. His gaze blossomed with divine light as he locked onto a boulder in the distance, whereupon he saw a shadow dart by. There's a thief over there. As soon as the paladin spoke, a priest threw an orb of light into the sky, illuminating the ground below and revealing the shadowy silhouette of a player. Fated's group caught a glimpse of Tyrannical's retreating figure as he bolted away. It's that idiot again. Is he suicidal? The paladin sneered as he gave chase with the others in tow. They were clearly experts with excellent awareness. Even when in pursuit, they didn't break formation, always maintaining a distance no more than 6 meters apart. They understood that the enemy wasn't alone. It was highly probable there were others. Indomitable will. The paladin's speed sharply increased as he quickly closed the distance. Meanwhile, Nie Yan's cold gaze was locked onto Fated. He went into pursuit after activating stealth. While chasing Tyrannical with his teammates, Fated suddenly felt a cold chill at the back of his neck. So fast. Fated inwardly cried out in alarm. He quickly buffed himself with War God's protection as his body became enshrouded with a faint golden radiance, making him resemble a golden armored celestial god. Smothering strike. Nie Yan's dagger struck the back of Fated's head like a lightning bolt. Just as Nie Yan was about to follow up with another attack, he was surprised to discover Fated wasn't stunned. Shit. It's War God's protection. Whirlwind slash. Fated spun his sword around like a top with sword energy streaming out in every direction. Nie Yan hurriedly pulled back and activated the Blackbright barrier, then raised his dagger to parry. Clang. He negated some of the damage, but the attack still chunked him for over 100 health. When Fated saw Nie Yan's appearance, his lips curved into an arrogant smile. You're finally here, mad rogue. You've kept me waiting for far too long. Fated charged forward and slashed down at Nie Yan. Boom. The sword erupted out in flames as a 4-meter-long tongue of fire chopped down from the sky. It was the advanced skill, Blazing Cleaver. Fated really was a bit too eager, bringing out such a powerful skill almost right off the bat. Even though Fated appeared calm on the surface, his heart was pounding like a jackhammer against his chest. The opponent in front of him wasn't an average player, but rather the famous Mad Rogue. It would be a miracle if he didn't feel the slightest pressure. Beyond this, he felt a fever-pitch excitement. If he cut down Nie Yan, his name would become known throughout the entire game. In the instant the scorching heat blasted his face, Nie Yan revealed a sneer. Shadow Waltz. His body turned into a blur as he vanished into thin air. Boom. The blazing cleaver crashed into the ground, sending flames flying everywhere. Nie Yan reappeared behind Fated and unleashed a flurry of attacks with Zenard's sword. -521. -121. -182. Fated's health was immediately cut down by half. Crap. Fated broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected his health to drop so quickly. Flaming upheaval. Fated plunged his sword into the ground as web-like cracks spread out on the surface and erupted with flames. He resembled a flame god as he stood at the epicenter of the terrifying inferno, radiating an awe-inspiring might. One of the priests pursuing Tyrannical noticed Fated being ambushed at the back. He quickly cast heal, then gave him a radiant barrier. The priest's reaction was incredibly quick. Soon after, the mages also noticed the commotion and sent fireballs and ice bullets flying in Nie Yan's direction. Seeing as he lost his opportunity, Nie Yan activated Gale Step and charged out of the inferno created by flaming upheaval. By the time the rest of Fated's companions rushed over to surround him, he had already disappeared from sight. Was that mad rogue Nirvana flame? The berserker asked. He swept his gaze over the surroundings but couldn't find a trace of the opponent. Yay, Fated nodded with an ashen face. He had been too careless just now, and it nearly cost him his life. He didn't dare to imagine the consequences if he hadn't activated flaming upheaval in time. Your fight was too quick. It was already over by the time we turned our heads. How skilled is the mad rogue? Just so. Fated replied with a grunt, having somewhat calmed down by now. Just a moment ago, he had allowed his thirst for fame to cloud his judgment. Those attacks were simply too fierce. He was a tanky fighter, yet Nie Yan had taken him down to half health almost in an instant. The high damage coupled with the additional bleed and burn effects were enough to make his blood run cold. He had to admit he was no match for Nie Yan in a duel, but he had many strong companions by his side. He refused to believe Nie Yan could be so heaven-defying in this sort of circumstance. The scene of Nie Yan killing the guild leader of Unhindered, Hey Joe, in Kiln Firewoods had no effect on them. Everyone, pay attention. Don't be careless, warned the holy mage in the group. He appeared to be in his 30s. His face was calm when he spoke, yet his words inspired respect and authority. Faded opened his mouth to speak, but then swallowed his words back down. This holy mage was the only person in the group he thoroughly conceded to. He was the second most skilled player in Bloodlust Blades. He was normally quite low-key and rarely ever spoke. He didn't hold any position of power in the guild either. But in terms of raw skill, even Bloodlust Mad Blade had to show him respect. Holy Mage, Maple Blazeheart. He was a fellow with 2 advanced magics, and was one of the supporting pillars of Bloodlust Blades. Maple Blazeheart had witnessed the battle between Faded and Nie Yan a moment ago in its entirety. If it wasn't for the timely support from the priest, Faded would have long become an ice-cold corpse on the ground. It was actually absurd how this fool didn't realize just how close he was to death, still believing it was his flaming upheaval that scared the opponent off. At this moment, Maple Blazeheart looked at his chat and announced in a heavy tone, Withered found him. Nie Yan was simply testing the waters a moment ago, which was why he only used his most basic skills. In fact, he could have bursted Faded down to 0 health during the invincibility period of Gale Step. However, that would have left him open to the retaliation from the surrounding mages. Even he didn't dare to take a bombardment from them head-on, so he opted for a strategic retreat. Nie Yan had a cautious nature. Whenever he encountered an expert, he would first gain a feel for their skill. He would then attempt to bait out as many of their trump cards as possible to minimize the possibility of them surprising him when he fought them for real. A thief who was quick to reveal their cards probably wasn't an expert. Advanced skills easily had cooldown timers of up to a week or longer. If a player wasted one, they would be without it for the next several days. If they encountered a truly life-threatening situation during this period, what awaited them would most likely be an extremely tragic end. Every powerful skill was pivotal and not to be used lightly. Save trump cards for extraordinary circumstances. This was one of the lessons Nie Yan had learned from his 10 years in conviction. After his first exchange with this group of players, Nie Yan could tell that none of them were amateurs from how quickly they came to Faded's rescue. Each of them was a seasoned expert in PvP. Even though Nie Yan was ahead of these players by years in terms of game experience, he didn't dare to underestimate them. He would have no problem fighting such players one-on-one, but there were 13 of them. With how the skills of the various members mixed and matched with each other, the combat strength they could display wasn't simple addition. Nie Yan received a message from Tyrannical at this moment. He had gotten away from the players pursuing him. He was currently on standby in the area, searching for another opportunity to attack. Just as Nie Yan was preparing to launch another ambush, he felt a cold chill at the back of his neck. A thief. Nie Yan's high awareness allowed him to instantly lock onto the opponent's position. While the pommel of a dagger was smashing towards the back of his head, his figure blurred into motion like a ghostly shadow. He raised his dagger and parried the opponent's attack. Nie Yan never expected to be seen through stealth. He quickly followed up by striking towards the thief's forehead with a concussive blow. When the thief was knocked out of stealth, Nie Yan was shocked to see their appearance. No wonder they discovered him. The thief's pupils were rhombus-shaped and emitted a dark blue glow, resembling a dazzling gemstone. This was Sapphire Gaze, a special skill that allowed the player to see through stealth. Just how long has he been watching me? His teammates are probably arriving soon. Nie Yan never expected to encounter such a mishap. Even the most experienced expert could still make mistakes. The thief panicked and raised his dagger in an attempt to parry Nie Yan's attack. At this time, 4 figures appeared on top of a slope. They were Faded, Maple Blazeheart, and the others. Nie Yan took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He activated Disappear and vanished from sight. The thief used Sapphire Gaze to scan for traces of Nie Yan, but he was nowhere to be found. Disappear couldn't be seen through in the initial seconds after activation. I can't see him anymore, the thief informed through voice chat. Even Sapphire Gaze couldn't locate Nie Yan. Just what kind of skill did the mad rogue use? At this moment, the thief discovered a silhouette almost 20 meters away. Sapphire Gaze was finally working. Nie Yan was incredibly fast. He had already made so much distance in such a short amount of time. He's over there. The thief pointed in Nie Yan's direction. A glowing ball of light flew up into the sky, illuminating the ground below, and revealed a shadow dashing away. Maple Blazeheart waved his staff as a beam of light descended from the sky. Nie Yan quickly tumbled away. Several spells from the other mages were flying his way, too. Bang! A holy smite struck Nie Yan head-on, shaving away over 100 health. His black-bright barrier shuddered under the impact and grew dimmer. Maple Blazeheart kept firing one spell after another at Nie Yan. His cast speed was frighteningly fast, and his timing was extremely precise, aiming every attack at the end of Nie Yan's rolls. There was no way to guard against it. The warriors and paladins quickly moved in to surround Nie Yan. They evidently came prepared. How else could they already be in position to intercept him? Nie Yan quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the shower of spells flying at him from behind. However, he still couldn't avoid all of them. Bang, bang, bang. -163. -137. -156. -142. A nearby priest waved his staff and tagged Nie Yan with a glimmer mark, causing a small glowing cursor to appear above his head. It revealed his exact position for some time. The two fighters, Berserker and Paladin, converged on Nie Yan, blocking off all paths of escape. Charge. Charge. Nirvana Flame, forfeit over your dog life. Faded shouted with a sinister smile. He chopped down at Nie Yan with a flame slash, while the Paladin charged forward with a divine strike. In this seemingly perilous situation, Nie Yan's lips pursed into a sneer. Do you really think this is enough to kill me? Quit dreaming. Demoralizing shout. Faded and another warrior opened their mouths as a deep roar surged out from their throats like a great tide. Nie Yan activated Mind Immune just as the powerful sound penetrated his eardrums. Miss. Faded and the other warrior were stunned. Why did Demoralizing shout have no effect? Nie Yan took advantage of their momentary stupor to down an intermediate health potion. With a side step, he avoided their attacks and dashed past them. Faded swung his shield to the side in an attempt to stop Nie Yan, but he was a step too late. Nie Yan activated Swift Retreat, crushed a haste scroll, and simultaneously performed the dance of death while dashing away. Bang, bang, bang. Several spells struck his retreating figure, causing his black-bright barrier to finally shatter into tiny shards before disappearing into the air. Nie Yan endured the damage as he melted into the surroundings. Faded and the others immediately gave chase by following the glimmer mark. However, he kept getting farther and farther away before eventually going out of range. Faded, Maple Blazeheart, and the others gave up after realizing it was impossible to catch up to Nie Yan, and looked on with sullen expressions at his retreating silhouette. Damn it, he's too fast. Fated cursed. They were no match for Nie Yan's speed. The only reason they could corner him just now was purely that their thief spotted him with sapphire gaze, giving them ample time to prepare in advance. He'll be back, Maple Blazeheart declared. From start to finish, Nie Yan had never used any advanced skills. With such great gear, his dazzling fame as the Mad Rogue, and not to mention his status as the guild leader of Asskickers United, it would be foolish to believe he wasn't in possession of any. The only conclusion he could reach was that Nie Yan had still only been testing them this whole time. Fated, Maple Blazeheart, and the others tried searching around for Nie Yan. But he had already disappeared into the vast rocky wasteland. Even after 5 minutes, they still found no trace of him. Mad Rogue, you're sure quick to turn tail. If you have the guts, come out and fight like a man. Fated yelled into the surroundings, his voice traveling quite a distance. A hot-headed fellow might really be baited out by Fated's insults. Nie Yan was hidden within the blowing sands. After such a long time, the glimmer mark had already disappeared. He snickered when he heard Fated shouting, "Dumbass." Although he was never one to back down from a challenge, he wasn't an idiot who would get lured out by such petty insults either. Boss, I failed to draw out those 2 priests. They regrouped too quickly, and that paladin keeps stopping me, Tyrannical reported. It had originally been decided that he would lure away some of their players, particularly their priests, allowing Nie Yan to mount another ambush. However, Fated's group was on high alert. No problem, Nie Yan replied. He understood that dealing with such a group of players wouldn't be easy. While Fated and the others waited for Nie Yan to reveal himself again, they began hunting a few of the monsters in the surroundings. However, they didn't dare to aggro too many at once. Nie Yan and Tarantula were lurking nearby, searching for the perfect opportunity to attack. Just at this moment, the arcane mage Casual ran out of mana and sat down to recover. The 13 players were split into 3 groups not too far from each other. Tyrannical, I want you to prepare to launch an ambush on Casual. Okay. After a while, Tyrannical got into position while in stealth. Nie Yan gazed at Fated in the distance who still hadn't stopped shouting at the air. He wouldn't be so lucky in this next exchange. With Flaming Upheaval on cooldown, let's see what other skills you've got. Nie Yan made a mental note of the positions of the players in the surroundings. He revealed a cold smile as he tightly gripped his dagger. There were 13 enemies in total, not one more, not one less. It was about time to end this battle. What was about to happen next was a festival of death, a feast of slaughter. Gale Ambush. Nie Yan eyed Fated like prey as he started accelerating towards him. Gale Ambush increased his movement speed by an additional 200%. He was like a cheetah on the hunt, leaving after images behind him as he dashed forward. Shit, it's the Mad Rogue. He's here again. A paladin noticed Nie Yan rushing out. You finally decided to show yourself again. I've been waiting. Fated arrogantly exclaimed. Charge. Indomitable will. The warriors and paladins drew their swords and rushed forward to surround Nie Yan, while Maple Blazeheart, Casual, and the other mages fired one spell after another. Kill. In the face of near imminent death, Nie Yan activated God's blessing from the chapter of peace, after which a barrier of light enshrouded him. Bang, bang, bang. The shower of spells rained down on him mercilessly as crackles of light ricocheted off him like a dazzling display of fireworks. Even so, he dashed out this shelling completely unscathed. God's blessing granted immunity to all magic. Fated and his group were left absolutely gobsmacked. Perhaps Nie Yan was the only thief bold enough to charge headfirst into a hail of spells. Did Nie Yan plan on slaughtering all 13 of them by himself? Shit. It's magic immunity. Everyone, use physical attacks. Fated welcomed Nie Yan's assault head-on. A deep grunt escaped his mouth as he swept forward with his heavy shield. Nie Yan's figure blurred as he employed Shadow Dance to slip past the attack. While in the middle of Gale Ambush, Nie Yan was almost too fast for the naked eye to follow. The shield bash struck air as Nie Yan's figure vanished like a phantom before Fated's eyes, causing his heart to tighten. He swung around in a panic, just in time to see Zenard's sword stabbing towards his head at lightning speed. Fated quickly raised his shield to block. Clang. Fated slightly recoiled under the impact, then retaliated with a heroic strike. Maple Blazeheart waved his staff. A 3-meter-tall light giant wielding a claymore materialized out of thin air and charged toward Nie Yan's location. At this time, the paladin, berserker, and fighter came to Fated's rescue. They charged at Nie Yan with their swords raised, wanting to chop him into mincemeat. Nie Yan sidestepped the heroic strike, then activated Shadow Slaughter in combination with Apocalyptic Extinction and slashed down on Fated with Zenard's sword. -562. -100. -126. A string of damage values floated up from Fated's head while the surrounding 5 players also received over 100 damage each. Even though Nie Yan was at a far lower level than these players, the ignore level +12 property on Zenard's sword allowed him to bridge the gap. So the damage he dealt was still quite fierce. The surrounding players were all scared out of their wits. They had clearly seen Nie Yan only attack Fated, yet why did they receive damage too? The priest cast heal on Fated, followed by a radiant barrier. Fated attempted to retaliate by swinging his sword, only to discover his movements had turned sluggish. He glanced at his status and noticed a cripple curse. It was during this brief delay that Nie Yan struck him in the forehead with concussive blow. Truthfully, Fated's exchange with Nie Yan had lasted no more than brief moment. However, he had already been incapacitated before the warriors and paladin could even arrive to reinforce him. Nie Yan's dagger slashed down once more. A string of damage values floated up above Fated's head as his radiant barrier shattered with a loud bang. Streams of light continuously fell over him and restored his health. Nie Yan's burst reached upwards of over 1,000 damage. He unloaded all sorts of hard-hitting skills on Fated like Blast and Vital Strike. Before Fated's companions could even get close, they had already lost 2/3 of their health to Shadow Slaughter. What a terrifying skill. It could deal splash damage to surrounding enemies. Fuck, what kind of overpowered skill is this? The paladin cursed. This was his first time encountering an area of effect thief skill. He quickly cast a heal on himself, then leapt into the air and chopped down at Nie Yan with his sword. Severing light. Fated's health bar fluctuated up and down, but he was still relatively safe thanks to the continuous healing from the priests. However, the same couldn't be said about his nearby companions who were almost dead. Each of them drank an intermediate potion and restored some of their health. Nie Yan circled behind Fated, placing him right in front of the paladin's severing light, and struck him in the back of the head with smothering strike. Seeing this, the paladin quickly withdrew his attack. My god, everybody, kill him, quick. The berserker charged forward. He resembled a human tank with his heavy plate armor. -187. -163. -172. The 5 players quickly dropped below half health. Nie Yan's attacks were simply too fierce, to say nothing of the fact that Zenard's sword ignored all armor. They were hemorrhaging health too quickly. The two thieves pincered Nie Yan from behind, their daggers stabbing toward his back with smothering strike. Nie Yan's dagger suddenly appeared around Fated's throat. Cutthroat. -1283. -100. -221. It was a critical hit for 3 times damage, an instant kill. Despite being constantly topped off by the healing of the priests, Fated was still one-shot by Nie Yan. A smile formed on Nie Yan's face. This was precisely what he had been aiming for. He had a certain probability of landing a critical hit. As long as he kept attacking, it would eventually come. At the same time, both of the thieves received almost 500 damage from shadow slaughter and collapsed dead on the ground. Even the 30% splash damage from a critical hit was extremely terrifying. Nie Yan had killed 3 people with a single attack. Of the 6 melee class players, only 3 remained. The priests in the distance were in shock. Fated was clearly at full health just now. How did he suddenly die? Shadow Slaughter also left the nearby 2 warriors and Paladin as well as the light giant at critical health. The Paladin quickly cast a heal on himself, while the 2 priests healed the berserker and fighter. Nie Yan hacked down at the light giant with Zenard's sword, landing a critical hit for 2 times damage and killing it. It dissolved into motes of light before disappearing into the air. Seeing the Paladin buffed by Indomitable while chopping down at him, Nie Yan took the hit head on without the slightest bit of fear, then retaliated with a heavy slash from Zenard's sword. The Paladin's health fell to 0 and he collapsed to the ground. Previously, the Paladin had restored his health back to over 600 with heal. However, this was nothing to Nie Yan. After finishing off the Paladin, Nie Yan was knocked flying by a charge. In the end, it was impossible for a single person to cope with the attacks of so many players. Nie Yan regained his footing with a flip. Seeing the berserker charging over again, Nie Yan employed Shadow Dance to slip past him. Shit, the berserker cursed after glancing at the corpse of his Paladin companion. He quickly gave himself several buffs. His muscles bulged out violently, making him resemble an enraged grizzly. Strength of the bear. Die. The berserker charged at Nie Yan. The other side clearly didn't possess as many advanced skills as Nie Yan. After seeing the berserker activate Strength of the bear, Nie Yan coldly snorted. He readied his stance and prepared to face off against the opponent. The mages in the distance were the most depressed. They were basically the popcorn gallery. Outside of Maple Blazeheart summoning the light giant, which ended up dying without doing anything useful anyway, the rest of them were completely powerless. Nie Yan's magic immunity skill nullified all their damage. They could only wonder where he obtained a piece of equipment with such an overpowered ability. The mages gazed on helplessly as their companions were slaughtered by Nie Yan with his unrivaled momentum. Only around half a minute had passed since the start of the battle. Yet during this time, Nie Yan had taken out Fated, the 2 thieves, and the Paladin. Everything had happened too quickly. There was no time to process these events. While God's blessing was still active, none of their spells had any effect on Nie Yan. Nie Yan glanced at the remaining fighter and berserker. Both of them were at around half health, but they would quickly be healed back up to full. Nie Yan turned around and dashed toward the casters. He had only dealt with the melee class players first because they were all relatively close together, allowing Shadow Slaughter to display the greatest effect. As for the mages, God's blessing was more than enough to render them useless. After killing 4 of them, the remaining melee class players wouldn't be able to make any great waves. With the 200% movement speed bonus from Gale Ambush, Nie Yan quickly reached the 2 priests, causing them to scatter like rats. Casual waved his staff, sending an arcane bolt flying Nie Yan's way in an attempt to stop his assault. But just at this moment, a shadow pounced at him from behind, a dagger stabbing towards the back of his head. Casual was nearly caught off guard. He quickly protected himself in the nick of time as a black barrier enshrouded him. The player ambushing him was Tyrannical. Just as Tyrannical's smothering strike was about to land, Casual activated Blink and reappeared about 4 meters away, causing Tyrannical's attack to miss. Casual turned around to look at his assailant and saw a familiar face. He coldly laughed. And here I was wondering who it was. You actually dared to show yourself again, trash. Casual condensed an arcane fireball in his palm, then shot it at Tyrannical. Tyrannical rolled out of the way to avoid the arcane fireball. After regaining his footing, he pounced toward Casual once more. Tyrannical was like a feral beast. He gave Casual a fierce look, expressing that he would never stop until his opponent was dead. He was a wolf stalking his prey, waiting for the perfect opportunity to go in for the kill. Seeing Tyrannical's expression, Casual felt his blood run cold. His gaze turned somewhat grim. With a wave of his staff, he waylaid Tyrannical's assault with a repel. Tyrannical's ambush had attracted the attention of 3 people. On the other side of the battlefield, Nie Yan had already arrived beside a priest. With a slash of Zenard's sword, he cut down the opponent instantly. The priest's cloth armor was easily cut through by Zenard's sword. Nothing could match up to the sharpness of Zenard's sword. It was an amazing weapon even at level 60, let alone right now. Although the priest had cast a shield on himself beforehand, he was still killed just like that. The surrounding players felt a sense of dread fall over them. Within the span of a minute, Nie Yan had turned the tables on them and shattered their morale. Nie Yan was a reaper from hell, pouncing towards the remaining priest who turned to flee. But the priest was no match for his speed while Gale Ambush was active. He caught up and cut down the opponent in an instant. It was like pigs to the slaughter. With his unrivaled speed and supreme attack power, Nie Yan was a godlike existence. While the casters scattered, the berserker and fighter charged toward Nie Yan in an attempt to intercept him. However, Nie Yan slipped past them with a simple sidestep. Nie Yan dashed toward Maple Blazeheart and chopped down with Zenard's sword, shaving away more than half his health. Just as Nie Yan was about to follow up with another attack, Maple Blazeheart's body became illusory while the space around him twisted and warped, whereupon he vanished without a trace. It was illusion blink. Nie Yan looked in the distance. There, he spotted Maple Blazeheart 50 meters away. When their gazes met, Maple Blazeheart gave Nie Yan a calm smile, as though this battle had nothing to do with him, before disappearing again. Who knew if he used some kind of skill, invisibility potion, or something else altogether? Under these circumstances, Maple Blazeheart knew he was no match for Nie Yan, so he withdrew. After all, magic immunity was quite rare, and it was generally found in advanced skills with cooldowns of 2 or 3 days. After waiting out the duration, Nie Yan's combat ability would drop dramatically. In fact, it wasn't simply the magic immunity. Nie Yan's Gale Ambush, Shadow Slaughter, and God's Blessing were all advanced skills. Upon activation, they would make the user explode with power. But after their duration ran out, they posed far less of a threat. However, right now, Nie Yan, who still had all these skills active, was practically invincible. He could run down the enemy as he pleased. While wielding Zenard's sword, Nie Yan was a supreme avatar of death, capable of slaughtering gods and slaying devils. The remaining fighter bent down to pick up the 2 chapters from the Book of Order that Fated had dropped. Just as he stood back up, Nie Yan had emerged behind him and attacked with a backstab followed by a vital strike, killing him. The 2 chapters dropped back to the ground. Humph! Don't touch what doesn't belong to you. Nie Yan turned his gaze to the nearby berserker. Seeing Nie Yan's gaze lock onto him, the berserker nearly wet his pants in fear. He made use of the speed bonus from strength of the bear to flee for his life. What fool would want to fight Nie Yan in his current state? It was practically suicidal. They really couldn't figure it out. Just where did Nie Yan find so many amazing skills? In the blink of an eye, 7 out of 13 players had fallen to Nie Yan's blade. Over on the other side of the battlefield, Tyrannical stuck to Casual like a wad of gum. Casual had taken him down to low health several times, but he would just escape through stealth to recover before re-engaging. It appeared Tyrannical wouldn't give up until either one of them died. It was only after Casual used all his skills that he turned to flee. However, Tyrannical stuck to him like a bone-borrowing maggot, pursuing him from behind. Shit. Casual cursed after seeing the names of his fellow party members go dim one after another. He could no longer keep true to his namesake. As he looked up ahead, he was terrified to see Nie Yan blocking his path. In that brief moment of distraction, Casual felt a cold chill at the back of his neck. Tyrannical launched his attack at this time. Damn it. Casual was about to swing around to meet the opponent head-on. Just as he was midway through his chant, he was struck in the back of the head by Tyrannical with a smothering strike. The dagger was fast and ruthless. Casual had no way of dodging it. Tyrannical unleashed a chain of regular attacks, then circled to Casual's front and struck him in the forehead with concussive blow, stun-locking Casual who was about to reawaken from the attacks. He finished things off with eviscerate followed by lacerate, causing Casual to collapse on the ground. Before Casual died, he heard a word whispered into his ear, trash. Tyrannical had vented out all his anger. The battle just now was an emotional roller coaster, causing a strong desire to surface in his heart. He had to get stronger. Otherwise, he would forever be stepped on by others. Red River Stronghold. This stronghold stood tall in the Red River Valley, an easily guarded location. It was the guild headquarters of Bloodlust Blades, as well as the most flourishing stronghold in Glory City's territory. Players were flooding in from all over. It was a gold rush for merchants. Bloodlust Blades had long since relocated from Glory City to here. A magnificent building stood at the center of the Red River Stronghold. The large meeting hall inside was filled with all sorts of lavish decorations. The battle between the 5 major guilds in Kalor was still going strong, and the main benefactors from this conflict were Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors. These 3 guilds developed rapidly, leaving the guilds in Kalor racing to catch up. However, what worried them was the possibility of Kalor becoming united. Such a scenario would pose an immense threat to them, because Kalor population was the largest out of any city in the Viridian Empire. If the guilds there were allowed to grow unimpeded, it would be hard to imagine what heights they would reach. Bloodlust Blades, Alliance of Mages, and Divine Protectors were all closely paying attention to the situation over in Kalor. Bloodlust Mad Blade, who was clad in dark golden armor, was seated in a large hall watching a video. He had the appearance of a man in his 40s. He had a large build, and his expression was solemn. Furthermore, the armor he wore made him appear quite imposing. Boss, Maple Blazeheart and the rest have retreated. Nirvana Flame is too strong, a player who was watching the video beside Bloodlust Mad Blade informed. What they saw in the video was truly shocking. A single thief had come out on top against 13 of Bloodlust Blade's elites. They could have never imagined such an outcome, even in their dreams. When the player glanced beside him, he discovered Bloodlust Mad Blade was surprisingly calm, as if what he had just seen didn't matter. Instruct Old 8 and his men to take what they need from the war stockpiles and engage Nirvana Flame. He's red named. There's no way he can escape. Take note of whether he has items like unknown transfer scrolls. Also, pay attention to the movements of Ass-Kickers United. If there's anything strange, report it immediately. Bloodlust Mad Blade said in a heavy tone. He bursted with killing intent as he gazed at the image of Nie Yan in the video. Nie Yan was definitely a person who could pose a threat to Bloodlust Blades. Such a calamity in the making couldn't be allowed to grow. As soon as Bloodlust Mad Blade gave the order, the guild took action. Over 3,000 players were dispatched to Nie Yan's location. Their goal was to surround and kill him. Nie Yan and Tyrannical had killed 8 people. The other 5 had already escaped. Because of Nie Yan's repeated reminders, Tyrannical didn't touch the chapter. Casual dropped on the ground. They had to leave quickly. Since this place was the territory of Bloodlust Blades, they couldn't act too unbridled. Nie Yan picked up the chapter. Combined with the 2 chapters he picked up from Fated earlier, he now owned the Chapter of Peace, Chapter of Tolerance, Chapter of Knowledge, and Chapter of Compassion. He also picked up several pieces of equipment, including all of Fated's equipment. You should take these 2 pieces of thief equipment, Nie Yan said. Their properties were pretty decent. Although Tyrannical's skill didn't reach the peak, his talents weren't bad. It was absolutely worth nurturing him. He might even grow to become a top player that could contend with the best. Nie Yan planned to place the remaining equipment into the guild treasury. Nie Yan looked at the properties of the 4 chapters from the Book of Order. Only the Chapter of Peace and Chapter of Compassion were useful for thieves. The other 2 were meant for other classes. Chapter of Compassion. Description, the 3rd chapter of Volume 5 of the Book of Order. A fragment of a legendary item. Whoever shall possess this chapter will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. Properties, chance to nullify an incoming spell of the darkness type. Receive 5 additional health every level up. Strength plus 30, resilience plus 20, physique plus 30, movement speed plus 20. God's grace, increase health by 60%, magic resistance plus 30, immune to piercing damage, rank 6 radiant barrier. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 2 days 1/2. Restrictions, can only be bound by a member of the Righteous Guardian of Order. Note, item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's bag. Nie Yan looked over the properties of the Chapter of Compassion. This chapter was extremely useful, increasing the player's survivability. The rank 6 radiant barrier was also quite useful, reducing all damage by 60% with a damage absorption shield of 1,500. The chapters from the Book of Order were originally set items. The more chapters a player gathered, the more likely some hidden effects would be revealed. There was no harm in collecting more chapters from the Book of Order. The more chapters Nie Yan owned, the greater the stat bonuses, and carrying the chapters would improve his character's growth. Nie Yan scanned the surroundings. Aside from a few corpses, there was nothing else left. Let's go back. It's too dangerous to stay here, Nie Yan said to Tyrannical. Tyrannical didn't have a red name, so he could teleport back. As for Nie Yan, he could go back regardless, and no restrictions would be imposed on him. Yay. Tyrannical nodded. He gazed in the distance. The corpses were still laying there. Nie Yan and Tyrannical walked to a quiet area. The two activated return scrolls. The scrolls in their hands lit up with a bright radiance. Activating return scroll. 5%, 15%, 25%. As the seconds passed, a killing intent suddenly locked onto Nie Yan and Tyrannical. Nie Yan detected the presence of people in the area dashing towards them. He forcefully halted the return scroll. Just at this moment, a cold light flashed, and several daggers stabbed toward him and Tyrannical. Nie Yan raised his dagger to parry, blocking the incoming attack. Clang. Eye of truth. The veins around Nie Yan's eyes bulged out while his eyes turned bloodshot and blossomed with a mysterious light, locking onto silhouette after silhouette. 1, 2, 3. There were 7 thieves in total. Just as a thief darted toward Tyrannical, Nie Yan emerged beside him and slashed down with Xenard's sword. -721. -100. The thief collapsed dead on the ground. Nie Yan could even deal fatal damage to a fighter, to say nothing of a weak, leather-armored thief. The remaining thieves all pounced toward Nie Yan. They're fast, Nie Yan couldn't help but remark. At this moment, Tyrannical also cancelled the activation of his return scroll. Escape, you idiot. Why the hell did you stop your return scroll? Nie Yan cursed with a frown. The enemy had obviously come prepared. He could cover Tyrannical's escape, then teleport away himself with an unknown transfer scroll. Abandon the boss and escape myself. If word got out, how could I face my brothers? Tyrannical laughed. He raised his dagger and dashed toward the enemy. Back in Kalor, the Agmoda Muddy Swamplands dungeon on specialist difficulty almost exclusively belonged to Asskickers United. Since unknown transfer scrolls dropped at a fairly low rate and Asskickers United generally kept such information under wraps, a guild member like Tyrannical wouldn't be privy to the knowledge that Nie Yan was in possession of an unknown transfer scroll. Nor would Nie Yan casually disclose such a thing. So naturally, when Tyrannical saw Nie Yan besieged by a squadron of thieves, he cancelled the activation of his return scroll. Boss, you leave first. I'll cover you, Tyrannical declared. Nie Yan was the face of Asskickers United. His death would be a heavy blow to the guild's prestige. On the other hand, Tyrannical was a nobody, a guild member who ranked somewhere in the middle of the pack, a random statistic in a guild war or siege. No one would bat an eyelid if he died. But even nobodies still had their pride and a set of principles they followed. Although their fame would never be as eclipsing as Nie Yan's, they weren't petty and low. This was for honor. Tyrannical worshipped Nie Yan, but his loyalty was still to Asskickers United because that was his family. Suddenly, Nie Yan felt an extreme discomfort as if something was clutching at his heart. He gazed into the distance and saw a black-robed shadow priest standing atop a hill with a sinister smile on his face. It wasn't easy for him to land this spell on Nie Yan. He had the 7 thieves distract Nie Yan and Tyrannical while he hid in a corner chanting. After 6 seconds, he finally succeeded in casting the spell. Dark Magic, Shackles of Strife. Out of all spells, this one was definitely useful for ensnaring someone. When Shackles of Strife was activated, both the caster and target would be unable to teleport away until either one of them died. Nie Yan could still move. However, he couldn't use items like the unknown transfer scroll or return scroll. After the Shadow Priest finished casting Shackles of Strife, a large horde of Bloodlust Blades players emerged from the surrounding hilltops, completely entrapping Nie Yan. Nie Yan never thought someone in Bloodlust Blades would have Shackles of Strife. This was a gross error in judgment. The skills and conviction were always full of surprises. Just when he thought everything was settled, the tables had been flipped yet again. Tyrannical's life was in constant danger as he fought off the 6 thieves. Nie Yan appeared behind one of the thieves and struck them down with a slash from Xenard's sword. When the remaining 5 thieves saw Nie Yan approaching them, they quickly retreated in a panic. What terrifying damage. Nie Yan turned to Tyrannical with a calm gaze. It seems this is the end of the line for me. Here, take this unknown transfer scroll and get out of here. Leave. Boss, if I abandon you here to save my own skin, all the brothers in our guild will look down on me. Tyrannical directly refused. A person only lived one life. It was better to live it with honor. After thinking for a brief moment, Nie Yan didn't argue any further. He gazed at the Bloodlust Blades players who had completely sealed the area off. It appeared they planned to slowly whittle him down until he died. Boss, give me some face. Let me die before you. At least that way I can brag to our brothers that I went out protecting you from these bastards, Tyrannical said. Alright, I'll give you this bit of face. Nie Yan turned to face the thousands of Bloodlust Blades players, then revealed a proud smile. I started playing the game a week after its launch. From starting out with nothing to becoming the guild leader of Asskickers United, I've never died once to another player. For the sake of killing me alone, Bloodlust Blades has mobilized several thousand players. Even if I die here, it should be fine, right? Yes, there's nothing disgraceful about it, at all. Tyrannical nodded vigorously as his nose turned sour. Nie Yan was the hero of this generation. In the entire game, who could kill him 1v1? Even if he died here today, it wouldn't be a blemish on his reputation. Even if I die here, I'm still the guild leader of Asskickers United. I definitely won't dishonor the guild's name. I'll take out as many of them as I can with me. Nie Yan declared. Since things had reached this point, it wouldn't be in his style to just sit back and resign himself to fate. I, Tyrannical of the Asskickers United's 100 Thieves, also won't let down the boss or the guild. Tyrannical bravely declared. Even if he died, he had no regrets following his leader, Nie Yan. The players from Bloodlust Blades gradually approached, sealing off the surrounding area. Players of every class formed a human barricade with the fighters holding heavy shields at the very front, while the mages and priests were at the back. Despite being surrounded by several thousand players and locked down by shackles of strife, they were still worried Nie Yan might escape. To go to such lengths for a single thief, it was definitely a first. Nie Yan swept his gaze over the crowd of Bloodlust Blades players, then said in a clear voice, "You bunch of dogs, I'm right here where you want me. Any of you who aren't convinced, come up and have a taste of my sword." Even though Dragon King Xenard was a tyrant, very few people were actually aware of his backstory. His sudden rise from obscurity only started with 10 people. After conquering several dozen tribes neighboring his territory relying on nothing but himself, he embarked on his journey for world domination. One time he was ambushed in the Karu Plains, 1 against 100,000, and he fought for 10 days and 10 nights. While wielding Xenard's sword, a feeling of one man against the world also surfaced in Nie Yan's heart. His blade would cut down anyone who dared to approach him. Nie Yan glanced at his skill bar. Adjudicator of God, God's grace, and a few other of his trump cards were still there. The rest had all been used. He didn't have many skills left that could be used, so what did it matter if he used a couple more? As for unequipping his equipment and going forward to commit suicide, Nie Yan had no such plan. Perhaps he might do this if he were a solo player. But as the guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, he absolutely wouldn't do anything of the sort. Despite being trapped, Nie Yan's domineering attitude still caused the players from Bloodlust Blades to tremble. Although Nie Yan was their enemy, this didn't influence the respect they had for him. Among the crowd, Maple Blazeheart gazed at Nie Yan with a hint of admiration. No wonder the players of Ass-Kickers United held him in such high esteem. As things stood, even if the Mad Rogue died here today, it would be a hero's death. Everyone, hold, Maple Blazeheart ordered through voice chat. Everybody halted and looked toward Maple Blazeheart, awaiting his command. Maple Blazeheart's word undoubtedly carried a great influence in Bloodlust Blades. Even Bloodlust Mad Blade had to show him respect. Nie Yan looked at Maple Blazeheart in the crowd. He was surprised. Why did these players suddenly stop? But realization quickly dawned on him. So it was because of him. As Maple Blazeheart gazed at Nie Yan, who didn't show the slightest bit of fear despite being surrounded on all sides, a feeling of respect surfaced in his heart. To show respect to the guild leader of Ass-Kickers United, Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame, I want only Squad 25 to go forward. Everyone else, remain on standby. Maple Blazeheart ordered through voice chat. A group of players walked forward from the crowd. They numbered around 60 or 70. All of them were ordinary players, their levels only being around level 40. Maple Blazeheart counted the number of people in this group. There were 62 players in total. Engage. The 62 players rushed toward Tyrannical and Nie Yan. A group of 30 or so fighters led the charge. Nie Yan narrowed his eyes. He never expected this turn of events. His impression of Maple Blazeheart improved greatly. This person wasn't the type who regularly schemed and backstabbed others. The way a person conducted themselves was important. Boss, I'll go up first. Tyrannical entered stealth and dashed toward the group of players. Truthfully, whether he was stealthed or not didn't make the slightest bit of difference. Balls of light shot up into the air, illuminating the area below. Nothing could be hidden from this radiance. Nie Yan activated God's grace as a barrier of light enveloped him. He entered stealth and dashed toward a mage at lightning speed. The fighters wanted to intercept Nie Yan, but he was too fast. He easily slipped through the gaps between them and pounced toward the mages in the backline. With a slash of his sword, the first mage was instantly cut down. The terrifying damage caused the surrounding players to reel back in terror. A shower of spells rained down on Nie Yan, exploding on impact. Nie Yan slashed down yet again. The blazing attack of Zenard's sword struck another mage, killing them instantly. Under the intense bombardment of spells, Nie Yan's radiant barrier shattered into shards of light. At this moment, Nie Yan activated Adjudicator of God and drank an intermediate health potion. He charged through the hail of spells and pounced on the priests further in the back, throwing the group into complete chaos. Boss, it seems I'll be leaving first. After cutting down a mage, Tyrannical was feared by a thief. He had lost complete control of his body. 6 fighters moved in to surround him. Clang, 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 he was pummeled to death with one shield bash after another. With Tyrannical dead, Nie Yan made his last stand and fought like a caged beast. Nie Yan brushed off the spells bombarding him as he killed a priest with every slash of Zenard's sword, slaughtering over 7 in the blink of an eye. Nie Yan appeared incredibly valiant. Heads would roll wherever he stepped. No one was his match, especially not these cloth-armored casters who fell after a single attack. The spectating crowd of players from Bloodlust Blades was left breathless. It would be a nightmare to face off against a thief like this. Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame really did live up to his reputation. Who in the entire world would dare to challenge him? If possible, I'd like to try facing him one day. That is, without the magic immunity, Maple Blazeheart mused. Nie Yan was absolutely a worthy opponent. Maple Blazeheart might stand a chance against Nie Yan if he didn't activate God's blessing or Adjudicator of God, but otherwise it would be impossible for him to achieve victory. At this moment, Maple Blazeheart received a call. It was from Bloodlust Mad Blade. Blazeheart, what the hell are you doing? Mad Blade asked gravely. I'm paying tribute to the Mad Rogue. Blazeheart replied. A thief who could reach such heights should be given the utmost respect. Cut the crap. I want him dead within the next 2 minutes. I refuse to believe he can survive getting swarmed by several hundred fighters. He'll be dead in no time. Mad Blade ordered in a sinister tone. 3,000 people ganging up on a single person, is there really any meaning to it? Even if we win, it's nothing to be proud about, Blazeheart rebuked, not backing down in the slightest. He was the principled sort. I don't give a shit if there's any meaning to it. I'll sweep away those who dare to block my path. No matter what method I have to employ, assassination, ambush, or ganging up. Take out Nirvana Flame, right now. Fuck. There's movement over on the side of Ass-Kickers United. Hurry up. No, it's disgraceful. You can pass down the order, but I won't be the one doing it. Blazeheart replied in a resolute tone. He refused to betray his principles. It wasn't the first time these two butted heads over such a matter. Get the fuck out of my sight. Mad Blade erupted with fury. Stubborn bastard. What are principles worth in a war? Squat. Maple Blazeheart has been demoted from Vice Guild leader. Mad Blade gave the order to all members of Bloodlust Blades present on the scene, kill Nirvana Flame immediately. Nie Yan stood his ground while holding Zenard's sword. With only about 500 health remaining, he had used everything on him. Even the combat bandages were gone. Bloodied corpses littered the ground beneath his feet. He had slaughtered 26 players altogether, almost all of whom were mages felled with a single slash. Nie Yan looked quite terrifying. His name was branded a bright crimson while his gear appeared to be dyed red with the blood of his victims. He had sunk into a killing frenzy, mowing down everyone in his path. A dense murderous aura emanated from his body, causing him to resemble a god of slaughter who struck fear into the hearts of all those that saw him. The remaining players didn't dare to get close. Nie Yan's attacks were too frightening. Even tanky fighters would fall victim to his blade. At this moment, the spectating crowd started making a move. Several hundred fighters with their heavy shields raised moved in to surround Nie Yan, forming a tighter and tighter encirclement. Nie Yan would have no chance of making it out alive if he was swarmed by these fighters. Even moving his body would be difficult, let alone getting off an attack. Watching the enemy slowly tightening the noose, Nie Yan knew the end was nigh. The wall of shields gradually closed in on Nie Yan, coming to a halt at roughly 5 meters away. If not for Adjudicator of God, he would have long since died. For him to have survived this long was already an impressive feat. He had at least taken down several dozen others with him. Nie Yan forced a wry smile onto his face. All of a sudden, he felt like he could somewhat empathize with the ancient warlord Shang Yu as he committed suicide. A lifetime of glory, yet in vain he died. Nie Yan thought he was safe because he had the unknown transfer scroll at hand. His defeat was all due to the shackles of strife. He believed very few shadow priests, if any at all, had already obtained this skill at the current stage of the game. However, mishaps were inevitable. Ever since things were set into motion, it appeared Mad Blade had always planned to use shackles of strife to deal with Nie Yan. He was thoroughly outsmarted this time. Death was fast approaching. However, just as Nie Yan closed his eyes in acceptance of his fate, the enemy ranks were suddenly thrown into chaos. Nie Yan opened his eyes in confusion. Did something just happen? Dense clouds of magic blotted out the sky. A heavy pressure descended on the players from bloodlust blades, causing them to panic. Shit, who's casting that spell? Advanced magic. Reinforcements from Ass-Kickers United. The mob of bloodlust blades players almost instantly lost all sense of unity as they trampled each other in search for safety. Elsewhere, a group of over a dozen players charged into the forces of bloodlust blades, killing them left and right as they made their way to the center. Blade Light and Smoke Stub led this group. With a charge, Blade Light barreled through 6 players. Smoke Stub followed suit and chained his charge with a whirlwind slash, sending another 7 players flying away. Cold Peak, Nie Yan, and the others followed close behind, paving their path with blood. They took care of the players on the side, causing blood to fall like rain. Sun's figure also emerged on the battlefield. He had just finished killing 6 players. Boss. We're here to save you. Big bro, we're here. The team was all here. As Nie Yan looked at the mass of friendly faces, he couldn't help but feel moved. Such a lively event and you didn't invite us, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Smoke Stub smiled. This world was truly full of coincidences. Back then, Nie Yan had led a group of players to rescue him and the other members of Withered Leaf from Azure Falling Sky. Now their positions were reversed. This was just how relationships between people worked, give and receive. If not for Nie Yan's efforts to save Withered Leaf from Azure Falling Sky back then, they wouldn't have become faithful members of Ass-Kickers United. No matter the circumstances, remember that you're not alone. You still have all of us in Ass-Kickers United. Blade Light faintly smiled. Nie Yan was touched by Blade Light words. It was true. He was never alone. He still had his brothers in the guild. This held true just as much for him as it did for them. I'm sorry, Nie Yan sincerely apologized. He had grown so accustomed to solving problems on his own that he didn't want to trouble others. Blade Light's words reminded him that he had created a guild for just this reason. He couldn't possibly face every danger alone. The black cloud finally condensed as a torrent of fireballs poured down from the sky. The blaze wreaked havoc over the battlefield, instantly turning over 600 players from bloodlust blades into rays of light. The destructive power of advanced magic was terrifying. One after another, area of effect spells rained hell upon bloodlust blades, quickly crippling most of them. The raging inferno voraciously devoured the previously vast crowd. How many of you came? Nie Yan asked Smoke Stub. Not many, a little over 20. These guys aren't so tough. Smoke Stub swept his gaze over the crowd of players from bloodlust blades, an expression of contempt on his face. No one could withstand the might of advanced magic. Let alone 3,000 players, even a force of 10,000 players would be thoroughly wiped out by such an intense barrage. Recently, bloodlust blades had created no small amount of trouble for Ass-Kickers United, causing them to suffer some losses. However, this was only the case because Ass-Kickers United's elites had never gotten involved. But now that the peak players had shown up, bloodlust blades could give up any dreams of killing Nie Yan. Numbers advantage. No problem, just throw advanced magic at it. Sun chained several skills to cut down a mage, then walked up to Nie Yan. You smelly brat, where have you been these days? Nie Yan gazed at Sun with a smile. The players from bloodlust blades were fleeing like rats. Ass-Kickers United's advanced magic combined with Tang Yao's area of effect spells were simply too fierce. In an instant, 3,000 players were reduced to just a few hundred. I went to outfit myself with better gear. Big bro, check out this sweet set I have now. Sun veritably bubbled with excitement as he showed off his new level 45 armor. His azure leather outfit was truly a treasure for control thieves. Sun was already level 47. He could even rank near the top of the leaderboards. During this time, he had vastly improved his combat techniques. His movements were much smoother than before. Looking at everyone's levels, Nie Yan figured he should start raising his level again. Although he wasn't likely to lose to any of them, he would still be at a huge disadvantage facing a level 40+ player at level 30. Blade Light, Smoke Stub, Cold Peak, and a few others began to clean up the surviving stragglers. Slowly but surely, they picked off the rest of the fleeing players. After the area of effect spell stopped, a group of players made their way over from a distant hilltop. They were Tang Yao, Painted Muslin, Summer Bug, and the other casters. Clad in a flowing white robe, Painted Muslin stood in the center and was by far the most eye-catching. Hey, pretty lady, how about you give me a heal? Nie Yan laughed. Since joining the guild, Painted Muslin had also familiarized herself with everyone. 500 merit points, no exceptions. Painted Muslin cheekily replied with a smile. So expensive. Nie Yan faked a bitter look. You're the guild leader. Don't tell me you can't even take out this much. Fine, fine. 500 points it is. These team members didn't actually care about such a small amount of merit points. They were just joking around with each other. A ray of white light landed on Nie Yan's body, restoring his health to full. He looked around. The 3,000 attackers from bloodlust blades were now almost completely wiped out, with only a handful remaining. Let's clean up the survivors and go home, Nie Yan said. There was no telling when more players from bloodlust blades would arrive. He suddenly vanished. A moment later, he reappeared over 10 meters away and slashed down with Zenard's sword, killing a stray priest from bloodlust blades. With his decades worth of experience and conviction serving as a solid foundation, Nie Yan's skills only improved further after his numerous breakthroughs in this life. Add this to the ever-increasing quality of his gear, and he was quickly becoming an unapproachable existence. Save for some godly level characters, no ordinary players would even dream of challenging him. The 20 or so players from Ass-Kickers United were invincible as they swept away the remnants forces of bloodlust blades, especially Tang Yao, Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and the other mages whose area of effect spells wiped out numerous fleeing groups. Each of them was strong in their own right, but their outstanding teamwork allowed them to explode with even more astonishing power. The players from bloodlust blades were completely routed, and were fleeing with their tails tucked between their legs. Nirvana Flame, Young Sparrow Hawk, Aqua Smoke Stub, Resplendent Blade Light. They were some of the most famous names in the game. An appearance from just one of them would already be a huge deterrent, let alone when the whole gang was brought together. Clad in their heavy plate armors, Smoke Stub, Blade Light, and the other warriors resembled tanks, steamrolling through everything in their path and leaving a trail of corpses behind them. Nie Yan felled another player from bloodlust blades with a slash of Zenard's sword. At this moment, he felt a pair of eyes on him. Although the feeling was fleeting, he still took notice. His high awareness could help him detect even the faintest trace of a threat. A thief. This was the first thought to surface in Nie Yan's mind. However, Nie Yan couldn't determine the other party's position. Conviction was full of different skills. Encountering a thief with a skill that enhanced their stealthing ability was nothing out of the ordinary. Since he was being watched, he just had to be vigilant. A thief who could remain undetected while in Nie Yan's presence was definitely no slouch. Nie Yan stretched out his senses to their limit in preparation to deal with a sneak attack at a moment's notice. Now. Nie Yan's pupils shone with an enigmatic light while the veins around his eyes bulged out. His gaze swept over every corner of the vast wasteland, but he failed to find any trace of the opponent even after a long time. So, he could only give up his search. Not too far away, a shadow priest gazed anxiously in Nie Yan's direction. This shadow priest appeared to be around 30 years old. His lanky figure was garbed in black robes, his nose curved downwards like a hook, and his narrow eyes constantly shifted from one side to the other. In fact, he quite closely resembled a rat. It was precisely this shadow priest who had cast shackles of strife earlier. Nie Yan naturally had no intention of letting this fellow off after spotting him. For the past 2 hours, he couldn't use return scrolls or unknown transfer scrolls. This was the terrifying effect of an advanced magic, and it would continue to persist until either one of them died. As the shadow priest turned to flee, Nie Yan disappeared into stealth and went into pursuit. Nie Yan shortened the gap in an instant, with only about 5 meters separating them. Just as Nie Yan drew close, the shadow priest suddenly turned around and threw an orb of light up into the air. Beneath the piercing radiance, Nie Yan's silhouette was revealed. Nie Yan was no more than 2 meters away. A sinister smile surfaced on the shadow priest's face. I've been waiting for this moment. The shadow priest cackled as he waved his staff and targeted Nie Yan with a slow curse, reducing his speed by a slight fraction. Despite this, Nie Yan was still rapidly closing in on the shadow priest. Seeing the shadow priest's scheming expression, a thought flashed across Nie Yan's mind. He quickly activated mind immune from the metal of the 10 holy paladins. The shadow priest opened his mouth as an ear-piercing screech escaped his throat. Howl of terror. You're practically right in my face. Let's see you escape this. The shadow priest sneered. However, he was shocked to discover that his howl of terror had no effect on Nie Yan. His terrified eyes reflected the dark glow of black flames as Zenard's sword came slashing down on him. Blood splattered the ground as Nie Yan killed the shadow priest. Nie Yan suddenly started running around aimlessly like a headless chicken, feigning as if he was actually under the influence of howl of terror. Nie Yan's acting was very realistic, his timing flawless. From the point of an observer, it appeared Nie Yan was struck by howl of terror while in mid-slash. This was why the shadow priest still died. A silhouette emerged out of nowhere beside Nie Yan and struck at his forehead with a concussive blow. The assailant was precisely the thief who had been stalking Nie Yan this whole time. This thief's actions were quick and ruthless. With a glance, Nie Yan could tell his opponent this time around was a tough cookie. Nie Yan's lips curved into a cold smile. Got you. The only reason he pretended to be under the effects of howl of terror just now was to lure out this thief. It was a success. His performance had fooled the eyes of the other party. However, Nie Yan didn't dare to be careless. His opponent's attacks were lightning fast and carried an overbearing killing intent. Nie Yan quickly raised his dagger to parry. Clang. He immediately retaliated with a concussive blow of his own. The thief's expression flickered with surprise. He never expected that Nie Yan could still defend himself. Nie Yan instantly recognized his opponent who was clad in a set of ash-gray leather armor. It was Shadow Killer. Despite being caught off guard, Shadow Killer's countenance was tranquil, as if this exchange was nothing more than a small diversion. Shadow Killer's eyes beamed with killing intent. He vanished into thin air, causing Nie Yan's attack to miss. A brief moment later, Nie Yan felt a biting cold at the back of his neck. He's fast. Just as Nie Yan was about to react, he discovered his body was completely paralyzed. A dagger came stabbing towards the back of his head. At this life or death moment, Nie Yan used Gale Step. He took advantage of its first 3 seconds of invincibility upon activation to nullify Shadow Killer's attack. 2 seconds later, Nie Yan finally regained control of his body. He quickly pulled back to open up some distance. When he looked back, Shadow Killer had disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Nie Yan swept his gaze over the surroundings. He could no longer detect the slightest trace of Shadow Killer's presence. Even though this was only their first exchange, Nie Yan still felt great pressure. It appeared Shadow Killer's motto was to kill on the first strike, immediately retreating upon failure. He was an assassin through and through. Unlike many others who respected a set of unspoken rules, he would use any means by fair or foul to achieve his goals. This was why so many people fell at his hands in the previous timeline. Nie Yan broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for his quick use of Gale Step, he would have lost his life. Nie Yan greatly envied this kind of position, an assassin who constantly tested his limits by targeting one expert after the next. But unfortunately, he would never be able to take on such a role because he was already the guild leader of Asskickers United. Despite confirming that Shadow Killer had left, Nie Yan still remained vigilant. He had already been ambushed once. Who knew when Shadow Killer would show up again? Perhaps next time he wouldn't be so lucky. Being targeted by such a player was no pleasant matter. I need to find a way to deal with him. His stealthing ability is too frightening. Smoke Stub, Blade Light, and the others were hunting down the remaining survivors from Bloodlust Blades. When they noticed Nie Yan had encountered trouble, they rushed over to him. Are you okay? Blade Light asked. He had just seen a thief stab Nie Yan in the back of the head. However, Nie Yan was unharmed. This left him a bit curious. Who is that thief? He looked familiar, Smoke Stub asked. As a professional player, how could he not know Shadow Killer's appearance? It was just that the situation was too hectic, and he couldn't get a good look. It was Shadow Killer. Nie Yan replied. This was their first exchange. Even though it was brief, it was a wake-up call for him. If not for his quick reactions, by the time Smoke Stub, Blade Light, and the others arrived, he would have already become an ice-cold corpse. Not to mention Shadow Killer had used a crowd control skill similar to Intimidate. He would definitely have to watch out for that the next time around. No wonder. So it was him. Smoke Stub exclaimed in shock. He felt his blood run cold. Shadow Killer was definitely one of the most difficult professional players to deal with. He was a master at stealth. Once he took action, he would always be going in for the kill. If he didn't succeed in one move, he would immediately retreat and await the next opportune moment to strike again. So long as you didn't die, he would continue biding his time. Just at this moment, Nie Yan received a message. It was from Shadow Killer. Not half bad, but you won't be so lucky next time. When Nie Yan wanted to reply, he discovered Shadow Killer had blocked off all communications. Shadow Killer, huh? Nie Yan faintly smiled. It would be a good opportunity to hone his skills by duking it out with such a legendary figure. I won't let you get away so easily next time. With these two thieves facing off against each other, one would inevitably end up on the floor. Nie Yan withdrew from his daydreaming. He swept his gaze over the surroundings. Many players from Bloodlust Blades had died at their hands, while those that survived had long since fled away. Pick up whatever loot you can, Nie Yan ordered. We only have about a minute. Then we immediately set out for the south. Forces from Bloodlust Blades are currently moving towards you from the north. Hurry up and escape before it's too late. Guo Wai frantically informed. Got it, Nie Yan replied. Do you want help? Guo Wai asked. He had several thousand guild members on standby. Nie Yan only had to give the word, and they would teleport over. Even though the transport fee was steep, around 1 gold per player, they could easily bear the cost thanks to the support of the Dragonsaur financial group. No need. Glory City is the territory of Bloodlust Blades. No matter how much help arrives, we'll always be outmanned and outgunned. It's best if we minimize our losses. Besides, Smoke Stub, Blade Light, the others, and I should be able to get away. Just closely monitor the enemy's movements for now, Nie Yan replied. As long as he knew the position of Bloodlust Blades' forces, there should be no worry of being surrounded in such a large map. He quickly gathered everyone together. Glory City was to the north, so the safest option would be to head south. Everyone, get on your mounts. Nie Yan ordered. Being the strongest members of Asskickers United, everyone in the group naturally had the best horses the guild could offer. They summoned their mounts one after another, all of which were high-quality warhorses with movement speed bonuses of 200%. This was one of the perks provided by the guild. With a good mount, players could save a lot on travel time which would otherwise be better spent on leveling. Mounts made things much more convenient. The group galloped away on horseback, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Nie Yan swept his gaze over these team members. Aside from Young Seven, Painted Muslin, and the other priests, the rest all had bright red names. If they died to the forces of Bloodlust Blades, it would be a huge blow to Asskickers United. The group sped across the wasteland as the scenery blurred past them. Back in Red River Stronghold, Bloodlust Mad Blade flew into a fit of rage after finding out Nie Yan had escaped. He couldn't believe such a setback had occurred in his previously flawless plan. It was now almost impossible to prevent Nie Yan and the others from fleeing. However, these were more than 20 elites from Asskickers United, not to mention most of them were branded with red names. How could Mad Blade willingly abandon this thick, juicy slab of meat dangling just out of reach? Even Mad Blade had to admit that most guilds couldn't match Asskickers United's elite lineup. For a large guild to have a dozen or so top-notch players was already impressive. But Asskickers United had more than 60 such players, a fact that left him greatly depressed. Finding an expert generally involved picking out someone with promise, then spending a ton of resources to provide them with the environment to grow. This heavily relied on a guild leader's eye for talent. There were many instances where a guild would go through all this effort only to end up with a player that was just so-so. Up until now, Mad Blade had only discovered around 10 talented players whose skill ranked among the top 500 within the entire Viridian Empire. But according to his investigations, Asskickers United had at least 70 such players, about 7 times that of Bloodlust Blades. Almost all of Galore elites were congregated in Asskickers United. The difference was like night and day. It was no wonder why Bloodlust Blades treated Asskickers United with such hostility. If a guild like that was allowed to grow, there would be no place left for anyone else to stand in the future. Boss, they're fleeing south. We must kill them, at all costs. Send our squadron of thieves to hold them up so that our forces can catch up. Mad Blade ordered in a harsh tone. Nie Yan's group should have already used up all their advanced magic to wipe out those previous 3,000 players, meaning they were currently at their weakest. Now was the most suitable time to take action. Bloodlust Blades also had a thief squadron of their own. It was established after witnessing the success of Asskickers United's 100 Thieves. Naturally, they couldn't hold a candle to the 100 Thieves. But what they lacked in quality, they made up in manpower with over 500 members in total. Not to mention they were still hand-picked from the guild, and highly mobile with the mounts provided to them. When such a large force carried out missions, their success rate was quite high. Mad Blade dispatched a large number of people after Nie Yan's group. Furthermore, players from Bloodlust Blades leveling in various maps also dropped what they were doing to join in on the pursuit. Glory City was the territory of Bloodlust Blades. How could they allow players from Asskickers United to do as they pleased? Mad Blade guided the overall situation from the guild headquarters, mobilizing guild members from all over to chase after Nie Yan's group. More and more players came together to form a giant encirclement. It wouldn't be easy for Nie Yan's group to slaughter their way out. Nie Yan's group fled south out of the barren wasteland. A wide open plain appeared before them, resembling a sea of green gently swaying in the wind. They occasionally spotted 1 or 2 level 40 dark bulls grazing on the grass. At this moment, a horde of Bloodlust Blades players emerged up ahead. The warriors and paladins were at the front while the mages and priests were in the back. The players quickly moved to surround Nie Yan's group. Dismount, we're engaging the enemy. Nie Yan ordered, after which he recalled his Faulkner warhorse and disappeared from sight with Shadow Waltz. The group members dismounted one after another. Sun and One Strike Bow also disappeared into stealth. A thief was the deadliest while in the shadows. They were the most unpredictable force on the battlefield. You bastards, no matter how many of you come, you'll end up dead just the same. Undying Scoundrel exclaimed after seeing the enemy's numbers. He had already used up his advanced magic. He condensed a blazing sphere in his palm. Scorching flame explosion. A fireball streaked across the battlefield like a meteor. Bang! It blasted a fighter in the chest, killing him instantly and sending his corpse flying away. Undying Scoundrel wore the Flame Dancer set. As soon as he took action, it badly frightened the players from Bloodlust Blades. In the blink of an eye, Smoke Stub, Blade Light, Lofty Shadow, and the other frontliners clashed with the 60 fighters from Bloodlust Blades, while the priests on both sides frantically provided healing. Blade Light let out a war cry and sent 3 fighters staggering back with a shield bash. These fighters were simply no match for Blade Light. Lofty Shadow also faced multiple opponents at once. Spells bombarded his body, but they only dealt around 20 to 30 damage each. While bathed in holy light, his health bar kept fluctuating up and down. However, he never came close to death. The group from Bloodlust Blades had more than 30 priests supporting them from the rear. With the ample healing they provided, the amount of casualties on their side was similarly kept to a bare minimum. At this moment, a silhouette emerged beside one of the priests. It was Nie Yan. These priests had no idea when he snuck his way into the backline. Nie Yan slashed down with Zenard's sword, felling a priest instantly. He immediately pounced toward another priest and cut him down too. Due to his terrifying damage, Nie Yan mowed down the priests with impunity. Nie Yan's appearance sparked mass panic in the backline. The priests scattered like rats, fleeing away in every direction. How could they afford to worry about others when they were getting slaughtered left and right themselves?